12 foot, 25, about 4.
Good morning and welcome to Portugal. The qualifying series in Europe reaches a thrilling conclusion on final Saturday at the Santa Cruz Pro Estrella Galicia 2022. A massive event, couple of events in Portugal reach a conclusion. And here to break it all down, we've got all sorts of drama to discuss in terms of qualification for that Challenger Series. Joining myself, Paul Evans in the studio. We got Ben Mundy and Philippe Jervis. Morning, chaps.
Morning, Paul. Great to be here on finals day.
Philippe, how you feeling, mate? Looks like we've still got some surf out there in the ocean. Santa Cruz looks like it's going to keep providing for finals
yeah,
day.
definitely. Even though it's a bit smaller than yesterday, the conditions might be a little bit better because today was kind of too big at a certain point in the day. But it looks like it's going to be fun with the tide getting higher.
Ben, finals day always important, always more pressure. This particular event is pretty unique. We got the cutoff. What's happening today, basically, and it is an all-out scrap for those coveted bases to qualify for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. There's 16 surfers left in the event. Obviously, in the finals day today, you know, it's probably 4 or 5 of those are already qualified, but the rest are all battling away. So it's a huge day on the qualifying series.
So just to reiterate once again, we take 9 surfers from the men's qualifying series in Europe. However, because Lucas Silveira is a lock-in and his points won't count for him. He's from the Brazilian region, so he won't qualify through Europe. We're going to take essentially the top 10, the first 10 surfers on that page, essentially. So right now, Tim Bissot, Tom Debier, they're good. However, it's surfers from this page, particularly, and below, that are still in the draw that can do damage here.
Yeah, so Minime Bray still in it. Charlie Quivront, you know, and then Cruz out, Enrique's out, Mignot's out, but Charlie Martin and Justin Becret, well, they're still in. Patrick Lanning-Dark, unfortunately, missed out yesterday. So Becret and Martin, they're right on that bubble. They're in this, this first 4 of the round of 16, and there's so much to battle for. If they get through this, they're on the Challenger Series, 8 series event all around the world.
Yeah, the other thing, of course, is even below that, if you get a win here, that turns your whole season around. You get 3,000 points for that, and depending on what points you've already got, if you've got around about 1,000 already, you've got a good chance of getting in the top 10. All of that discussion to come. It's going to be a really dramatic day of competition. But to find out exactly what's going on, let's go and hear from our contest director, Marcelo Martins.
Good morning, guys. It's finals day today, a very exciting day today, right? What do we have?
We have a really consistent swell. We're going to have waves the whole day until the final. We're expecting a good show in the final. High tide, it's been always the best time. So finals will be around 4 o'clock. And now we're going to start with the quarters. And let's go.
And how have you found this event? Has it gone the way you expected?
Yeah, it's been quite challenging because the wind didn't start to blow, and there's some riptide during the day affecting the surf. But yeah, it's been good. It's been okay. It's been okay.
Well, that's the schedule for today. So back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Marcelo. Finals day here. There's plenty of swell out in the water, and there's a palpable tension in the air as we'll check out our very first heat of the day featuring Caulivast, Saint-Peter, Lucas Silveira, Thomas Debier. As you might expect, by the time you get to this stage, we're obviously talking about standouts for the event, but there's some heavy hitters out there.
Oh. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Thomas Debier, as we saw in that ratings sheet, right on the money, that 9th spot. So, you know, a win here in this heat potentially could just get him over the line. Lucas Silveira, well, he's been on fire. They've got final in Caparica. During this event, he's been as consistent as ever. There's a bit more power and a bit more juice, just the way he likes it. And so he's up and riding right now after a strong start. Just can't quite get that one going. But yeah, Kelly Vass, he's one of those ones, Paul, you mentioned about maybe way up, wasn't on that top 20 on the rankings, but yeah, a win here is going to have to be a win, I'd imagine. And he could rocket up the ratings. So yeah, plenty to play for. And well, Sammy Peter, he's been probably one of the form surfers, would you say, Philippe? He's kind of been on fire, been super impressive throughout the whole, every heat he surfed.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's just improving from heat to heat and just getting better and getting better waves. The last heat he actually started pretty late, but he just turned the hip upside down on the last minutes, and it was absolutely insane. You got one of the best waves of the day yesterday, so I'm really excited to see what's going to happen today, because there's so many good hits. As we see Thomas de Bière just smashing that lip, a 2-turn combo, nice open, nice little first wave for Thomas. It's going to be a full day of competition. I'm really excited, to be honest, boys.
De Bière, couple of hits on the left, getting his campaign open. We know all about the backhand turns that he can do. How'd you like this one, Ben?
It was, I mean, that was so tricky. 10-metre stretcher wave, and this first one, like, really sucky on that bank. It's low tide. To get it up twice, I think that was really well done. I mean, he manufactured a score where there wasn't really any right to. So yeah, impressive.
De Bière sticking to that backhand from the get-go in this one. The left has been, what would we say, maybe a 60-40 split in scores, maybe even a little bit more, and that has been the predominant wave. There are rights too at certain stages of the tide. Those lefts, particularly on the lower water, which is what we got right now. Have that little runner energy and do offer some lips without that major jeopardy of that unloading heavy shore break section. It's got a lot of surfers into trouble throughout the week. Here we go, live action. Peter has got a ton of speed here. I think we know what's coming. He's looking for a ramp. He's still looking. He's gone a long way. And he'll go in a flat spin to a troublesome landing. That thing will just chew him up. Serving a little bit of notice there, though, of what he's got.
Oh yeah, it's hard to land those types of turns because there's not much water. He just lands on the flats, and it's there isn't much. Like, as soon as he lands the turn, there's so much explosion behind him. It's really hard. Yeah, just speak, Paul.
I think it might be the north wind of Santa Cruz might actually be a bit annoyed of Lucas Silveira, because it's the only thing more consistent around here, and that wind that blows off the sea. Yeah, it's Lucas and his scores. Ridiculous all week.
It's like
out of hand.
Who, Lucas? Or the wind?
Lucas.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he, every morning you wake up, you know, two things. There's going to be a wind blowing. There's going to be cloud in the morning. And Lucas Silveira is going to do some backhand hammers.
He's going to get at least a 15-point total.
Oh, yeah. These conditions just suit him. Like, powerful, big beach breaks. It's really good for Lucas. And he has been smashing all the way through to the round of 16, so...
And Sam there, yeah, it was a tricky section to land. It was gurgling, it was dry. He was going so fast, and he just went down. But that is, it does show what he's got. He's got a variety, which could come in handy.
Anyone been enjoying any Bells Beach action this morning, guys?
Yeah.
Been watching a bit of that?
Yeah, been loving it. Sort of kind of had a nice little sort of morning window for us this morning. We came down. The event was put on hold till 10 o'clock. We had an hour and a half on site. They put the old bells on the big screen. Yeah,
stitched. Stitched up.
I don't think it's been ever. I mean, just to see Italy coming out of the toilet, coming out of a portaloo, not knowing the scores, and then blowing up. That was pretty dramatic. It was. He was obviously fairly upset, and he stormed the judges. Worth going and check the post show and just go through the whole thing. Yeah, he got pretty upset. He wasn't happy that Jack Robertson got the score, or he was underscored on his waves. And yeah, so plenty of drama.
Bang,
and,
Peter.
You know, it's bells. It's in that. It's just all eyes on it, and I enjoyed it.
So Peter not getting a finish there. Getting another long left. Winding down through that shore break. Got a quick hit and look to finish that turn. And he'll make his way out the back and look to find another wave. He's had a really good run through our event last week down at Caparica, and then just kind of disappeared a little bit. when they got to the pointy end of competition. He just had a bit of a shock or heat one time. He's looking to avoid that here on finals day by being busy early in this heat. It's paying off okay so far. How about the other heat? Your man, Callum Robson.
Yeah, well...
You were happy, weren't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of try not to get involved in the sort of patriotism of you know, which country goes for who, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, I watched Callum Robson. He's a really impressive kid, only young. Got over Miguel Pupo. Again, that was fairly controversial. A lot of the experts and fans thinking that Miguel may have got the scores. As you see, Silveira just jamming it in the pocket. Yeah, so another kind of, you know, a drama-filled event. And that's what pro surfing is all about. You know, we get these close dramas, we get these battles. It's a subjective scoring thing. And as we see, whoa, I'd like to see that score. So, yeah, Robson could go all the way. Might book his spot in the cutoff.
Get a look at Cowley Vast here, live action. Nice turn off the top. And here he goes all the way around the house. Rebounds off the foam. Vast with a section. Tags it for a strong finish. Good wave for Cowley to kick things off. He looks in form. Used the repertoire there. Using that drawn out bottom turn as well. And he looks like he's feeling pretty good in full flow.
Yeah, I feel he's got his confidence back. He'd been a bit dented by a couple of poor results, which he's not really used to at such a young age. He's just, Caparica wasn't good to him. And now he's just snuck through a couple of close ones and just got that rhythm back. And this wave, Philippe just had sort of more room to move than anyway we've seen all.
Oh yeah, definitely. He managed to do 3 turns, and I really like his stance. He's just always so compressed, and every time he hits the lip, is so powerful. See how compressed his bottom turn is. So he always managed to get speeds from out of the turns.
A little bit Ramsey-esque.
Yeah, a little bit.
Quads
yeah,
as well, right?
Yeah, Ramsey's.
Don't get loads of that in surfing.
Yeah, it's pretty similar. The biggest difference might be that Ramsey is absolute. He's giant, and Kaoli has still that teenager kind of body. But yeah, as soon as he grows up and he gets more muscle, he's gonna be like a Ramsey kind of style, definitely.
So, yeah, I didn't have that type of teenager body, I would say. I think he's already
I wasn't like that as well. I was
like a bit more muscle
a slim little kid.
A teenage space ghost, I'll tell you that for nothing. Yeah, he's a real powerful, like, stocky legs. We can see,
do you regret all those hours you didn't spend in the gym?
Yeah, yeah, I do, actually. Yeah.
As we see Lucas Silveira on probably his best ride. He does a really nice hop to top there and just hits it one more time, and unfortunately loses the fins on that one. So yeah, first of Kauli, 6 points, best wave of the heat so far. As we see Sam,
loads of speed, streaking down the line, bang. He'll just whip one around. I thought he was going to go into the lip there, and he couldn't really do that turn, so he had to just kind of carve it back and play a little safe. Does get finished though, crucially. Now Dubier needs to stick in this. What's he got here? Bang, into the lip. Nicely done from him. So loads for our judges to think on, and we're game on here for a solid heat.
Yeah, exactly. I think Debier's, they're really contrasting waves. Sam's sort of fanging down the line. He wasn't quite sure where to hit it, and at what stage. Whereas Thomas had 2 sections, but both these 2 turns are really short. He couldn't find any type of rhythm until this last one. So that wave didn't have the flow that he normally gets. Didn't have the sort of rhythm, and I mean, he might get a score, but I don't think it's going to be one that he wants to count towards the end, you'd imagine.
Yeah, the last turn was this turn was the only actual turn that he was able to do a proper bottom turn, and that's why the turn was a little bit vertical and more powerful. But here, Sam, he's just racing down the line. He actually hits it really well here, but he kind of misses the second turn, and he ended up like you have to carving back, and it wasn't. Yeah, you want to see that strong finishing turn, right?
He's looking very light on his feet and fast down the line. He's got that down the line speed, maybe not matching the power for the likes of certainly Dubier and Silveira, probably Vast too, but he's got a little extra gear to San Peter. He's got that lightness, possibly the ability as well to get scores on slightly less kind of powerful, steeper ways. As we check out Kai Odriozola, who's been outstanding for this event, you got to say.
Yeah, it really has. We had a bit of a chat with his mum. just before the event started, and yeah, he said he's over the moon. Just can't believe it. You know, they expected maybe get through a couple of heats. Thought they'd be home tucked up in bed by now, and but you know, he's just done so well. So they've sort of exceeded all expectations. But she might want to get used to that. She might want to start booking those hotel rooms for the finals day, the way he's carrying on, and they have to maybe bolt up to pick up their other younger son who's competing in Spain in another event. So they got their hands full. But yeah, been very impressive.
Silveira, soft away from him, not a great looking one, and not really sure about the thinking there, because you could always kind of tell that one was going in a hole, but nevertheless, we'll have a little click on it, and it will be a throwaway. Numbers in at the moment, put Dubier with a couple of 5s in the first place, so get down towards halfway, about a minute away from that. Vast has got a 6 in for his opening effort, so the strongest individual wave that we've seen was that wave from Cowley. Those multiple turns with a bit of variety as well. He's also got first priority, but this is shaping up to be a good one.
Yeah, it's tight, isn't it? This low tide, it tends to just reduce some of the scoring potential, which means that they tend to group the surface scores a lot more together, smaller margins, and at the moment, Vast just out. Not, you know, that six is the main score at the moment, but this tide pretty much bang on low an hour ago, and now as this tide just comes in all the way till the finals, it should improve as Silveira finds another left. Can he finish? Oh. And he does.
Meanwhile, out the back, looking for this little double up to ramp him in is Cowley Vast. So just put the backup up. And has to just kind of make sure he steers clear of Lucas Silveira. Hopefully we'll get a little paddle battle here to fire things up. But a little exchange there that certainly the Brazilians seem to get the better of, as that wave actually got better and better as it progressed through the bowl here and got a little steep on the end. And Cowley extending those younger limbs to get a little lead in that paddle battle. Speed down the line from Peter. Another meaty section. Whoa. Hits it really hard. Drifts the fins. It's sort of playful. It's aggressive at the same time. It's very entertaining to watch. Let's see where this goes score-wise. One turn, but a really nice one.
Yeah, maybe the best turn of the heat for me. It was a bigger wave, and he had aggression here. Gets up just a bit to get rid of that fins out the back, and he just gives a little bit of a look to the judges. It was a strong manoeuvre.
Oh yeah, definitely. I just keep saying this. He's just so technical.
Split the surface, didn't he? Went right between them.
Yeah, right between both of them. He's just so technical. His timing is absolutely perfect, and the way he changes the weight from the back foot to the front foot is absolutely insane. So it's not as powerful as maybe Cowley's, different, but it's more technical. I actually enjoy it a little more, as we see Cowley hitting really hard on that last turn.
So not even waiting really to get back in the lineup. He was pretty much halfway out where he must have picked that one up and tagging up a big turn on the end. So a couple of scores to come in for him, a number for Peter as well. And we're on here. Good exchanges going down. Surface kind of dousing each other with spray. Everyone's kind of seeing what everyone else is doing. We're really tight together at the moment on this bank. And it's making for quite the entertaining heat. Great number in forward. Decent one for Lucas. 5.37. Bit of a spread from our panel there. Almost a 1.5 in it between the high and the low. Starts off a little small, but it got better from here.
Yeah, well, the judges gave Dubier a 5.23 for that 3-turn combo, where the first two were really sticky. So I thought they had to go a little bit higher than that. But this wave, he's just surfing really well, a little bit within himself, but getting the job done. I think he's just aiming to keep himself right in the heat and not be too worried. He just missed out on Silveira there, but the next wave behind was a better one, which we saw him fiercely paddling back out, and it paid off.
Dubier, here he goes, got a better looking wave. Brilliant first turn. Just belts it, but keeps going. Oh, and he needed that. He was on his way to a massive score there. You got to be thinking that was going to the excellent range if he'd been able to get that done. And Dubier goes down.
Yeah, he did well with that. He did a turn, but still got released out of that first one here. So somehow sort of drives out of this turn with speed, and then he looks good here. And it's just a bit of a chop in the face. You see the ribs and the lip. I think it was just that caused the fins to disconnect. He lost control.
Interesting to see him being patient, though. The other surfers are kind of just getting these waves while they're paddling out in that rip bowl. And he actually waited for kind of a set that hit the peak and kind of more of a legit triangle peak. Interesting to see if that tactic is a worthy one by the end of the heat.
Yeah, he only has 3 waves, so he's just trying to choose the right waves in between all the rip and all the bumps and all that. So it actually paid off. Unfortunately, on the last one, he actually missed that last turn, so bad for him. And Kauli got the 6.13 on that last wave we saw, so it just puts him on that first place.
Yeah, that was the one he got basically paddling back out. And got a really strong finish on that. And goes to first, does the Tahitian. And so taking a pretty decent grip on this. I feel like we've got loads to come. Everyone's got a score up in the 5s or 6s. So we're all pretty close here when everyone works on their backup. And Sam Peter and Lucas Silveira use their first and second priorities next. Let's see where it sets us up. But you get to this stage, that's what you expect. You're going to need decent heat totals, getting up towards 13s, 14s minimum to be able to get through.
Yeah, it's as we've said, it just each day there's just a progression in not only the quality of the surfers, but the way they're surfing themselves. They like to peak on the right time, so they're putting more into it. You've got to surf harder, got to surf faster to get through a heat, and so the scores are reflected accordingly. Still see the ribs and the texture on this bank, and this low tide just creates some turbulence, doesn't it?
Crazy, the swing got 3 meters of tide today. Saw from that graphic, low tide was 33 centimeters, high tide was 3 meters 30. So 3 meters to swing is huge, considering where we were at the start of the week. We had about 1 meter of change.
Yeah.
So the range has gone, well, basically tripled in the space of a week.
Yeah, it's almost a full moon. I think is that tomorrow. It's always, well, the Easter is the Easter Sunday is the first full moon after Lent each year. That's why it changes. So the full moon is up there, and that's causing obviously the bigger tide coefficients or differentials. And even though it's only an hour past its low tide, you know, it's going to start to fill in and improve. But you can see now it's just looking. When the waves don't come in and the ocean gets a time to just sort of do its own thing without the waves redistributing the water, it can get a little bit tricky. But as soon as a wave comes through, it just sort of cleans up. Remarkably, the faces get clean, and there's so much power pushing down the bank that it kind of takes away a lot of the those bumps when they're surfing.
I mean, that looks wild at this stage. If there wasn't people out, it wouldn't look necessarily like a surf spot. And then you see these guys take off, do 3, sometimes 4 turns on a running left. You're like, how are they managing to find that? That's all part of the armory, is finding these waves in these tidal tube conditions. Doing that to reasonable effect, good enough for a second spot so far. Good be air.
Yeah, he just started off with this wave of 5.5, and this was the man who's in first place right now, a 6 point with this wave. Three turn combo on this wave. He actually finishes off this one on this rip ball. Yeah, that's a hard turn to make. So that's why the judges reward him. And this for me is the best turn so far. A nice little finner off the top. Really good, really technical by Sam Peter. He just needs to back up that 6.17. And this is the other 6.13 by Kauli. Yeah, he's gonna hammer this really strong on the end section. So the judges reward him with a 6.13, and he's up in the first place with Thomas de Bier right behind him, and all the others, they just need to improve his backups.
Yeah, Kauli just playing the heat, just surfing to the criteria, not going completely overboard. He's still got a little bit left in the tank, you'd think, but surfing smart and finishing his waves, and it's got a little bit of breathing room out in front. But yeah, Silveira, Peter and De Bier, well, they're also close. We see some live action as De Bier just gets a first turn in, is nice. Can he finish it? He can. So that's a 2-turn combo, and unlike his other waves, it was his first turn that he looked in rhythm. But here goes Peter. He's getting the bigger waves, and that means he gets bigger section. Can he finish off this? It's running down the point. He hasn't had a big section. He just can't. So a bit unlucky. That wave looked good. He just couldn't get the finish.
It is a tendency if you actually surf too far off the bank, right? If you get a real runner that just keeps pushing and keeps pushing, you're not going to get those sections. It felt like that's kind of what happened here. Look how meaty it is to open up, though.
I think he actually misread the wave a little. Of course, it's just what you said is like it's a little bit off the sandbank, and it doesn't give you that perfect and wall on it. But I think he kind of misread it because the wave actually had a lot of potential. It just went too straightforward on the wave, and it was a bit of a mistake for Sam.
Under 4 to go, Vast at the moment. In control of this. Silveira is languishing in 4th. Does have priority. His next wave, you reckon, would have to be crucial. It's going to need to be a good score. A reasonable one anyway. Here's a replay of Dubier.
That might improve his situation. 2-turn combo, 2 hits on the phone, but really well timed with really good transition in between turns. So the judges will like that for sure.
Feels like finding those sections are absolute gold dust right now. Look at the speed and flow of Cowley Vast going top to bottom. And he's still just bounding in there. And he looks like he's got a little extra gear, a little extra pep in his step this morning. He's putting more into his surfing, and it's looking really nice.
Yeah, as you said, he's just got that confidence back, but out the Silveira, well, you know what he can do on a meaty section, especially when it matters.
Bang.
When the pressure's on,
Bang,
he doesn't make mistakes, and he
loves the combo.
Flexes the bicep.
Loves the combo on the inside. I thought he went a little soft on the end turn. He only needed a mid-range 5 though, but we are due scores for Dubier and Vast. That could well change. Just went a little bit through the motions on the end of that wave to making sure he got the finish. Dubier's having a swing. It's all happening.
Yeah, it's this wave down the line. First turn again.
And he actually, another mistake by Dubier.
Not like Thomas to do that, but Vast, you see, he just got that little zing in that first turn. They're a bit similar, but they're still impressive. The angle, we can't sort of see exactly just how technical those last 2 turns are, and whether that's complete, but yeah, ripping.
And this guy, 3-turn combo. This is the money turn right there, and yeah, it went a little soft as you said, but he just need to finish it off honestly, and he might improve his situation.
He's looking for that 5-3-7, which is similar to exactly what he got in his last wave, right? But that's before scores come in for Vast, and Dubier crucially fell off. So Vast doesn't improve, comes in just under. Dubier fell on the last turn. He's going to get a sort of similar score to what he's got already. He's going to be a little bit under his keepers. Let's just see if he can improve a little and put that requirement up for Silveira. But into the final 90 seconds, and could that be a really costly fall on that wave for Thomas Dubier? Because he was on his way there to an extra at least point or so, you would say, if he finished, and it's just clipped his score down.
And that's what it comes under. 1 fall. He's on 9th spot on the qualifying series ratings. A 4 can cost him.
All right, Silveira goes to 2nd. We're still waiting for that score to come in, but it's not going to be the 6-3-5 required for Thomas Dubier. So Silveira gets the 6-4-7, goes 2nd. And Dubier, he'll get an improvement on his backup, but he's still the wrong side of a 6. This guy now, Peter, 5-6-8. He's got a bomb and a little too much energy to that, and it will run away. And he's had a couple of waves now that are just speeding away from him. Let's check out Vast, your heat leader, 40 on the clock. And he's going from top to bottom with relative ease until a particular pokey section on the inside. Just grabs the nose. Silveira right now in that 2nd place and putting pressure at exactly the right time in this, finding that wave, hitting it hard with the combo.
Yeah. Go for it.
Vast, he was just trying to ice some cakes here and went for it. It was a tricky section, dug the nose, but he's done enough. He surfed well. Sammy, got caught behind that rifling left-hander. Dubier's the one that needs a score. He's got no time. He's out as Silveira just, yet again, under pressure. You know, didn't have to do too much, just did enough. And he just knows exactly what score he needs. He knows what the judges require, and he knows what he's capable of. And he just does that little calculation, that matrix in his brain in about a 0.4 of a second, and he keeps winning. Thumbs up, mate. Yep, thumbs up.
You're good. You're good to go. It looks happy. Like Okay, I kind of dodged the bullet right there, but for me, it's more of a Thomas de Bière mistake, because he had that really strong first turn and he ended up falling on the last one. It could have been the score, maybe.
So how costly could this potentially be for Thomas de Bière? Did you say he was in 9th place, 10th place?
He was in 9th spot, yeah.
He's in 9th, wasn't he? Tim Bissot in 10. So he's in the side qualification coming into this event. Let's see where he is by the end of today. We're going to get a quick commercial break. Loads more action to bring you. Finals day in Portugal. We'll be right back.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the morning sun.
Welcome back to Finals Day. Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz presented by Noah Surfhouse. Charlie Quivront, Mi Manabre, Kai Odriozola, Adur Amatreyin. That's our quartet in our second heat of the round of 16. Looking for a spot in the quarters. Paul Evans alongside Chico Alves. And we're looking at Mi Mana, the Tahitian. As he'll try and just sort of fade his entry into that one. A soft first section, and then it starts to shape and peel down the line. And a nice release on the end for him. Mimon opening up strong, making sure he gets a completion. Decent way to kick off. First time today, let's say bon dia to Chico Alves. How you feeling, mate?
Bon dia, Paul. I'm good. Having a good time. Finals day. Excited. I joined the booth and I see this wave. Nice left rip ball. Mi Mana destroying this left. So finishing turn here. Big turn. I just love his kickouts. Look, he's got the best kickout on the European Tour. And as we see, Charlie Quivront on the back during the break. Big snap there. Lines up off the bottom. And again, quite soft the second turn. So this has come in as a 4-3-3. And Mi Mana's first wave, starting off strong, 6.5.
Big number for him. Amatreyin, meanwhile, gets in on the action. Swooping in, bogs hard on a tricky section. It is weird, that takeoff bit. It sort of caps up, stands up, backs off a little bit, and then drills down the line on the left. And he just got committed hard to the rail when the wave went soft. And he'll go down and have to think on that for a couple of minutes. Maybe he'll get him angry. When he's angry, he's dangerous. Seen him get super aggressive in heats, and generally when he does that, he starts putting up all sorts of points on all sorts of ways. Here it goes. The younger Basque, Odriozola. Nice little pocket whipping snap for him. And he's got a good looking section here to hit, bang, and the nose goes underwater, and that was a mistake. That could prove costly at this stage. Here's again Charlie Quivront. Nice rhythm to this. Swooping, slashing, and he will bang that one. Nice and vertical, very well done.
Well, really well surfed wave by Charlie. So it's the second matchup Charlie is having with Kai Odriozola. The first one he lost, so now on the back of his head, I'm sure he's thinking, I'm going to get the nod now. So this wave was really well surfed. He's got such a good style, Charlie. Boom, snap there. He's really patient between turns. You see here, he waits for it, to stand up, and he hits it hard. So yeah, he's got a really good style. As we see the replay from the young man, Caio Odriozola, has been ripping the whole competition, and this was probably the first mistake we've seen him do the whole comp. So starting this heat with a bit of a mistake, but there's 19 minutes to go, so plenty of time to recover from that.
Feels like lots of waves in this rip bowl as well. That energy as it moves back out to sea just causing these lines to break, and so it does feel like if you do make a mistake, you've got plenty of time to make amends. We saw one of the last heats, Caio Vaz, get a couple of waves basically while he was still paddling back out from a previous ride. So there's all sorts of opportunities out there and chances to go big on the scoreboard. Miyamana doing the best of it so far. Live action, here goes Odriozola, trying to make amends, bang. He'll tag one a little bit lateral. It might be a huge scorer for him, but he does get a completion, crucially. And that feel a lot better for the young lad, just 16 years old.
Yeah, I think he's 17. Because I just saw he's 16. Okay, 16. So I need to double check that, because I'm sure I saw someone saying the 17-year-old raping. So yeah, Caio Odriozola might be 16. Looks like it. So
just let it go, mate.
I'm gonna let it go. He's just like yeah, he looks like he's 20 with this type of surfing. He's been surfing really good.
He's been posting 16-point totals, pretty much. It's been good.
He's been good. So when he's 20,
live, Miyamana Bray here, tons of speed. Can he use it to great effect? Bang! Quick sort of fling down to the flats. There's a carving snap in the pocket. And just admiring his own spray as he continues down the line. Didn't really get that big banger section on the end, but tell you what, he's surfing fast.
Yeah, he's looking sharp, well connected with the ocean. You can see he's got a lot of rhythm now, 18 minutes to go, and he keeps swinging. So you can tell by his body language that he's confident now with that 6-5 on the board. And this snap was, for me, the money turn of this wave. He clicked there again. So he will get a back tip for sure, better than a 0.67. And this was the replay of the young man, Kai, getting one there off the top and another one, kind of horizontal, not the wave he's looking for. So maybe go back to the outside and do it again.
Quivront, your heat leader, just got a 6-5 for his last wave. That one went a bit soft. He kind of pulled out of the turn part of the way through. Went quite close to Kai, who was watching on from the shoulder. I just had to kind of pull out of that turn, and also that wave did Quivront. So he won't add much to that. It'll just be a throwaway number for him. 17 minutes and about 10 seconds to go in this. Quivront leads it right now. Miyamana is due a second score, though. I reckon he's got a decent chance to jump into first, but those two certainly are the best of it so far. A couple of threes for Odriozola, nothing of any significance for Amatreyin. And while we just wait for that score to come in, well, it locks in as a 5. Miyamana goes to first. Let's go and hear from his compatriot from Tahiti, winner of our first heat in the morning, Caio Vaz.
That's right, our first quarterfinalist. Caio, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. There's waves. It's beautiful, like weather today, and yeah, there's waves.
And we've got a long way till the finals, so it's going to be a very long day. How are you feeling about your energy?
Yeah, I'm just surfing. I'm just doing my thing, rest until like I have my heat until I go in the water. I'm just gonna do heat by heat, and then we will see. I'm just ready to surf all day.
Do you think about who you're going to go against in the quarterfinals, or just thinking about yourself?
No, I'm just thinking by myself. I'm just looking the waves, where to seat, and then just get the good ones. I don't know. It doesn't matter who you're against with, because everybody's like surfing very well, and then we will see.
Okay, well, congratulations, you're in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well done, Caio Vaz, our first quarterfinalist. Well, obviously, we qualified a couple from the heat as well. So Lucas Silveira, our first two quarterfinalists of those two. He's the first one we've spoken to. Silveira also going into the quarterfinalists. But Caio Vaz looking pretty sharp out there this morning. Now, Chico, how do you open up on finals day strong, smash your heat, win it, but then just kind of bottle that and keep it for later? How do you sort of come back and get a little bit better in your quarter and then a little bit better again in your semi and so on? Sounds hard to do.
Well, I think it's the momentum you get from the previous heat. You just kind of feed off confidence from round to round. And when it comes to these rounds, as he said and well said, everyone surfs good, so he knows he needs to catch the best waves. And the story of the heat is the story of the heat. It doesn't mean you're later in the rounds that you're going to need to post more and more scores. Sometimes the waves don't come and you can get a heat win with a 5 and a 5, or you do an amazing heat, you get 2-9. So I think, as you said, you need to go heat by heat and really don't focus on, well, I'm later in the rounds, I need to post 8s. Sometimes that doesn't happen, so you just need to keep doing your thing and getting the right waves on the heat. So that's the difference in between making the heat and not making it. So if you don't get the wave, you're not making anyway. So as we see the replay during the interview of Adur, getting a quick cut there, cut back, and I think he belted a couple more times. And this, as we see there, with 14 minutes to go, we have Blue in the lead with the 6-5 and the 5. That backup score, how important was that left that Mana did on the inside? Really important to have a backup straight away, and he did just that. As we see Green on a good-looking wave, looks like a good double up.
Fade in the entry into the left, and got a really nice section here. Massive backhand hanger from him. Puts it up again, pokes it over the white water, gets a little bonus snap. Much better stuff from Adur Amatrayin, who's looking good in those rankings, well in the top 10, and looking to continue from there. So a little bit of a false start to this steep from him, and he's getting better and better with every wave he catches.
Yeah, I love the fade. Great bottom turn, big snap off the top. Quite late this second turn, but the wave was running away from him, so it was really hard. But that first turn, I think it was the money turn. And this was the last wave, the 4-3-7. He got quite caught up there as he comes in on the inside, gets a quick snap here, winds off the bottom, and boom, big snap there. Big vertical approach there to end the wave. He knew he had to put something on the board. He did just that. So as we see, Charlie conflict Quivront.
Quivront with a ton of speed, tags the lip into the bottom turn, holds it a long time and goes up into a really tricky lip that's actually throwing out a little hollow section there. See that gargling brown sand come up from below. It's maybe a foot or two deep in there, and he takes on a really tricky part of the wave, and he does it well.
Well, yeah, he's being really smooth, the whole comp. Big snap here, and he winds up again, and he gets vertical on a really hard section to make. So Charlie might be stoked about that, as we saw the replay of Mana too. Big snap there, he winds up, goes around the section, and he hits it really hard there. So I think he will get rid of that 5. This wave was better than his last, I think. That last turn was really critical.
Loads of energy out on the water right now. I think this stage yesterday, this stage of the tide, it was still really small. That low tide was just keeping the swell out. Right now, it's still kind of pumping on here, and we're basically surfing an inside reef form. So when this tide and all that energy comes in, I think we're going to have some heavy sections in here. Some big shore break drama for finals day in Portugal. Wrapping up the season on the QS in Europe. Sending 9 surfers to the Challenger Series, kicking off in a couple of weeks in Australia. 8 chances on that tour to get onto the CT for 2023. Gaspar Larsonneur there. Little embrace with Ramzi Boukiem. A stacked heat full of francophones. 3 Frenchmen and the Moroccan Ramzi Boukiem, who spent a large part of his life over in, well, Anglet originally as a kid. Moved over, was based down there in French Basque Country, but very much hanging with his squad of Frenchies, as well as his good mate Vasco Ribeiro as well. And one of the outstanding surfers in Europe for a number of seasons. A lot of people waiting patiently for Ramzi to step up, get on the CT. Could this be his year? He just won the last event we had in the QS over in Israel, Netanya. And he's currently in second behind Maxi Hussein, the European champion. So Ramzi's locked on for the Challengers, Chico.
Yes, he is, and can't wait to see him perform on some really good waves. I think from what we've been seeing on Ramzi surfing is that first of all, he has improved a whole lot over the last 3 years, and he has become really complete. He knows he can do it all now, so barrels, turns, big airs.
All caught up with numbers. Quivront and Bray, you 1-2. Amatrayin improves with a 5-3-3 to put himself back in the heat. Loads of surfing yet to come in this heat. It looks like an exciting encounter. 10 more to go when we come back from the break.
sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the
Welcome back to live coverage of the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. Heat number 2 of the round of 16. We're sending people to quarters at the moment. Quivront, Bray, the 1-2. Quivront, one of 2 Basque surfers out in the water right here. Has just come back into the heat by virtue of a 5.33. His next wave could be crucial. He needs to go 6.48 at least right now to get up into second position, where Mimana Bray has kind of dominated from the start, and Quivrant's been really strong throughout. Kai Odriozola, haven't seen a lot of him in this heat so far. He's been really, really promising throughout this event, been some outstanding performances. So far in this one, it's not really had the rub of the green. He's going to need to try and find something in. He's an 8 right now. Here he is.
Well, big hit off the top. Wow, really good first turn. Let's see if he can finish this wave off, but that first turn was big, I tell you what. Oh, and he gets up there again and again. Oh, and he fell on the last one. Wow, that first turn from Kai was massive, as we see live action. Adur.
Here goes Ador Amatreyan, right-hander. He'll tag it. And there's always kind of surfing into a tricky part of the bank there. That's where that rip goes out kind of behind our bank, and it does get pretty weird in there. There's some really deep parts at this stage of the tide on that right, and he got a weird kind of lip and then just essentially ran out of wave. It does feel at this stage at the left, certainly got more scoring potential. Let's check out Odriozola here. Ooh, great bottom turn. Oh, maybe just feeling the pressure, but just not quite on his game this morning, because he held a beautiful line off the bottom and he was all set up to go into the lip, and he just loses it. Meanwhile, super busy on the inside. A late hit from Amatreyan on a speedy one is basically a closeout. He did well to kind of get across it and put up a late turn, but it's not going to be the 6 that he needs right now. 6:40 on the clock here, and it looks like the youngsters got a little bit of work to do here, Chico.
Yeah, they do. They are behind the 8 ball here, because these guys just keep swinging away. Look at this left.
Wow, Mimana on a meaty wave. It's a grower, basically. It's kind of like 3 foot when he stood up, and then like doubled in size as he went down the line, but went a little bit weird just in terms of sections to score on, right? There's no real lip for him to aim at. He had a little bog midway through, and I don't think he'll add to his total.
Yeah, this wave was just bending towards the channel and was really hard to surf. As we saw, it had ribs in between the face of the wave, and I think from what I'm seeing is that the good ones are coming under them, and sometimes you have priority and you miss all the good ones. And we've seen on this heat the guys without priority getting the good ones paddling out towards the outside, because the guy who has priority is further out where red is, and he couldn't really see the double up coming, as we see this wave coming in now. And sometimes they double up and you can't really see, as we see Adur paddling a little bit, trying to sneak in, not further to the outside. As you see red, can he make it?
Quivront using priority from deep. He'll get around an opening section here and get a nice little wall. There's a good turn, releases the fins, bang, nice. Good finish from Quivront, who's covering a lot of ground, setting up with the bottom turns and really putting himself in position to attack. Here goes Odriozola. Also, again, setting up with a really good bottom turn, but unable to really finish it with a big hit off the top. He knows it right now. He's rattled, slapping the water. He's got threes, throwaways, pocket change really, and he needs to go a lot better.
Yeah, I love this first snap. Really great snap and this big turn there. I don't know if this will go into his top 2. I think so.
Yeah, he's got a couple of sixes, and that comes in as a 7-0-7. So gets an improvement, and Quivront now, pretty meaty total, 13-5-7 for him. His score out of 20 for his 2 best waves. And a job well done. Ibon Amatreyin now does dad, giving instructions, and some quite tense faces down there as their surfer is on the wrong end of a bit of a requirement here, 6-4-8. He's well capable of that. He's going to need to find a wave that basically doesn't break too fast. He's had waves that are really, really quick and run away from him, or the soft ones that don't offer up the sections. Need something between those two. He's got second priority, so I dare say we'll see him ride a wave with just under 4 to go in this. Mimana, though, crucially, he's got priority, and he'll want to just improve if at all possible. Well, here goes Odriozola on one of those waves that you can get inside, but it turned out to be just kind of a takeoff bowl that was always kind of pushing into the channel. Let's check the recap. This has been a really interesting heat. See, this has gone down. Good scores, good surfing. Charlie Quivront's looking good value for the moment for the lead.
Yeah, Charlie started off swinging with turns like this. Boom. Great surfing, really composed. Not making any mistakes when he had the opportunity. As we see Mimana here, this was a good wave by Mimana, getting a hit there and a quick snap here. I think this is his backup, the 5.3. So Mimana here with a great wave, with a lot of speed, and this the man himself in first place. Kept swinging turns like this, winding up the bottom and smashing it. So yeah, Charlie Quivront in the lead, and well and truly in the lead with great surfing.
Quivront, so far, so good. Also, Mimana Bray has looked pretty polished out here. Hasn't need to go crazy and do too much. Just been one of those heats where solid surfing on the better waves has been enough so far. It's basically because only 2 surfers really finishing off the good waves with multiple turns. Surfers in 3rd and 4th. Our Basque pairing struggled a little bit. Amatreyin did get that 5-3-3, but other than that, his score's not been great. And his wave selection, well, let's say selection, but just the way the waves have broken that he's actually caught, not been super favourable for him. A little bit unlucky. Let's see how he goes in the last couple of minutes. I reckon he'll put something up, and I'll ask a question of the judges. Every time, even when we've seen him go out, he's always close, he's always in contention. Normally he's waiting for a score to come in right at the end and just putting something up to see where that can go. He's got to keep himself, first of all, in the lineup. It's your first challenge, paddling against that rip, making sure you don't get too deep, drag too far out. Also don't want to be caught inside when a bomb comes, so a bit of positional nous will be required. Odriozola, it's had a little bit of a nightmare out here. No disgrace. So first time doing major QS, first time doing a QS with a webcast, where he's been doing interviews because he's been winning his heats. He missed the last event because of school at Caparica, and he's up here. And he's absolutely blazed his way all the way to finals day. So wherever he ends up in this heat, which looks like he's going out of competition at this stage, a brilliant performance, a statement opening on the QS from him. I reckon we'll see a bit more of him from years to come, Chico.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time, and with surfing like this, we're going to see him on finals day quite often. There's a minute to go, and with the surfing he's been posting over the last few days, if he gets the opportunity.
Right, here's that wave from Amatreyin. Here he goes, looking for a score here, big hit. 6-4-8, the requirement. This is slopey, this will cost him. He needs a finish here. He's going to need to finish strong to get that mid-6. And it's very small and soft in there, and I'm not quite sure we saw that score. And I think they know it too. There's a certain air of resignation in that round of applause. I don't think we saw 6.43 there, did we, Chico?
Well, I think to be able to make that score, I think the second turn had to be a little bit stronger. The one where he really opened up and he got a bit stuck. But was a, well, complete wave.
Ooh.
Oh.
Mimana, air reverse on the inside. Just about hangs on. He likes it. And a good way to finish off. So let's see how the score comes in for Adur. And then Mimana with a chance as well to improve and even just nudge that up. Here goes Odriozola. Final effort from him, looking for an 8-3. What's he got for us here? This one will section away. And he's frustrated, understandably. He's had a lot of waves that just not really cooperated. Nevertheless, as we said, a brilliant performance really from him. A debut at this level on the QS, and he's looks like he's very good value. Mimana's a little bit baffled right now. We've got numbers to come in. I think maybe he had a score for someone else and thought it was his. But we still went for a number for him, and crucially, a number for Adur.
I don't know what happened. He's looking out the back and yeah, maybe just trying to understand what the situation is. And as you see, blue.
So this is his wave in, basically. Just a little takeoff from him, and then he just pops this on the inside.
Nice air from Mimana there. He looks at the watches and then claims it.
So Adur doesn't get the score. 3.57 comes in, so he's well under what he needed, as we suspected. This from Kai as well came in well under out of 2. So we're waiting for a score from Mimana, but it's not going to change much. If he gets more than a 7, it'll put him to first. I'm not sure he will for that. And we are just waiting to make this official. Yeah, it comes in as a 5-6, goes in his backup score. He'll stay in second. He's through to the quarterfinals. He's just finding out now, and he'll be delighted, because he is another one of our surfers who's a little way back in contention, but he's lurking. And I tell you what, a final here, especially a win, and he could well be game on for the challenges. Quivront looking very polished out there from start to finish of that heat. Very good indeed. And he'll be stoked to be taking his spot in the quarters. Unlucky Adur Amatreyin, who has, again, been excellent throughout this event. He's looking good for his qualification now. He's going pretty well in the ratings. More confirmation, more chat like that. Loads more live surfing to bring you. Finals day in Portugal. We'll be back after the break.
Sing my song to the morning light, and when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the morning sun.
Welcome back to Santa Cruz, round of 16, heat 3. The final day of the final event of the European qualifying series. And we've got some big names coming up. Matthias Crozon, Gaspard Larsena, Ramsey Pucone, Gatien Delahaye. Speaking of big names, well, I'm joined by Chico Alves, Portuguese and surf star, YouTube icon, all-round good guy, and we've got some big names, Chico Alves. They just keep piling through, don't they? All these surfers have been, well, by definition, have been ripping throughout the course of the whole event. But who's been your favourite so far? Hold that thought. Gatien Delahaye. I think I've done every one of his heats, and every one of his heats, wow, I think he's done this. So in terms of starting out strong, wave selection has been incredible, right?
Yeah, this wave from Gatien was really hard to surf. and he did such a good job to connect that first turn with the second. That first section, he was quite late to it, and he was able to really put some technique in there, and he drove with speed. Look at this. He came from behind, he got the inside rail again, and boom, puts a really nice snap there, and another one. So really hard wave to surf, and he was able to connect the dots there really well. This was during the break, the 717 from Gaspar. Nice bottom turn, and a big snap off the top by Gaspar, and wow, great start.
Yeah, so straight away, two-turn combo for Gaspar. Boom. Drives out, this tide coming in, the wave's getting better, and straight away, the scores starting to head north. Ramsey, so got through a tricky heat yesterday against his mate, Mark Lackamara, in the final minutes. Number 2 on the rankings, had a good result, or won in Israel, so he's on form, and now he's trying to bring it home on finals day. Hasn't really had his mind sort of on the game. I think that might switch today on finals day. He's been qualified, so not a whole lot to really get him amped up, but I think this might change today, Chico.
Yeah, he loves a great rip ball left with power. He gets a quick snap there, winds up again, boom, nice snap there. Really powerful, and with a lot of speed through the turns. That snap there, and this was the money turn for me. Boom, tail out. A lot of technique. Those boards under his feet are looking really crisp, I tell you what.
Yeah, he's been working with JS for so long, and looking those blue, he's been running that blue rail number for a while. Okay, and Gatien getting back on. Oh, and a big blow tail. Down with style. That's not easy as well. He got a 5.83 for that first wave where he surfed remarkably well. Ramsey got a 5.57 for that last left. You can see the judges just recalibrating the scale today. You've got to do a lot more for a lot less points, and they kind of set the scene for Gaspar with those 2 massive turns of what they want to see. Speaking of massive turns, massive turns, Charlie Quivront down there with Joanna Garnell, and he was on fire in that last one.
It absolutely was, Mondi. Charlie, solid score, solid surfing, and you look really relaxed, as you should be on a finals day. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling relaxed and composed. I definitely want to get this qualification into the Challenger Series. Been there for the last 2 years, and yeah, I don't want to miss out. I feel like I played the jokers on the last 2 contests, which didn't really make anything happen, and I'm stoked to make some rounds here, and I really want to keep going.
What do you think the judges are rewarding today?
Definitely just 2 big turns or 1 big turn, just like they've been doing the last few days and even the last contest. So yeah, just got to stay in the criteria, I guess, and just keep going.
Now you're in the quarterfinals up against Lucas Silveira. Do you need to change your strategy? You're going to do those big turns?
Same strategy. I don't think I'm going to change.
Well, it's been working out really great for you. Congratulations, you're in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Charlie. Yeah, he seems pretty composed. Chico?
Yeah, he's relaxed. Looks really, really relaxed. So yeah, for the aggressiveness he's been putting into his turns, he looks really calm.
Yeah, he's almost asleep.
Yeah,
he's so hits the water, just turns on. No, he's a pretty mellow guy, as we see. Cruz on, fellow Frenchman, real low centre of gravity for the Frenchman, and he did some massive turns yesterday and hung on, and he sort of hangs on to this one, and he needed that because the other 3 servers already got some good waves. Maybe a little bit late to that section, but still clicked it. Not easy to ride out. And Mathis Crozon surfing well. It's another wave from Ramsey, so whoa, and that's a 2-turn combo that Charlie was just talking about. So just starting to add a bit more, right, bit of fin release here. And goes back. So we'll see how that compares to his 5.57, which had 3 turns. That one, just the 2. And we'll see where that sort of places on the parameters. But Ramsey looking good. He's been making a few mistakes in the last sort of even in this heat, he was saying that he's just been making small mistakes that he needed to rectify. And I'd say, having watched his first 2 waves, he's doing that. Solid, trying to build a house and getting ready, poised to go bigger if he needs to be. A lot of scores to come in. The boys want to know what they're up to. Gaspar with a 7-1-7. He fell on his second wave. That was a mistake. But with that big number in his score and got it relatively early, I think he'd be pretty happy about the situation. All these 3 surfers pretty well entrenched in the top 9 of the qualifying series ratings, so all looking pretty good. But I want to rubber stamp it with a quarterfinal finish. 15 minutes on the clock. Gatien Delahaye, a 4.5 to back up his 5.83, which ended with that little rotation at the end. What do you reckon? Give your natural on this bank. What sort of does it favour any particular stance, Chico? Do you think?
Well, I think the backside is getting a little bit more scores than the front side. I think because they can get a bit more vertical in a short space of time. As on your front side, you don't have. You need to open up in between maneuvers a bit more to put a bit more expression on your maneuvers. And yeah, I think the backside on this kind of left prevails a little bit more. But yeah, if you're goofy that can throw it to the air too, I think you've got some good sections to really open up to and do some different maneuvers.
Okay, live action. Oh, can Gatien get around that? Oh, oof. That's a big. You're talking about. Oh, he can't hang on. Talking about backside getting it up there, and he just went for that one. There was a lot going on as it came down. The section sort of came from the north. There was a whole lot of power come from the south. Well, and he was just jammed right in the east and west and got absolutely obliterated. But thought he might hang on here. What went right? What went wrong, Chico?
Actually, nothing. He did really well on that first snap. He winds up again. And as you said, there's like 2 waves coming his way. Kind of like a rip in between, and he got smashed by the white water. This was his wave before. Really stylish blowtail reverse. He got a 4.5 for this. But he's got, as I said in Costa last week, he's got a really good style doing this type of turns. It's not like he's forcing the issue or on the turn. And when you see him doing an air or a blowtail, he looks really stylish. So I think he needs to have points for that. He looks stylish.
Yeah, it's been really impressive all out through this event. It's the type of waves that suit Gatien Delahaye's style. He's a big fella, likes the juice, likes to put in, a couple of big turns, and just couldn't quite hang on to that one. Would have been an impressive score if he had, but he doesn't. Still got a couple of 5s and a 4, so he's not going to be comfortable, especially with Gaspar holding on to a 7-1-7. You just see a bit more ordered lineup now, less of those ribs, less, the surfers aren't paddling, are they really now, to stay in place? Just seems to have settled down a little bit with that another hour of tide come in. And it's setting itself up for what should be a pretty epic day of qualifying series surfing. So while there's a bit of a break in proceedings, we're going to take stock, regroup, think about where we're headed, think about why we're here, and then come back with more live action from the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz, presented by the Noah Surf House, right after this short commercial break. And welcome back to the sunny skies of Santa Cruz. That's where we are based right now for the finals day of the European Series qualifying series. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves, local surfer, local legend, mate. It's been a big week. Can you give me a highlight? What stands out for you so far?
Well, I think yesterday's Leedy huge turn was the moment of this comp so far. He got a 9 for that, and what an amazing turn.
Yeah, and Thomas is coming up in the next heat after this one. Yeah, huge, 9.33. I think he scored for a giant closeout re-entry. Played it cool. I think we were talking about watching the Bells comp this morning and how great the surfing is, but there was nothing as singularly exciting as that one wave of Thomas. Bells is a fun wave, but doesn't have that explosive, spectacular thing that we saw Thomas get yesterday. So yeah, I like it. I like it, Chico. I like the fact that that was a pretty incredible part of the day's surfing, and he's coming up next in another stacked heat. But this one is where the action is at now. Ramsey, Quivront, Gatien Delahaye, Gaspard Larsner and Mathis Cruzon. It's pretty tight. Ramsey out in front, but only with a pair of 5s. And Gaspard Larsner trying to get a back up of 717. This was caught in the break.
Yeah, quick snap there. Gaspard, really stylish and composed surfer. I like the way he surfs. Don't do many mistakes. And it's been a while since he got the 717. So he got the 717 on the first minute, and he's been trying to get that backup. As we see Gatien dangerous on these type of sections as he winds up and boom, clicks it, makes it. And he was needing this wave, quick wrap there.
This one could have been bigger. He just missed that turn. I suppose it was rifling down so fast. A nice finish and just styles it out. So Gatien just gets a 4.4 for that one, just because he didn't get a chance to unleash those trademark backhand swoops. Gaspard got a 3.8. And another Frenchman, Justin Bachet, working with Alain Roux. Does a lot of work with Richard Dogmarsh. Richard Dogmarsh obviously down in Bells Beach, working with the likes of Federico Moraes, Jackson Bacon, a few. So he's on his own. Well, not on his own. He's got a good brain trust with Alain. And he too is right on the bubble, sort of around number 11 on the qualifiers series ranking. So needs to get through this heat, round of 16, to have any chance of qualifying for that Challenger Series. As we see live action, Cruzon, the goofy. Nice first swooping turn. Just waits for it to stand up. Gets in the pocket, falls off. So that wave just not allowing him another sort of belting section, which he likes, and just came unstuck. He needs a big score now.
He's been surfing really good. Yesterday he was on one of the standouts. The left he got with 3 huge turns was one of the best waves ridden yesterday in the afternoon. So Mathis with a lot of confidence coming from today into finals day today. Couldn't find himself yet, but looks really hard to me out there right now. I don't know what is happening in the lineup, but it's maybe the tide changing, just like that hour of the tide where it's not really a rip ball left, and it's kind of changing to the sandbank, high tide sandbank. So there's always this kind of hour where they have a hard time finding waves out there.
Yeah, it looks like Ramsey. No, from afar, that is Gaspard. First swooping cut down, another turn. Not a whole lot of points on offer so far. You want to finish big here if you can. Hangs it up there, trying to improve on a 3.8. He's got the current heat lead, so we'll see if that edges his lead a little bit further north. Just came on the scene relatively recently, and we see a takeoff in the foam. Gatien kicks out. Yeah, Gaspard, you know, just sort of came on the scene probably in the last 2-3 years, maybe 2 years only. And sort of with the likes of Thomas Debier and a few of those, just, you can see the improvement every year. He's just getting more confident at this level. Not afraid to take control of a heat when he can. One of the great names in surfing as well, Gaspard Larsner. It just reeks of Frenchdom and coolness. Good surfing. And as we see, Cruzon That's the sections he likes. One big section he can actually launch through the lip. That's what he was doing yesterday to good effect. And he's found churning, sandy closeout section that he loves, and he belted it, and he came out clean. So needing a 6.84. It might not be that, but it's going to improve his score. A lot of speed, Chico.
Yeah, this was a hard section to make. He winds up off the bottom and he belted it. So great turn for Matis. As we see the drone view, quite a bit of a float towards the bottom of the wave. He just hits the lip there, and he gets the direction of the lip, and it makes it. So yeah,
bit of free fall's always good. A bit of free falling action. You mentioned that one of Thomas Laydays yesterday. That's what that had, didn't it? But that was a wave twice the size, twice the thickness. But he free fell, and that's where a lot of the points came. He got just 3.97 for that turn. Oh, sorry, no, yeah, for Crozon, and one for Gaspard still to come in. Coach is looking on. So here goes Ramsey. Nice looking first swoop. Warming up here. What's he got? Big turn. Can he finish? You imagine he will. And he likes it. So Ramsey needing a 5.41. You can tell it means a bit more today. His head's back in the game. His coach is up on the, got a good vantage point. And Ramsey, a bit of a tricky wave, but he negotiated 3 sections quite well. I'll get you to break it down, Chico. We'll see if it's going to be near that score, sort of up towards 6-point range. Would have to be his best wave he's ridden in this heat so far. And the score's coming in. But here was the wave, little corner.
Yeah, first carve here to set up the wave. Really nice one. Big hit there, winding up again, and he was able to fit a turn in there. So I think this will be his best wave, comparing that wave to the last 2 5s he has. So really well surfed wave by Ramsey there. He was able to do a nice carve, hit off the top, wind up again, and another one. So he only needs a 5.91. So I think we can see a situation change. Maybe.
Potentially. Pretty good time to get it too. It's 3 minutes on the clock. So Crozon though, fanging down the line. Here's a section. Gets vertical. Still got board speed. There's a carve in the soup. Tries to find that double up and can't. See, he was a little bit frustrated. He's a pretty big score. That's not going to be it. It's all about that score of Ramsey's. And he just sneaks over the line with a 6.03. So Ramsey, the top seed. Gatien now, he's out in the lead. He's trying to impress and he score. Oh, that's a big turn. He just can't quite make that as well. 6.47 was Gatien's last big closeout re-entry where he rode out clean. So that was a big score for him. Delahaye, I think, with the exception of probably one heat, I think he's won every single heat he surfed. And yet again, he's out in front. Ramsey, now more live action. Sort of similar ways. Releasing the fins. And then a nice, little layback snap with a bit of shampoo to finish off.
Layback to barrel.
Layback to barrel to shampoo. Really well timed surfing. He's got his groove back. And these waves, these first turns have been really nice, those little swoops.
Yeah, it's been really nice in transition, and this layback. Wow. And then the quick shampoo, as he said. I don't think this will be in his top 2 because it was a much smaller wave, but we saw Matis Cruz on there getting a 4.47, and this one was really important wave for Gatien Delahaye. I think he would get rid of that 5.83, but he's well and truly in the lead. And yeah, and Gaspard started off this heat so well with a 7.17, and now he needs a 4.43 to advance with 1 minute and 40 seconds.
He's got priority. He's out the back on the bank. He only needs a really small score. So meanwhile, further down the line, Cruzon looking for something bigger. Hail Mary. It's not going to be that. I think his race may be run. It's Gaspard chasing just a 4.43. 1 minute remaining. It's really, really, really tight. So he's on the right spot. He's got the pick of the waves. if one comes through, it's just a time issue now. Obviously, 1 minute, a few waves approaching, few little lumps. It doesn't look at that first one, but there might be one behind it. Ramsey trying to get up in his grill a little bit. That was a good left, it looked like. He was 2 inside, so 45 seconds now for Gaspar to keep his Santa Cruz dreams alive. And we're hoping for a dramatic finish. I mean, Ramsey won't be hoping for a dramatic finish. He'll hoping that this just goes, puts it to bed. And time ticking, a few sets just went through. They couldn't get the end of it. This one looks a little bit more potentially. And can't get a hold of that. Crozon can. No, he can't. Gatien can. So all 4 servers having a look at it. Gatien's going to come in. His job is done. He'll pop something here maybe. Oh, I mean, just... I'll tell you what, in the next set when he starts pulling those off, when there's pressure on Crozon, last wave he's got, he's going to go to the air, you'd imagine. Go for something big. And he can't make it. And that looks like Gaspar hasn't found the wave. And it looks like Delahaye and Ramsey are through to the quarterfinals. Well surfed, got the best waves. Surfed them really well, really strong. And you can see Gaspar there just coming in a little bit frustrated with the situation, but that's the way it goes. Gatien, he's happy. He's increasingly looking really solid. Had a great couple of events. So the official results, Gatien Delahaye and Ramsey Bookam, they are through. So with a bit of a heat swap over, and that man there in form. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the last round of the 16 of the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House, right after this short commercial break.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the morning sun.
Welcome back to Santa Cruz. We are down the Praia del Norte. We're then through to the round of 16, heat 4. My name's Ben Mundy. We've removed Chico Alves. Physically forced him out of the booth. He didn't want to go.
Riddance.
He didn't want to go. He put up a good fight, didn't he? He hung on. When he was hanging on to that chair.
I was surprised to see security coming in with the tasers. I just thought...
Look, it was a bit over the top, but he wouldn't leave the booth. He was so keen on his seat.
Truncheon would probably be enough. They went taser.
Yeah. I don't mind a bit of force, but the taser was excessive, but he wouldn't leave. Luckily, Paul, you're on hand to step into the breach.
Sleeper hold, mate. There's no escaping the sleeper hold.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's not very sleepy around here at the moment. Sort of getting the end of the round of 16. You happy with the way things are progressing on finals day so far, Paul?
Oh, it's shaping up beautifully for a massive finish. Just the same way in this tide is sort of threatening to bring all this energy in and detonate in the shorery. So too are our surfers, promising big drama.
Yeah, and that's Justin Beclet. That's a bit of a mistake. There was a potential for one big turn on that section and he missed it. Yeah, it's all getting compressed. Time's getting compressed. The waves are getting compressed. And we're getting compressed. Justin Beclet right on the money. There's always these sort of exciting stories about Challenger Series qualification, and Kuzne, well, he needs a result. He's kind of right in the mix as well. Not entirely safe, but a two heats would sort of make it a banker for him. Had a disappointing result. Lost his first round in Caparica. He's been more impressive in Santa Cruz, but he needs a result. And Thomas Ledé, well, he was the man yesterday who set the world on fire with that huge closeout entry for a massive score. Becret pulls the trigger again without priority, and that's a bit more like it, and he's fallen off again, so that's another mistake.
He's got to make this, Ben. He's 11th right now coming into this. Needs to make this heat to get himself into the top 10.
Well, as we see, Lady on his backhand this time, just warming up, a bit more composed, and just floats over Justin. But Justin's had two waves where he would have had two scores up. He would have been probably sitting out with a lead, and at least been a bit of being at least putting pressure on, but he's made two mistakes. It's early days, but he's going to have to switch, get rid of those two waves he's made fallen on, and recalibrate. Lede was a bit more sort of safe. Wasn't, incredible surfing, but he's still scoring the board. And
Kuzne in 8th spot coming into this, so needs to just try and make sure, get a couple of rounds done here, get himself in the final. Should be happening mid-afternoon today, just to really make sure. It'll be nervous times for the likes of Lars Sonneau. We just saw Bao out. He was in 6th coming into this. Gilbo is injured. He's in 7th. There's those ratings. And I tell you what, it's all up to play for. Pretty much all, see those French tricolores from 6 down? Well,
I mean, in Kuzne's favour, Debier and Bissot have already been knocked out of this event, but he's just too close to that cut line, isn't he? If 3 or 4 surfers down in those teen rankings, for example, Charlie Quivront or Minime Bray or even Charlie Martin all started to go on a tear, 3 go up, 3 go out, and that could be Kuzne. So yeah, he's not safe. He needs a result. There's a big bottom hand turn from Palais. He was really, really impressive yesterday. Only a young kid making his way through the QS, but he looked solid yesterday. He's got big turns. He's got a lot of strength for a young man, so he'll be dangerous.
Lede pretty much needs a win out here. 1,700 points, down in 31st. Add a 3,000 onto that, 4,700. You're in that top 10 for sure. So he could go all the way with a win potentially here. Needs to win his next 4 heats, and he's there.
Yeah, just win 4 heats and you're sorted. And that's what they're all thinking, these guys. And they all do say eat by eat. But you know what, they're eyeing off that at least semi-final. Yeah, I think Thomas just a bit far, too far down the rankings potentially to be even thinking about it. But he's been impressive, and he's going again. A late takeoff, and there he goes, and there's his trademark closeout re-entry. He rides out, so that's something that Justin didn't do. Again, nowhere near as explosive as his right-hander last night, but still a big section, and he's come out clean, Paolo.
Yeah, Lede's been really consistent with his surfing. He's been consistently impressive, to be fair. And you see him just working the angles here, so he had to kind of get his drop done, but also go down the line into that bottom turn real quick, and then not go too much into the lip, just the way the energy was with that wave. You can see the heavier section was all in front of him.
Yeah, he's a moving protractor, isn't he? He's just got that little, he pulls out the pencil case, gets out the little semicircle, calibrates the vectors, smashes the lip, comes out clean, and fair play to him. So we'll see what that gets. And while we have those judges just thinking about their scores, we've got Chico Alves. He's down on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
I'm so happy, Ben. You said my name right this morning. Yeah, I'm down here with Gatien Delahaye. Gatien, talk me through the heat. You got a 5.83 right at the start of the heat, and afterwards was hard to get that back up.
I didn't know I had a score. I surfed. I took a wave, I surfed it, I took another one, I surfed it, I fell, I surfed another one. I didn't know. We were lost. I gave myself a 5, around 5, and I knew I needed a backup, I needed to do something, because I saw the other one surf, and especially we couldn't hear anything out there, so we were all lost. We were all lost. It was a funny heat, because we were actually asking each other, do you heard something? What do you have? did you do? Did you fail? It was funny. So, yeah, I was completely lost out there.
Did you told any of them that you did a really good one?
I didn't know if they were gonna like it, or I was okay. It's either gonna be a 9 or a 7 or a 6, whatever. But I heard it was a 6 something. I take it. It's my best weight of the heat, so any time of the day.
I'm feeling on my face a bit of an air wind. Gatien, we saw it in Costa Caparica. Are you coming back to these later rounds and doing some full rotations with this wind?
Why not? Why not? Look, it's like home. I don't know if you guys know where I live, but wind's coming sideways and we do airs all day, every day. So why not? Why not keep on trying those, and hopefully I can make them.
Can't wait for the air rounds coming up next, and congrats. Good luck in the next round.
Red Bull Airborne starts now.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Gatien, and thanks, Chico. As we see, Lade, Thomas Lade finishing off his turn while that interview was on, which I really enjoyed that interview. Gatien.
They were cute, those two, weren't they?
Really, it's a bit of, I wouldn't say it was sexual chemistry, but there was definitely a bit of tension, you know. They're really good. And Gatien, he's such a, he's so honest, he's so open. And he was saying he was just surfing, no idea what scores he was getting, sort of surfing blind. It's kind of like you do if you didn't have judges, basically. And this is another big turn.
Big hit here from Thomas Lade, and gets that done.
There was one, though, that we saw on the split screen, didn't we, Paul? That
Nicolas Paulet
came so close to riding out of a massive. That is a big turn again from Thomas. He's just so calm. He doesn't ever go crazy. He just does the work. And Becret getting a wave in there. But, yeah, if Paulet had ridden out of that, we were looking at some massive, massive numbers.
Just touching back on Gatien, 3rd place coming into this. He's safe, he's got loads of points, 5,350. He's good.
He's booked his snapper.
He's in the quarters.
He's got his balcony booked above snapper. He's got his Novotel booked in Manly. And this man is going to be there at some stage, I think, because he just keeps doing giant turns. Did it yesterday. And you can just feel the confidence. Spray, commitment. I haven't seen a lot of him surf. I'll tell you what, I've been really, really impressed with the way this young man goes about his surfing business.
Yeah, part of that new generation of French. I'd say, well, as a French surfer, sort of in my late 20s, coming sort of looking at 30, I'll be having a word with these boys, your Lades and your Poulets. I'll be like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey.
Settle down, kids.
Get off our grass.
Because he is dropping all sorts. And here, just finishing off, he just puts a little extra in when you think it's just going to be a routine little turn. He just manages to get a little more fizz than you thought you were going to see coming. Very sharp surfing indeed. Look how he makes room for that and just goes upside down with that, hammers the lip. And even on his little setup between turns, how important are they in elite surfing? Those maneuvers you do between the real kind of what people call money turns. They're even pretty good as well. They're sharp, they're spicy. He's going to get a really good number in, Ben. And this was the work from Becret, who looks just a little bit struggling for momentum on his waves. He's not really generating speed very easily so far in this, and he needs to get something going here pretty quick.
Yeah, that wave was half the size and half the speed of Nicholas's, and there's a 7.33 drops for Paulet. So, yeah, we liked it, and the judges liked it. Just that combination of manoeuvres. Just the commitment, yeah, when he's rattling off the in-between turns, you see his fins driving off the bottom. He's just going right, he's just tearing into it. The beauty of youth, it's full throttle, not really caring about the consequences, and it's paying off. One judge up to an 8. And that's got him pretty, not in the lead, but in a really good spot. None of the other surfers are able to get any type of purchase. Kuzane especially, who now has priority and pretty much has to surf a 12-minute heat. Him and Becret have got nothing on the board. And especially with Paulet not backing up his score as yet, you've got to fight back. You've got to fight back quick. Kuzane, though, well, such an experienced competitor. You see Lade going this one. Drives down the line, just biding his time, might go to the air here, and he does, and just doesn't quite land it. So that's another part of his surfing that we haven't seen a lot of, but it's, I mean, it's just a fundamental part of young surfers' repertoire these days. But he was close, Paul, but just didn't quite spin it around in time.
Yeah, just looking on an inside wave. They found that little opportunity. Gets that backhand rotation, but goes down in the recovery. Just thinking about the position that Justin Becret is in here. And it really does all come down to really 11 minutes his whole season right here. He surfed as a wild card in the CT. Surfed pretty well up there against the world's best. That's a great opportunity for him, which is cool. Wild card appearances are great, but don't necessarily get you anywhere. It's all about really where your ranking is, your status is, all about getting in the challenges. And right now, sitting in 11th, he is really, really close. He's in finals day here with a chance to go really deep in this event and add to his total and jump over a couple of surfers who are already out. The likes of Tim Bissow's one spot ahead of him. He's out. We just saw Dubier lose this morning. So it is an opportunity here, but he's going to need to get something going in this heat and somehow also not think about where he is in terms of his year. He's got to just look for two waves.
Yeah, it's really hard to just separate those two very, very conflicting thoughts that are all bound up together. You said, you know, there's some real estate on that table above him. He would, you know, obviously he would have seen that. He keeps a close eye on things. So he knows that there's gains to be made. But when you're surfing in a heat against three other guys that are equally hungry and talented, you got to do it when you can. And right now, him and Kuzne as well. Kuzne, same position, a little bit obviously higher up the rankings and a few more points on the board, but still, surfer of his talent and experience will want to close the deal. 9 minutes, 55 seconds to go. While there's a bit of a break in proceedings, it's all going to come down in this last 10 minutes. So much on the line, so much riding on each and every heat today. But while there's a break in proceedings, we'll go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this, with the first quarterfinals coming up right after this heat.
A land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras. Okay, back to live action at Santa Cruz. A crucial 8 minutes on the European qualifying series. Big names, big points on offer, and big movements on the leaderboard. Paulie, we might have a few updates exactly what Becret needs to do. What's going on? Hit me.
Some updates coming in. Jordan Kuzne's safe. Only 3 people can overtake him. He's good. He won't drop outside the top 10. He's on. He's in the Challenger Series. However, let's talk some Justin Becret. He'd overtake Dubier if he gets third in this heat. Let's just watch this as we'll see our heat leader, Paulie, on a smaller inside wave. There's some interest from Thomas Ludet on that. About to finish. But yeah, just the situation with Becret. If he finishes third in the heat, he'll actually move up just because he's hanging on to a pretty low score. If he advances, from this heat, he's going to jump ahead of Dubier, Bissau and Tristan Guilbeault. So he really needs to get out of this heat. This is a huge heat for everyone, but particularly Justin Becret.
Yeah, well, he's got a mountain to climb. He's got a heat total of 3.77. He's got 7 minutes on the clock. He does have priority. Needs 7.4. You think he might need 2 waves.
Yeah, he needs a couple of waves. Looking at that score, we're looking at around about 10 for surfer in first and second. So looking at that right now, you're thinking, right, it's a couple of 5s. Maybe add a couple of points on for the score that the lead is going to go through with. It doesn't look like being one of those heats where second place is thrown up a couple of 7s or anything like that. So basically looking for a couple of good 5s, 6 and a 5, something of that order for Justin Becqueret. He's got prior. What's he going to do with it?
Yeah, he's up and riding on the left. Looks like one first section is going to be important. Cracks it, but it's not anything doing. And you just go back to those first 2 waves where he fell off, especially the second one, which had a big section. He usually just eats those up for dinner.
Looks really nervous, doesn't it? He snatched at that a little bit. It doesn't look like he's in his flow. He's not setting himself as something up with his surfing so far in this. Still got a little bit of time to turn it around, but he's going to need a bit more than this.
And Quivront also in the same kind of boat, really. I mean, there's been opportunities most of these heats all morning. These guys, Lede and Palou, are phoning waves all the time and just going down. And it's not really, these guys are better than their heat totals of, what, 4.84 and 3.5 in one of the heats of your life. It's hard to swallow. There's still time. And the various coaches, Alain and Rayo, has been working with Becqueret down here. I reckon Richard Dog Marsh, who's worked with Justin for a long time. He'll be watching, no doubt, from his Torquay mansion. And he'll be just trying to say, look, you've got 5 minutes. You've got time to turn this around. And we'll see if he can do it. Paulet's been really impressive again, sort of staying out of trouble. And he only needs to back up a 2.93. So he's well and truly in the box seat. Becqueret and Quivront needing some big numbers or a combination of waves to get themselves back in. Quivront is safe, so that's probably makes his mindset a whole lot different. He'll know the scores, you'd imagine. But for Becqueret, who will know that everything is on this heat, if he can just get a decent wave and show those big moves that have got him to 11th place here in the first place.
Thomas Lede, as we mentioned, he's not mathematically out, but he will need to win this event. If he does win this event, could be heading to the Challenger Series. Tell you what evidence of what we've seen so far, the way he's been surfing, he's got some weaponry, he's going to need it.
Paulet trying to back up that 2, he's got some speed, and there he goes. And that's I mean, we talked about the trademark board earlier on. We don't have to put in a petition for that backside slam. Becqueret's on a big section, and he was late to it. He's trying to claim that, but I just think he didn't really connect, unless he got something out the back before that. He looked like he was pretty happy with the wave, but we'll see if he had 2 turns. The second, let's talk about it, Paul.
All right, here goes Justin. First hit's nice and big, and it was a second, so it was a 2-turn combo. We only saw this, and we thought, all right, well, didn't see much there. Well, he's definitely improving. He's sitting on 2s right now. One of those 2s is toast, because he will get an improvement with that. This is another look here at a smaller wave from Paulet. It's quite a cooperative little section. You see how Justin's wave was all crumbly white water, and that was a little steep sort of lipper, and Paulet was able to kind of really lean into that, hit it pretty hard. But Justin's first turn was good. He did get a combo as well, and he's likely to bring down his requirement here as we check out the story of what's really been a nervy heat. You would call this one as tension, and it feels palpable. A little extra spring in the step from Thomas Lede.
And perhaps interesting that it's the 2, inexperienced grommets that haven't felt the pressure. Less tense in their shoulders,
bang,
less on the line, and so they're just letting their surfing do the talking.
Really nice hit here for the 733. That one turn really vertical and just whipping this really hard. Paulet looking really good value. Bit of a couple of statement performances in the last 2 weeks here in Portugal for this guy. And he's looked sharp and fresh. And just banging his finishes in as well. So getting work done on the opening section. Also managing on his back up just to squeeze extra opportunity out. And I tell you what, Ben, there's a number in for Becqueret.
Yeah, Becqueret got a 6. Quivront up and riding though on a nice looking left. So that's his first turn and out. That was powerful. And that's Quivront. Can he ride out? And he's fallen off. So that's not going to potentially change things. But Becqueret got a 6. And now he needs a 3.9 to move up into second place. So that's a much more manageable number. The problem he's got now, which has always been the issue, is the time. He didn't get his first decent wave till sort of the 5-minute mark. Looks like Paulet might be needing a new board as we go a long section there. That's Thomas Ledet, so he's in second trying to improve on his wave. And there, if he clocks that, well, he does. So that's going to make Justin Becret's job a little bit more difficult. But here he goes. First turn in the pocket. Big section. Oh, and he can't hit it. And you think that's his race run, and you think he may have even just had a crack at that. I mean, he knows there's a broken board. That was a good board too. He's been racking some huge numbers on that thing. So he's not going to go back out.
Bear in mind, of course, that guy there, Paulet, still a junior for a couple of years. So imagine the Pro Junior Series in Europe, which is starting soon, with the likes of him, also Ardor, Kai Odriozola. Tell you what, future looking pretty bright in Europe.
Yeah, there's some big talent coming through. Been waiting a little while for that sort of next gen to come through and take over. Well, established veterans have been here, you know, the Cousinades and the Lacamars. They've been around a lot. Ramses, they've been around 10 years. Housinos, but I think it's this crop rather than the one in between that might be the ones that shift the ground a little bit. And it looks like 20 seconds on the clock.
Is Justin Becret going to get 3.9 for that turn? He just got the one. The wave just roped away from him. He's going to come in a little under as a 2.73, Ben. It's not going to be enough.
No, it's not going to be enough. That wave was so close. If he got that second section in, he would have had a chance, and you'll probably replay that and think, how did I not get that second section in?
Jorgen looks really frustrated. We mentioned that he's safe, he can't be overtaken. I'm not sure he knows that, to be fair. I think this is a very fluid situation. It's unfolding heat by heat, and he would have definitely wanted to put a bit of a cushion. And
absolutely.
He's a little bit annoyed and upset right now. We think he's safe. We'll confirm all of that stuff and plenty of other storylines on a thrilling finals day, Ben.
Yeah, it's all happening. And every heat, things change, moving parts, lots of action. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more, the quarterfinals, right after this.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the
And a very warm welcome back to finals day. Tense moments, high stakes. The European QS season will all be wrapping up here, right here in Santa Cruz at the Estrella Galicia Pro. And we're up to quarterfinals. We're going man on man, and it's two surfers from French Polynesia, know each other real well. A couple of goofies, absolute rippers, me, Mana Braid, Cowley Vast. To break it all down for you, joining myself, Paul Evans, Philip Jervis. How you enjoying your day so far, mate?
Yeah, it's been fun. That rip ball of left-hander is actually really fun, and there's some been really good scores. And Nicolas Paulet from the last hit, his surf is really good, man. He's impressing me a lot.
Part of that talent story that we're uncovering here on the QS, looking at the next generation. Future looks pretty bright from what we've seen, and a very hotly contested top 10 to send to the challengers could only really mean one thing, that we're going to send only the very best, and it is tense. It's fierce competition for a relatively few number of places to represent Europe on the Challengers, a shot at the CT. All of those career and life dreams, well, sometimes they rest on pivotal moments like this Saturday, a finals day in Santa Cruz. Let's see how we go here. Vast, we reckon, needs to win this event to have a chance of going back into the Challengers where he surfed last year. I certainly feel like his serving is of that pedigree. He deserves to be up there. He's not had a great run on the QS. Here's Mimana.
Yeah, as you see, the first wave of Mimana is 6.67. Nice first opening turn. Straight into a huge second one. Nice first wave for Mimana. He's happy with that. That's an excellent way to start a heat, Paul.
Yeah, really nicely timed. Cooperative wave as well. Just those two sections. He had that little pause at the bottom of the wave between the turns, and as he did that, that little bowl just kind of cupped out for him sweetly. Meanwhile, here goes Cowley. He'll have to come from behind a crumble here. So it's exactly the point I was trying to make, really. That next section, if it just, the whiteboard just tumbles in front of you, because it's quite heavy, it picks up speed, the whiteboard. It's actually impossible, really, to get around sections like that. So you do need to be basically right around the pocket. And that one just not quite standing up for Cowley Vast. So advantage Bray in the opening exchange.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I actually think Cowley he felt a little pressure from Mihimane, because Mihimane was looking at that wave and he was on the next section. So he actually thought, like, okay, if I don't go on this one, Mihimane might go. But this happens a lot in Portugal. This when it's north wind, there's always two peaks on the wave, and sometimes it's really hard to get the momentum from where you take off to the next peak, to the next section. And sometimes if you have enough speed, you can actually hit it one time. Otherwise, you just have to try and go around it and start surfing after that.
Someone who was able to find speed and was hitting things pretty nicely. Another strong performance from a young Frenchman. Nicolas Paulet is standing by for a chat.
Yeah, Nicolas. Glad that you broke your board on the last wave, or else that would be a bit of trouble for you, right?
Yeah, I have another board, so it's okay.
How was that heat for you?
But it was super hard with the waves and that stuff, the currents and a lot of things. And yeah, happy to make this heat.
How are you feeling about going into the quarterfinals?
It's super fun. It's my best result in the QS, so yeah.
Things are looking up for you, so good luck in the next round.
All right, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Nicolas got the backup board. He's happy with it. He's into the quarterfinals. Wait to see how he performs at that level, as he's mentioning there. Never really got here before. Not really having the pressure, not have to think too much about his rating overall, just enjoying himself. And that confidence of youth as well that comes through, that natural confidence. Tell you what, surfing's looking really sharp. He's worthy of his place here, certainly at the latter stages here on finals day. Mimana,
yeah,
got that 6.67 early on. He's looking pretty good in this.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's really different to go from surfing four-man heats to man-on-man. So it will be interesting to see how Nicolas will adapt to that situation.
Just we saw during that interview, that wave of Cowley. So using the priority and unable to do much. Was this maybe this was under Mimana, I think?
Yeah.
But, unable to really add much with this. Just a little softer wave.
Yeah, nice little snap, and then another one on the lip, and then he just hits this section. But there's a huge whitewash coming in his way. So yeah, it won't be a huge score. So yeah, but it doesn't have priority. He should stay active.
Still plenty of time left to go in this heat, but when it is man-on-man, one-on-one surfing action, you do like to kind of keep pace a little bit with the way the sets come through and the way priority is, and there in kind of sort of two real kind of exchanges, Mimana getting the better of both of them. And you just be thinking, if you're Cowley Vast, you want to try and keep in, get that score, get close to that 6 or better if you can, and be kind of on even terms. And I guess much more aware when there are just the two of you in the water, rather than as four-man heats where it's all a bit hectic and there's always a shot of grabbing something, getting through in second. It really is kind of comparing these two's every move, bit that sort of chess match feel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the tactical part of the strategical part of surfing. It happens now with the man-on-man. So we're probably gonna see Mihimane just stand by and waiting for a really good wave with this high scoring potential, and probably Cowley as the second priority is gonna go on anything that moves. I'm pretty sure of that.
Situations for this pair in terms of qualifying. Mimana needs to make the final to qualify. Cowley needs to win Needs to win the whole event, does Cowley Vast. Here he goes, setting about that. He's 3 heats away, essentially, from that. And he's had a third kind of false start there with a wave again not really cooperating. So from under the priority of Mimana, who, with the decent score locked in, can afford to be a little patient, a little selective. And as every wave goes by, maybe just a little pressure building on Cowley. Let's see how he reacts to it. Here's a good-looking wave standing up for Mimana Bray.
He's going.
And he'll spin and go. And Cowley will just have to watch this as Mimana waits on the bottom turn. Several pumps off the bottom. Opens up with not a super convincing rail turn in the pocket. And goes a long way down, looking for a finish on the insides. And just about hang on there. Meanwhile, right behind him, Vast, bang. Much better from him. A meaty section, completes it with speed. And he might try and get out and get ahead. We might see a little bit of sprint paddling here. See where Mimana is. Could be crucial to go and lock in priority now. Much more significant with the man-on-man heats.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Mimana was actually pretty smart on that wave because he offered him a really nice first section, but in the end, the wave just got pretty wide. As you see, Cowley's going to get the priority for sure. So he knew he needed to finish up that wave. So he just tagged it a little safe, but it's going to be a nice backup score as we wait for the Cowley's replay, as we see here. The wave had a little bump on it, just nice little carving, and finishing section hits it really hard. Actually, a pretty similar wave with Mihimane, as we see. Just it goes down the line, it does a few pumps, nice little carving, not too strong, but yeah, this is the part he knew he needed to finish off this wave. So he just hit it. He manages to hold on. It was a tough section, so it will be a nice backup score for Mihimane. Actually, already dropped in. It was a 3.5.
Yeah, just a 3 for him on this one. When the wave stood up, it felt like there was a little more out. There was a bit of a weird wave, a little sketchy from him. He's not super set on his board, or something's up. As well, just to prod this. It is a tricky section, but maybe just failing to capitalize on a point or so extra that might have been on there. 3.5 in for him, a 4.83 for Cowley. He also locks in that priority. Just saw him as he finished that big close-out maneuver, do the pin drop. And the idea behind that, just wanted to disappear straight under the white wall, pop up straight away. Collects the priority. Meanwhile, Joanna Garnell is down in the athlete area having a look around. Joanna, how's it looking down there?
Can't talk right now, guys. I'm exercising on the bike. But I'll give you a little tour around the athlete area. Not a lot of athletes right here. That is a lot of hard work. But right here we have the athlete area. A lot of lounge chairs for the guys to watch the broadcast. Lucas Silveira getting ready for his heat. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Ready.
Oh, he's ready. Inês, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Everybody's ready. Joanna Garnell, she just did about, I think, 27 Ks on that bike, so she'll be feeling it. A good warm-up for her. Lucas Silveira always takes care of his warm-up. Meticulous preparation, making sure he's set to go out and perform. Can't wait to see him paddle out against Charlie Quivront. And I'm really enjoying this tussle in the water between two buddies, both from French Polynesia, both from Tahiti. And they got 13.5 minutes to decide which one of them has a shot staying alive at getting into the challenge. They've both got a lot of work to do here. Finals required for both. Cowley actually needs to win the whole thing. But I tell you what, you get to this stage, you're a surfer of this caliber, you'd be absolutely backing yourself for a win.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And you were talking about next heat is actually really important for Charlie Quivront because he actually has a shot to qualify. As we see the replay of last of Cowley, nice little left. First snap off the top, then really nice closing out section. So he's going to be right there with Mihimane. He needed a 5.35. He maybe actually got it.
Cowley surfing his way into this heat, building momentum. Here's a paddle from Mimana Bray. He'll stand up with a little bowl in front. Bang, hits the crumble on the lip, and then a really nice section. That's a great turn from Mimana. Still looking for speed for a finish. No. He'll lose that finish on the inside, which will compress his score a touch, but he got good work done before that. This is a really entertaining heat. The 5.93 drops in for Vast. So he goes to first. Mimana looking for a 4.09 now with this.
Yeah, Justice will love this bottom turn off the lip straight away. Unfortunately, he missed it there. He needed to be as smart as he was on the last wave. But here, this bottom turn to this snap off the top, really nice by Mihimana. I'm pretty sure he's gonna build up on his. He's gonna improve his situation.
If he gets
already.
a 4.09, he will go back to first. So a real seesaw battle. That's a great turn at speed. Not easy to do. This section, all of our surfers have been saying it all week. It's way more powerful than it looks.
Yeah, I was surfing the other day and it was actually really small. And Vasco, I asked Vasco, should I bring the small wave board? And he told me, nah, this is Santa Cruz, man. This is super powerful, and it was actually 2 feet, but it's super powerful. As we see, a nice wave from Kaoli. Unfortunately, he misses on the last section.
A really speedy, meaty left. He's angry because he was on his way to a massive number there. Every turn he did, he actually loaded up more momentum. If you watch this, a brilliant wave. Wow. Unfortunately, doesn't get the finish, but nevertheless, it's well surfed.
Yeah, his compression on the bottom turn just give him that extra speed to explode on the lip. So as you see, it just compresses really hard and then explodes really strong on the lip 2 times, and then it ends up missing this one. This would be a nice score, and it's a 5.6 for the last of Minimana, put him back on first.
Yeah, so judges making a bit of a statement there. If you do good work early on, you take on the lip, you hit it hard, whether you fall on the end or not, they're not going to punish you overly for that. The points are already locked in for the surfing that you've done prior to that with turns on sections earlier on in the wave. So 5.6 back to first, an absolute ding-dong battle. Now Kaulivar 6.35 for first. He won't get there. It's going to come in a little under. I think he'll go under his low score as well, which is a 4.8. It comes in as a 4.5, so doesn't improve. And now Mimana has the lead. He also has priority. And with 10 minutes and 20 seconds, I'm really enjoying this one, Phil.
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's a lot of action and some mistakes, some really good sections, some really good surfing. But unfortunately, Kaoli on that last wave, that could have been the point of difference, that turn. Even with Mihimana's wave, he fell on the judges really like.
He knew it too. Like, you could see the frustration. He knew he was on the way to a really big score there.
Yeah, but judges really love to see you finish off your wave. So
here he goes. Live action. He's got a big section coming at him. He'll go for the punt. It is floaty and it's stylish, and he loves it. And he will just style that out in the white water. So a big clean rotation from Kaulivar, from under priority of Mimana Bray. Little section coming through under Mimana's ruining.
Yeah. Do you think he is regretting not going on this wave? Because he looked at it, it felt like there was no potential at all. But this full rotation, Jesus, really good turn by Kaulivar. The aerial vision, really fast rotation. Oh my. That was a really hard section. He just brings that extra speed on the bottom turn. See how much he's compressing? And then he just turns around, his head rotates, and yeah, perfect air. It's going to be one really high score, I'm thinking.
Did really well to hang on, didn't he? You can see the delight that sort of erupt in his face when he kind of really felt that those fins are plugged in. Live action. Big drop here from Mimana. Nice snap. Here's some speed. What can he do with it?
Oh.
The section will run away.
Look at the scores coming in.
I'll tell you what, there's a massive number about to drop in for Kaulivar, and he will, for the first time, take control of this quarter-final, the first of them in the Estrella Galicia Pro. An 8.5 for him. Excellent score. And a big total on the board now. This man looking for 7.77.
Yeah, this wave actually looked good, but unfortunately he kind of dropped in on late, so he missed it. He missed the last section. He was able to do one turn and then didn't have enough time to do a finishing turn. But Kaoli with that 8.5 just straight from the bottom to the top.
Kaulivar under Mimana's priority. Crucially, got that wave. Just got one pump in, and that ramp just sat up for him. Getting that really fast, kind of floaty feel to that rotation. The landing was really tricky, as you mentioned, Philippe, and able to stomp that, and he was delighted. Judges liked it too. Yeah, 2 9s came in from the panel, a couple of 8s. We average it all out to 8.5. Mimana, what's he got in reply? 7.77, the requirement. He's got a bit of speed here. He's got an air game on him too. The ramp isn't forthcoming, and he'll just have to flick out of that and head back to the lineup.
It's incredible. Surfing has this kind of things. Like, it's incredible how you're completely dominating the heat, and out of nowhere with just one turn you're in second place and trying to look for waves. So this is the exciting thing about surfing, isn't it?
And we talked about the confidence that Cowley looked to be showing early on today, and he now will be feeling very buoyed by getting an excellent score, the 8.5. He'll be feeling pretty good. It's Alain Riou, fellow surfer out of Tahiti, based in southwest France a long time now, originally from Reunion Islands, and then based in Tahiti for a number of years, down in France, and doing great work with French surfers in a coaching capacity. And here right now watching two surfers from back home, and one of them has posted really big numbers. Neiman has been a slouch in this heat. He's got that good 6, got the 5.6 as well. Now he needs to nudge it up. 7 the requirement for him. 7.7, 7.8. He needs a good 7 really.
Yeah, it needs an 8 pretty much. It's an excellent score, so he knows he needs to go for broke and go big. So we just saw a huge score with just a 1 turn, that air, and we know Mihimane has that air on walk as well. So he's going to probably change his strategy and go for it, definitely.
6 minutes this one. It's just simmered down now as we're kind of grabbing our breath after sort of frenzied middle part of the heat. So the lead changes. That excellent number coming in for Cowley. And just to reiterate, obviously only one of these two can make the semis. They both need to get to the final to get into Challenger Series qualification. Cowley needs to win the whole event. So his task is pretty simple. He's got to win this heat, and then 2 more to go. If he wins both of those, let's see where it puts him. There's Charlie Quivront, who's got a tough heat against Lucas Silveira. Looks like he's got the Chris Gallagher designs. Shaper and coach, who's originally from Santa Cruz, moved over to the North Shore and been a standout in terms of that shaping and that coaching world over there. He's currently working with Jake Marshall on the CT's galley.
Oh, really? Yeah, Jake is doing actually pretty well. He's a really good surfer. He has been improving a lot, and unfortunately, I don't know how if it's on the bubble inside the cut or. He had actually some nice results in Sunset Beach.
Sunset surfed really well.
He might be pretty safe. I don't know. We have to check the ratings.
4 minutes 45 to go. Miyamana from under Cowley's priority might have a look here. Just trying to put himself in position. So if you're going on an in-between one, you'd be thinking they're looking at one huge turn, very likely to be an air. We did talk about, Chico talked about that air wind with Gatien Delahaye. Here goes Miyamana Bray. What's he got here? They'll just set up and look for a little speed run into a ramp. Oh. And that one just kind of folds, closes out with a little tight section. He can just kick out, and he'll start to feel the pressure building a bit here. Cowley, meanwhile, has been pretty patient with the prio. He's actually going to use it now. Cowley Vast, great looking wave from him. Whoa, what a snap that was in the pocket. Wow. That was mental. Another really big turn. I love the variety from Cowley Vast. He's able to do all sorts of turns. Mickey Peak on there. Looks pretty happy with that effort.
Definitely.
And another goofy who can do good stuff on a rail. That was really impressive. The angle we're looking at here, we're kind of a little behind. We can't see how steep the section was, but there's so much speed and aggression in that turn.
Oh yeah, you just could see right straight away that the wave was really good. As you see here, snap layback over there, and then just compress on the bottom turn, a huge snap on the finishing turn. So it's going to be definitely his second best score. He's going to improve on that 5.93, as you see from the bird's eye view. Nice little snap, and then huge finishing turn. Really he's so expressive when he gets on top of the on top of the wave. As you see her, wow, that rotation of his body, just yeah, it's really nice.
Really interested to see where this goes. I haven't seen loads of these turns in the event actually. I've seen a lot of people taking on the lip for big scores. Tell you what, it's his high 8.6 in, another excellent number. Puts this heat to bed. It's good night really with under 3 to go. Miyamana's in a deep combo of 17.10, and Cowley Vast from being a little on the ropes in this. Very impressive indeed. Let's check out the recap.
Unbelievable surfing by Cowley, definitely. And Mihimane, it looked like he was going to control the heat on the beginning, but yeah, just Cowley just turned it all upside down and is absolutely smashing those lefts.
Really, really entertaining stuff. And Cowley Vast, we watched his heat this morning. He just looked to have a little extra something, and he's just built with that. And even after not so much mistakes, but just a little bit of misfortune at the start of this one, getting a couple of softer waves, he's kept his head very much in the game. And Mickey's just telling him to chill out right now. Stay where you are.
Don't do anything.
Cowley's found himself a little wave. We know what he's looking for. It's a section. Mickey wants him just to look after the board. Don't do anything. He's got a massive lead in this. Mana really needs a couple of high eights. Hard to see him getting that in under 2 minutes. Let's check that recap now and see how this one's gone down. The early work of Mana was good.
Yeah, he started off really well with this 2-turn combo. Nice hit off the top. And closing out with this one, 6.67. It looked like he was on control of the hit. And then he got this second best score was a 5.6. Nice little carving, and then finish it off. Unfortunately, he didn't get the right waves. That's what I'm thinking. And from the point of view of what Cowley has been doing, of course, this wave, Mihimane had the priority, but check this out. Huge full rotation by Cowley Vast. With all that speed, it's so hard to land, and he just did it perfectly. Look at this. Oh my God, that's a really, really nice turn. And he ended up improving this score with this wave. A 2-turn combo, nice little snap carving layback, and then it just compresses on the bottom turn and it hits it really hard. This is 8.6, so Cowley is absolutely dominating this hit.
Power snap in the pocket on a really powerful wave. Judges paying it out. I'd love to see more turns like that. I feel like we haven't seen enough of that kind of surf in this event. Most of the scores have been coming for surfers taking on the lip, putting it up there, and there's always that little bit of that element of just randomness of how that explosion goes. It's impressive, but to be able to do that, to get on the rail in the pocket at speed, to keep your speed while you're doing it,
yeah,
really, really cool.
It's normally it's not that easy to put such an expression on those kind of turns, but it brings so much momentum and so much speed that when he actually does that little carving snap, it just explodes on the lip. Usually, it ended up being a weak turn, but it just is too powerful and it's too fast.
Looking to improve and put his surfing exactly where it needs to be on finals day. Cowley Vast stepping up here. He's in the semis now. He needs to win this event. And, well, from what we've just seen, really, really good form from him. He'll want to carry that over for the semis. And then if he gets through that, he will need a win in the final too. We've got another absolute banger of a heat setting up out here. But let's just take a little moment to appreciate that massive total, 17.1. Talk about momentum for finals day. He's improving his numbers, his surfing, the repertoire, the range of maneuvers that he's got is really impressive for me. Danger for whoever he faces in the next semi. We've got a brilliant looking quarter here. We're going to see Lucas Silveira take on Charlie Quivront. That's all coming live from Santa Cruz right after the break.
Sing my song to the morning light, and when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the morning sun.
And we are back live on Santa Cruz for the quarterfinal number 2 after an electric performance from that last heat. I'm Ben Mundy, joined by Philippe Jarvis. We had to get rid of Paul Evans. He was so excited and so rolled up by that performance of Carly Vaz. He's had to, you know, we've had to give him a vasectomy just to get him out of there, just to calm him down. And he's having a little bit of lunch. He's going to come back strong. But yeah, incredible surfing, Philippe, from Carly Vaz, the 2 Tahitians. But that man, he's been building up, hasn't he?
Yeah, unfortunately, he's right down there in the rating, so he needs a win here. But surfing like this, he's on his good way. He's on a good way for it.
Well, he's 2 heats away from that, and that's nothing the way he's surfing. These are the waves surfed while the break was on, and that's Charlie Quivront just hanging on there for a 4.33, and he's up against Lucas Silveira. Silveira been one of the most consistent performers over the last 2 weeks, both in Caparica and here. So it's going to be a pretty tight battle between these two. Kind of a bit of a different surfers. They've got similarities, but also got differences, right?
Oh, yeah. Lucas is a powerful, heavy, strong dude. So he actually manages all the bumps and all the powerfulness on the waves. And Charlie is a bit more light on his feet, but still a really good, really consistent surfer. It's going to be interesting because Charlie is in 13th, 14th?
Yeah, he just needs to make this heat and he's qualified.
Really?
So
that's the heat of his life.
It's as simple and as clear cut as that. If he makes this heat, he is on the Challenger Series. So
and Lucas, he doesn't actually, he's not able to qualify through Europe, right?
No.
All right,
just
so
a spoiler. He's up and riding now on his backhand as always. It's that first turn. Can he finish it? He can. So 2-turn combo. Well, I'd actually like to see Lucas just maybe step it up a bit. He's getting the scores he requires, and he's been really consistent. But I reckon even that one, maybe in the next, if he gets through this, he'll rev it up. I know 2 massive turns, don't get me wrong, but maybe for what he can do, maybe they'll just a little bit tone down the dial, you know, like
especially the second one.
Down to 8 rather than 10.
Yeah, especially the second one. As you see here, this was actually a nice wave, a nice first turn, but here, see how it took off the front foot pressure just before the hitting the lip, so that shows how safe he was attacking that section. So he should have like stepped on the front foot and just hit it as hard as possible. But he's playing it safe. It has been working for him, as you see the scores dropping. So it's going to be a medium to high score.
Yeah, it's a great start. Yeah. And that's what he knows. Like to get that score on the board early, put some pressure on the opponent, and now he can start to adjust up or down given the situation. So look, I'm not going to question his competitive decision making because it's been absolutely on point for the last couple of weeks, and he's out there. His wave selection too is always just so good. It's a real frother. He's been surfing his bank net, now he knows his bank inside out. Looks like there's another left down the line. He's in the right spot again. So takes off again. And there's a bit more tail drift. You think he's going to wind up again, and there's another one. So within the space of 2 minutes, he's got 2 very similar waves, and he's going to be, you know, on the way to a pretty solid heat total. And Charlie with work to do. What do you think about this wave?
Yeah, as you see here, he's just putting a lot more pressure on that back foot, and here he just waits for the right moment to hit it really hard. I'm pretty sure he's gonna improve on that 0.67, obviously, but it might be the best wave of him so far. So he's in a great position. As we see, Charlie's in a different place, and Lucas is further down the beach. It's different strategic options, so it's paying off for Lucas so far.
Yeah, just one of those situations, wasn't it, where he got that wave and he was just paddling out, and he just, I mean, it's almost impossible to explain how you make that decision about where to sit in the bank, and often it's just instinct, isn't it? You're reading the ocean the whole time, you know the bank, but it's just a constant piece of decision making where you work out right now where the best waves are, and he's got 2 of the best waves of the heat so far. But while the judges think about that particular score, we've got Carly Vaz down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Mondi. Callie, I mean, the highest combo in the whole event so far. How are you feeling about that? For the quarterfinals, that has to feel really great.
Yeah, I feel good. Like I said, the heat before, there's waves, and then I did the big air. I was stoked, and then I made it, so I got an 8 point, and then I got a second wave with another 8 point. So yeah, I start to feeling more confident, and then yeah, hit by heat, and just surf.
How's your resilience so far? 'Cause there's still a lot of heats to go to the final.
Yeah, there's like one more, but yeah, I just focus on the next one. Just rest for couple heats, watch the ocean, and then yeah, we will see.
You go watch the ocean. Congratulations, you're in the semifinals.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Cal, yeah, that smile's just getting a bit wider and wider every time he comes on. He started off tentative at the start. He had a bad run in Caparica. He was lacking confidence. And then he's just been building and building and building throughout the event. And now,
Do you think we're going to have one of those fairy tale stories where he's just building momentum and gaining confidence from heat to heat, and then, I don't know, where he just wins the contest because that's what he needs?
Well, he's 2 heats away from it, and he's been, you know, he's getting better. And that last quarterfinal was the highest heat total of the whole event. So
he's on a good way to.
He's on a roll, and yeah, you'd have to win, and it's possible. A lot of shake-ups to go down since then. So a 7.17 for Silveira for that last wave. So Philippe, you're right, just improved on that 6.633. And there was me saying, oh, he's going a bit safe. And then straight away, he backs it up within 2 minutes. A better wave, a high score, and now he's just sitting in control with Charlie just sitting on a small score, needing 2 solid scores now.
It's a hard one for Charlie, but I'm pretty sure Lucas now is looking for a few more waves, but I'm pretty sure he's going to save up some energy because it's a pretty high hit score total. So he's going to save up some energy and have an eye on Charlie, you know, because Charlie is able to mix it up and change it up real quick. So it's going to be interesting to see. They just change it up the priority. What happened? Because Charlie was waving to the judges' tower. So and now you'll see Lucas is pedaling on his way to Charlie, so he can put some more pressure on him. He's in a really comfortable. This is not me, Jimena, but he's on a real comfortable situation right now.
Yeah, he must have been deemed to have paddled for a wave, Charlie, in that last little exchange. Was off camera. Maybe looked at a little left, had a little seat, and now, I mean, he's in a situation where now he has to wait for Lucas to choose his wave. It's one of those little things, just adds to the pressure, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just makes life a bit more difficult, something you don't need.
Yeah, if you made a mistake like this, especially when you're needing a 9.17, it just puts a lot more pressure on yourself. So now he's gonna put pressure on Lucas, and but Lucas is a really good competitor, so he's not gonna fall for this paddling all over the place thing. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Charlie goes around this situation, because Lucas will be sitting on him for 15 minutes if he needs to.
Yeah, Lucas is just going to go the best wave he can get. He's not going to find what Charlie's on. He's going to ignore the wave he's going. He's in the box seat. He's just looking for the best wave on this particular side of the bank, and Charlie's just got to hope that there's 2 of them in the set, or that when Lucas gets one, there's another opportunity behind it. But time ticks down when you're don't have priority and you need a couple of waves, and Lucas ain't going to let him go either.
Yeah, he's going to sit on him for the rest of the heat. He has the priority, he knows that, and as soon as a good wave is coming, he can choose to go or not, but I'm pretty sure he's going to take advantage of this priority. He's a really smart competitor.
Yeah, Charlie just trying to get a bit of space, trying to stay. He's pretty calm and composed kind of a guy. He won't be rattled. He just want an opportunity to surf, because, you know, 10 minutes gone, 12 minutes gone, and he's had 1 wave. So prior to this, he's been pretty busy, getting a lot of waves in heat, surfing really well. So he's, you know, he was confident, he's in form.
Yeah, but the lineup is definitely changing, because we have been seeing a lot of waves on the previous heats, and this one only has 4 waves ridden. So a bit of a change on the lineup, and you can see that by the number of waves ridden.
Yeah, it happens. It happens when it just goes slow, switches off for a little while it's a little bit sleepy. We're going to get ready to go to a commercial break. These two surfers out in the lineup. As soon as we come back, we're going to hope for more waves, more live action, and more quarterfinals of the Estrella Galicia Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf Alpha. Coming back right after this.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the morning sun.
Okay, we're back to live action. I'd like to say that there's been a big change. A big switch has been pulled, but as it stands, it's a bit of a cat and mouse game. We did see Charlie Quivront get a wave under priority, it looks like. And this is what happened, Philippe, while we're on the break.
Yeah, it's a 5.5. Nice bottom turn from Charlie, and then unfortunately the wave dies a little in there, and then one more form climb. Nice little wave, but comparing from what we have seen from Lucas Silveira, steeper walls and stronger turns, yeah, that's the point of difference, I think.
Yeah, it was a really, really well surfed wave, wasn't it? You got that one big turn in, but it just went a bit straight. He couldn't get up in the pocket like Lucas could. And Lucas, here he goes again, his wave selection again, so he can drive up. It's a bit of a flat first turn though, so not much doing there. Second one, not much doing. Just going down the line now, a big finish. And there he goes, tags it at the end. And Charlie zips out of that one. Prefers to maintain his priority. So Lucas trying to improve it on 6.33. Don't know if he's going to do that with that just last turn at the end. Just went a bit flat this wave.
Yeah, I don't think he will. It was actually hoping to attack the leap on that one, but the wave just kind of disappeared, and here is a setup turn. It's actually a really good finishing turn, but I don't know, comparing to those first waves, it's probably going to fall a little shorter. As we see him, yeah. This was a really nice turn. Kicking up the tail, pushing a little harder, not as safe as on the first one, but I don't know. The first two turns were as inconvincible as the 6.33 or even the 7.17. So yeah,
coming in, yeah. So it's a 5.43, so it doesn't change things. So right now, Charlie Quivront, he needs an 8-point ride to well, book a place in the Challenger Series, or a couple of waves at least. So much pressure.
Yeah.
So much. I'm not exactly sure if he knows the shake-up of it, but yeah, he'll be pretty sure he needs to get through this heat to have a crack. Just hasn't gone his way. Hasn't been able to get the better waves, and then he had that little priority mistake. There's Lucas Silveira's coach. It's Marcos. He's been around, surfed for a long, long time. Real
It's
Cool
weird
guy.
because it looks way too nervous, and he's in a really comfortable position.
Yeah.
So that shows how scared are they from Charlie, and they know that he's capable of doing high scores. So a little bit of a situation there is actually pretty interesting because Lucas is a really calm guy, and his coach is waving at him from the beach. So yeah, it's a weird one because Charlie might think like I'm gonna lose the opportunity of going to the Challengers to a guy that is not able to go to the Challengers through Europe.
Yeah. Oh, interesting to see.
It must be frustrating for him.
We actually need Joanna Garnell. It might be a good idea to try and talk to Lucas or even his coach about his current situation, where he's getting his qualifying series points, whether he qualified for Brazil, just what the situation is. Because I haven't had it clarified, and we've got Lucas there and his coach, so they should know. So
I've heard somewhere, I don't know who told me this, but is there any possibility of having, because I've been told that there's a possibility of having one non-European surfing qualifying through European, or one non-European African guys qualifying through Africa. We have to figure out that situation, because I heard that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing, because it's pretty weird. He's competing through Europe. He doesn't even live here. He has a house in Estrella now, but still.
Yeah, he spends a lot of time here. He's been competing on the European Series for quite some time, Gatien Delahaye. So yeah, it's a bit of a different one, and yeah, any clarification of that would be great. But anyway, right now he's got the heat, and Charlie Quivront, doesn't matter where he's from, he just has to try and get a heat win to get in the Challenger Series. And he's had one of those heats. Here he goes, looked a bit like that. Hopefully that was a bit of a frothy one. He let that one go.
It actually cleaned up the wave. I really thought he was going, but this one looks a bit better.
A bit of a double up. Lucas down the inside.
Yeah, Lucas is going.
So he's got a steep thing and crashes it, and there's a bigger one-turn combo from Lucas. Just always in the right spot.
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't
it? You know, on the bank, just always in the right spot. I mean, that's...
It feels like it's... Yeah, it just goes for it, because he knows one huge turn might improve his situation. So I'm pretty curious to see. I'm pretty curious to see what's happening with this score, because it was actually a really big score.
Yeah, and so I had an update. I've been clarified. Good old Nicholas Loire, who's always on our side and crunching the big numbers, and that's a massive turn. That's a 7.3. That's going to make
life a lot harder.
More difficult. Look at that, just one
was
turn.
A really good turn.
Again, didn't have priority. Just read the bank better, and then maximised the potential. So Lucas has been already given a CT replacement wild card.
All right.
Just for the first two events on the Challenger Series, and then likely for the rest of the season, unless every single CT surfer enters the remaining Challenger event. So basically all the CT surfers that get knocked off the CT at the drop-off, they are eligible to go into the Challenger Series, but not all of them will. For whatever reason, I mean, Owen Wright might choose not to, as an example, and that means that those spots can be allocated to qualifying series surfers, and so they're not regional based, and it's the same with say that's what Yolanda Hopkins got. She got the same CT replacement.
Yeah, she got a CT replacement.
So it looks like that, these, and rightfully so, they're kind of almost wild cards where surfers, and when you see Lucas surfing like this, you see why he deserves the CT.
He definitely deserves that spot. So that's the money turn. 7.3, the best wave of the heat so far. Really nice surfing from Lucas. I'm happy that he actually has that CT replacement wildcard, because he deserves to be on the Challengers.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, with this, it looks like he's going to get through this heat, so that's another semi-final. He'll probably move up potentially to, second or third on the European qualifying series ratings, and yeah, he'll be dangerous on that Challenger Series, because and he went so well last year. He was really close to CT qualification, but there's some good waves on that Challenger Series events, and when there's a bit of power and a bit of quality, well, he comes into his own. And right now he's outboxed Charlie. I mean, he's just got the three or 4 best waves really of the entire heat. And when he's had a section, he's absolutely smashed it. And he's, you know, replaced that 6.33 already. And now Charlie needing a high 9. And his Challenger Series hopes disappearing pretty quickly into the Santa Cruz rip. So he'll be bitterly disappointed. He hasn't been able to put on a show or even lay a glove on Lucas.
It's incredible how his best scores were under Charlie's priority. As we see him on another 2-turn combo, unfortunately going down. But yeah, all these best scores have been under Charlie's priority. So better reading of the lineup by Lucas, definitely.
Yeah, it's just better wave selection, better technique, and Charlie still on the bank and just looking a little lost. But, you know, obviously there's prize money involved. And Lucas, look, as we see, Charlie having a crack at this. Can he get onto it? He can't. You know, this Challenger Series, it's not going to be cheap.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's 8 events all around the world. That is a serious outlay for these guys. Hasn't been often talked about, actually, by Elo and crew when they're talking about that Challenger Series. It's great. Don't get me wrong, it's going to be a wicked tour, but it's going to be costly.
Oh yeah, but it actually
like Lucas
pays better than the regionals.
It does, yeah. The prize money. Yeah, you're going to need the prize money to fund it, and that's why events like this for Lucas are really important.
Yeah.
If he looks like he's in the semi-finals now, barring some miraculous turnaround, and you know, there's prize money up for grabs. You win it, and that, you know, he'll just reinvest that. That just goes straight
for sure
into his career, straight back into his travel.
Yeah.
And so really important on that side of things. 1 minute to go. And Charlie still just hoping for something, anything to finish off with a bang. Not a very dramatic heat in terms of big scores. Not a lot in it.
Yeah, didn't have match waves comparing to the action that we had since the beginning of the call. It has been pretty quiet, honestly.
And Lucas just kind of like a boa constrictor snake, just slowly just choked Charlie and then swallowed him. He's about to spit him out. And he surfed really well, and he got so close. I really like the way Quivront surfs. So smooth, but he's got that flair. Such a great surfer, but in this heat just hasn't had the waves, and his Challenger Series dreams potentially are all over. I think as soon as we finish up today, we'll get a bit more indication to see the frustration. Meanwhile, Silvera clan, super pumped. He's always got how many friends has he got, this kid, Lucas?
Yeah, because there's so many Brazilians living in Portugal right now, and they ended up being friends with each other. Every time there's a comp around here, all they just gather together.
Well, I thought it's because Lucas is such a nice guy, but you're just saying it's just because he's Brazilian.
There's Hali Batista in there, which is a Brazilian surfer that lives in Portugal, and he has been coaching Lucas for a while now. They have been traveling together inside of Portugal for some time, and that is his actual
and Marco,
pro.
he lives up in Germany at the moment as well, so he's got them all around. But right now, a well-surfed heat. He's into the semi-final, and you wouldn't want to cross him. He's looking really, really dangerous. But as we progress on to the last, quarterfinal number 3, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from Santa Cruz.
Sing my song to the morning light, and when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the morning sun.
Okay, we are back live. Yeah, the Challenger Series, that's what it's all about. And just to clarify, we've got Gatien Delahaye and Thomas Lede. Gatien Delahaye has already qualified, and he'll be going to that series. Thomas Lede, I think if he wins this, he might have a chance. But just to clarify the Challenger Series, there's 96 men and 64 women for most of the events. And they are made up of 34... Actually, hold that phone. Let's look at this bracket first. There's a lot of information to unpack here. So this is the bracket. So Carly Vast up against Lucas Silveira. Vast too good for his fellow Tahitian. Smashed him with a couple of 8.5 raves. Incredible. Silveira versus Quivront. Well, Silveira was too good. On the other side of the draw, we've got Delahaye up against Lede. So the two French Caribbean surfers. And we've got Gatien and Nicolas Paulet, who one of the young kids here has set the world on fire. So just seeing, we've got two semi-finalists trying to determine the next two. And my name's Ben Mundy, joined in the booth by Chico Alves, and it's a lot to hope. But that Challenger Series, I said, as it stands, all the CT surfers, the 34 men and the 17 women, have a spot reserved. If they want to go on the Challenger Series, they can. It's entirely up to them. But it's entirely likely that not all of those CT surfers will compete in the Challenger Series, or all of them, especially the top-ranked ones. They won't do it. Many of the bottom-ranked ones might choose not to. So that means there's a lot of CT wildcards or spaces available, which the regions can allocate. Okay, and so in this instance, we saw Yolanda being offered one, and also Lucas Silveira being offered one, and some of the other Australians will get it to fill the spaces. So that's why the wildcards, while there is so many, is because there's so many CT surfers with slots in those Challenger Series, but it's highly likely that many of them might not go in it. Snapper Rocks might be different. They might all turn up. We'll see. Anyway, that's down the track, but that's what the prize is, basically. And Delahaye's already booked his place. And now it's just a bit about going for that trophy and prize money too, Chico, so he can, go big and maybe get first-class flight to Australia if he wins this thing.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're going to see some really good action on those Challenger Series. And tell me what, so if you end up the ranking in the first, as Maxime Oussuno finished, he has a better seeding, right?
Absolutely.
So he's going to go with probably the 9th and 10th position from somewhere else.
Yeah.
And so on.
Yeah. Well, he'd be ranked behind the CT surfers, but yeah, in terms of qualifying series, yeah, he'll get a high seed. So that's important. Yeah, you're right for Gatien. Seeds are important. Right now, though, the man who's booked himself in that semi-final and is heading to Australia, and that is Lucas Silveira down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, he is. Congratulations, Lucas. That was amazing heat. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Yeah, everything kind of worked really well for me. And started with a couple of scores, and then was just backing up, and ended up with my best one at that one of the last waves. And the conditions are tricky, but there are a lot of waves, so it's good when there's a lot of opportunity for everyone, and the waves are powerful. So yeah.
Now you're going in the semi-finals against Carly Vast. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve?
Not really. He's surfing really good, obviously, and I guess I just gotta try to find big sections and hit it hard and hold on. That's a strategy.
You said at Costa de Caparica that you basically thought of a number, a combo that you needed, and you'd perform that in the ocean. So is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah, I think it's a little harder to think about that here because it's way more like wild and more powerful. But recently, like the last year or so, or last couple of years, I've been really working on that consistency of putting up big scores. Like every time I go for a training session, I time it and I think of getting at least like a few high scores every surf session, and I don't always get it, obviously, but just trying to get it all the time helps to keep that consistency up. And now the semi, so you obviously got to try to improve a little bit because it just gets harder and harder.
Well, it's Lucas the Machine going into the semifinals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's a competitive machine. He's a cyborg sent from the future to destroy the qualifying series. And Lucas Silveira, calm and composed, and yeah, great surfing from him, and he'll be very, very hard to beat up against Carly Vast. So what a heat that is. But this was caught in the break, and it's Gatien Delahaye.
Amazing surfing from Gatien. 3 major turns there. 7-1-7. Gatien Delahaye starting this hit off like he likes. Oh, great drone view here from the 3-turn combination. Gatien Delahaye making sure he finishes that wave off. He started off strong with the big snap. He winds up again coming from behind. He unloads a vertical one, and for good measure, a good finishing turn there, just to make sure he finishes the wave off. So 7-1-7 as you see blue upper riding.
As you see live here, Lede coming around the corner, and there's another strong turn. Not quite the amplitude and the spray of Gatien's wave. Similar kind of surface in many respects, but Thomas a lot earlier on in his progression. Still got a bit of growing up to do, both competitively and physically, but he's given us one of the highlights of the event so far with yesterday's performance. And he's still right in this. That first wave, just a 2.6, and he'll have to put his foot on the pedal if he wants to sort of match Gatien. And that 7-1-7 is a really, really great start. So he's put down a marker, and Lede trying to strike back. Chico, did he do it?
Well, this wave was really hard to surf. He got up there, a quick carve, another one, and just a finish, but not the type of wave he was looking for. Really bumpy on the face and really hard to surf overall. So a 2.6 for this effort here from Thomas Lede, and not the type of wave he was looking for, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's going to have to do better than that, just because Gatien got off to such a strong start. He's been so consistent, Delahaye, hasn't he? Caparicci was good here. He's just been kind of never really rattled. He's never looked like losing a heat. You know, he's never been in 3rd or 4th and needing scores. He's never had to chase down waves at the end. You think Chico, he's just kind of been on fire?
Well, I think he just found his mojo. He looks really calm. You can tell by his body language when he's on the heat that he's just letting it flow. Like, he's not forcing the issue on his turns. And when you surf like that, you kind of express yourself better. And I think Gatien is a guy that likes to surf with freedom and not too much pressure. So his surfing does the talking when he's relaxed. And yeah, you can tell he's relaxed, and he's posting big scores easily and not really forcing the issue.
Yeah, it was pretty cute when you had that little posted interview. You had the posted interview with Gatien. Did you see the kind of
connection?
Yeah, real connection.
Yeah,
a little twinkle in each other's eyes. It was beautiful to watch.
Well, you know, me and Gatien, we know each other for a while now.
Yeah, he's such a good guy. He brings so much to these events, I suppose, with his surfing and his energy and his personality. He's got that kind of charisma that makes you want to watch him. Lede just cracking that off and getting a bit of ricochet under the knees. And one turn combinations have been working, but that wave just didn't offer much of an opportunity.
Got a 9 yesterday.
Sure did. 9.33, I think, for the biggest single turn of the event. Huge close out Rio.
That section was huge. If you look back and see the size of that section, I saw it live. I wasn't even here. I was watching with Jorgen Cuisinet. We looked at the turn and we were like, what just happened? He's going to get a 10.
Yeah, I think he probably should have got a 10.
Yeah, that turn was...
I think one judge gave him a 10.
Yeah, no, 9.8.
But yeah, it was so explosive. Probably one of the last heats of the day. So he's got to try and channel that. He's got it in his locker. He's only young, but he's got that ability to do something really, really special. But he's just had a bit of a shocker so far. No waves over 2 or 2.6, and he's just a bit lost on the bank. Doesn't have priority. Just sense that Gatien, if he can get one more wave, a solid wave, is going to pretty much choke this heat.
Thomas has a brother, right? No way.
Yeah, I think it's his twin brother.
Oh, really?
I think they're twins. Yeah.
Oh, nice. But one is goofy and the one is regular, right?
Yeah. I could be wrong about that. And once again, I'll have my fact checker. There's Nicholas Paulet, just having something to eat. A little bit of power bar. Does that. Look, he's just a grom. He probably had 4 meat pies and paddle out and be fine. But he's got a good camp there. Really, really impressive surfing from that young kid. Kind of just blown into the seniors and really put a marker down of what's possible. That young next French generation is Gatien. Wow, that might be a paddle. And it is. So Lede now has priority. This could be a changing point in the heat if he can do something big, and it's late again. He's driving down the line. Can he get a section? And he can't. So didn't use the priority well. A big wave. No opportunity there, Chico.
Yeah, it's just a close up there. Really hard wave to surf. And yeah, Thomas, he's been finding some really good ones over the rounds. And Gatien there with priority, with some waves coming. Looks like a good one.
Yeah, 10 minutes on the clock. Thomas still doing 2 waves effectively. Gatien Delahaye, though, hasn't backed up his 717 yet. So he too just feeling it a little bit. It's in a strong position, but hasn't been able to back it up. So while there's a little bit of a gap, motion in the ocean, we're going to go to a short break and then come back with more live action from the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House, right after this.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the morning sun.
Welcome back to live action. We've got a bit of a slow heat here. We've got Gatien Delahaye came to life early with the 717. Absolutely blew it apart, but hasn't been able to back it up. Got a 3.13 while we're on that break. His opponent, Thomas Lede, just not getting any purchase in this heat. There's Gatien just managing to back up his score. So here he goes. Lede also looking for a wave. Looks going to go to the air here. Goes big. Oh, and goes high, straight leg, and just comes off.
Really nice punt there from Thomas. You can tell they've got this, the technique of the island, the airwind unlocked there. Looked really technical. If you had quite a face of a wave to land that turn, it would be made, I think. Looked really nice from Thomas. Gatien just posted the backup score, 313. So not a huge number. 7 minutes to go. And Thomas Lede now with the priority out the back.
Yeah, so Lede's got to do something. He's got 7 minutes. He's got a heat total of 3.83. He's been getting those type of scores in his sleep throughout the rest of the event. Just got to channel that performance. He's been surfing this bank a lot, surfed in the early rounds, wasn't a top seed, so had a few more heats on it than most of these other quarterfinalists. Right now, he's struggling to find an opportunity. And Delahaye, just with that first 7, has boxed him in. This is the 3rd quarterfinal, so they're just waiting to go into that second semi-final spot, and then the winner of Ramsey and Nicholas Paulet will be the ones that they'll be up against. So Delahaye just sticking clear of late 8 without priority. A 7.7 is what Thomas needs. It's a pretty big number given the way the heat's gone that far. And here he goes, looking at this one. Can he get back in the heat? A bigger wave, drives down. First turn's going to be crucial. That's a nice little swift turn. There's a backup. Floats over it. Can he finish? And he can. And can he hang on? And he does.
Whoa.
So he's back in the game. He's back in the game. But meanwhile, out the back, well, is he in the game? Because Gatien Delahaye has just finished off a big turn there as well. So finally, a bit of action, a bit of excitement, Chico.
Yes, Thomas Ledy with 5 minutes to go, coming back on this hit, which is great. Big turns, finishing it off, and it's nice to see him coming back. A long paddle to the outside now. So we have Gatien. Let's see what he did, because he had a small number, fair over 313 as a backup. So I think with the big turns like we saw on the on our screen, maybe he will improve on that 313. So 7.7 was what Thomas Ledy was hitting. I don't think that's the number, but I think it will up his cause. 4.5, so now he needs a 5.81, but there's a wave coming in still for Gatien Delahaye.
Yeah. Did you like this, Chico? What did you like about it?
Yeah, this first snap was nice, and this section was really hard, and he did a really good job to make around it. And faint drift there, release, and a really nice turn to finish it off. I reckon this score could be a little bit higher. I really enjoyed the wave, and this was the replay of Gatien. So is that better than, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Big turn.
Yeah,
so,
that's
yeah,
what you do. That's how you put a heat to bed. He's just got down, put that long wrangly arm of his around the neck of Thomas Ledy, and he's squeezing it ever so slightly, sucking the life out of the heat, because I think that score is going to be pretty good. Gatien Delahaye just marching on through, and Thomas hasn't been able to lay a glove on his, mate. They're both from the similar parts of the world. And Thomas would have grown up seeing Gatien, seeing what he's achieved, looked up to him. Well, this is what you've got to do once you get to the finals day. You've got to put in some big numbers when it matters. And looks like Gatien Delahaye backing up at 7.17 with a 5.83. So Thomas now needing an 8.5. And it's going to be pretty tight with 3 minutes to go on the clock. And it's going to be tough for Thomas. He surfed so well the whole heat, the whole event. He's put in some moments. It was Chico's absolute favourite moment of all time of the whole event. But right now, he's under the pump, and he'll be happy with the quarterfinal position. His ranking will improve, his seed will improve, and next year he's going to be dangerous. Here he goes, trying to get back in, going the right this time. Oh. And he's going for it. You can sense that he's sort of got limited chance now. He has to go massive. And he did it yesterday, but he hasn't been able to do it today as he just swims out and goes under that one. And the leggy doesn't ping off. It's the recap. It's been the Gatien Delahaye show, Chico.
Yeah, Gatien here started off strong this heat with a big snap there. Winds up again, big turn, and he was able to finish it off. So great composed surfing from Gatien Delahaye for a 7.17. And Gatien, as we see Thomas, this was Thomas' best wave. Big snap there. He gets around it, and another finishing drifty snap there. and this was our turn to make, and he did a really good job to make it. And this turn from Gatien puts Gatien well and truly in the lead with a 5.83. Look at that technique and pizzazz. Really good surfing from Gatien Delahaye there.
Yeah, he's done a number. He's done a number on this man, his younger opponent. Young pups come up and he's just sort of like a little cub coming up to play. The big bears has swatted him aside and said, you don't play with the big boys here, mate. Gatien Delahaye, too strong, too composed. And he's been marching on through these heats with consistent heat totals around that 13-14 mark. Late 8, he's going down swinging though. He's not going to give up, this kid. Can he go big?
Yes, he can. Oh, I thought he had it.
He had it for a little while, and that fin just meanwhile out the back. Look at that left-hander. And these things, you know what? He's got a bit of flair on him. And Delahaye just wrapping it up. I don't think Thomas is going to be able to get out the back in time. Delahaye gets another interview with Joanna. He gets another semi-final. Potentially can move up the rankings. It already was really high 3. It kind of depends on what Ramsey does in the next heat. But either way, really impressive from the Guadalupan. And right now, Thomas, he can take a lot from this event, can't he? I mean, that if they went through what they do, the post-event breakdowns, he'd be pretty much positive.
Yeah, I think as you watch the replay of last of Lou, I thought he had this air unlocked there. Oh, he was gonna go for the full rotation, so you can see by the way he turned his body and you looked over his shoulder, he's got that technique unlocked. Mate out of the water, business inside of the water. Great sportsmanship there, as they say. Well done to each other, and
yeah,
and they are having a quick chat, saying, "Yeah,
yep,
it was a nice heat we had.
See you next year." So yeah, all good to see that. A lot of good sportsmanship. But Delahaye is through. As we wait for the next heat, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more high performance surfing like this on your screen right after this. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's pumping.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the
Finals day in Portugal. Let's check out our 4th quarter, which will feature 2 absolute outstanding surfers from this event. Ramsey Bukiam flying high on the rates, coming to this one, ranked 2nd overall, taking on the young up-and-comer out of Biarritz, France, Nicolas Poulet. That's Gatien Delahaye from Guadada, from the French Caribbean. And he's all smiles for another semi. I'm Paul Evans, joining Chico Alves back in the studio. Mate, it's all coming down to the next few heats, the excitement.
Yeah.
How are you dealing with the tension? You look to be handling it quite well.
Yeah, normally when I was younger, I wasn't used to that much of a tension, and then I met you and I overcome the tension of my body. So like, it's really great to have the tension left behind. So yeah, I'm feeling great. 20 minutes, 22 actually, not 20 minutes.
What's the key to getting big scores out in these conditions, Chico?
Well, I think with the waves like this, it's turns like this, that gives you big scores, mate. Nicolas Paulet just explained you how it's done. Meaty sections, big turns, lots of spray, and the judges have been appreciating big turns.
Vicious from him, gets a big crack on the lip, and the judges throw him a mid-range number, the 4.67. That one just running down the line pretty quick, so he got a real quick turn, but it's going so fast because the power of the wave. It's an impressive wedge of displacing some of this fairly fresh Atlantic water. We've got down here in Santa Cruz, reaching right out into the full swell window, and pretty much anything moving in the Atlantic gives us waves here at Santa Cruz. It's been, again, a great provider. It's been solid. It started off kind of smallish. It's been pumping the last couple of days.
It is. Lots of opportunities, lots of swell. We haven't, just that morning we had like a bit of like small swell, but after that we had waves all over the place. They were actually telling me yesterday, a few surfers, that they had a hard time getting out the back because of the punishment on the paddling. So lots of work to get into the quarterfinals. They might be exhausted, but there's a few left to go, a few heats to go to make it happen and clutch the win.
Knowing Ramsey, knowing that he's already solid, he's qualified, he's going to challenge, he's going to Oz. How important would a win be here for him? He's just got a win in Israel, getting another one back-to-back, going with that momentum.
Well, I think for him it's just a question of not having pressure and really having now time to have fun while competing and just expressing himself like he always does on his Instagram clips. So I think most of the best surfing we see from Ramsey, we see it on social media and we're like, damn, this guy rips. He needs to be on the city. And to see him a little bit more freedom up with that qualification to the challengers, I think it will help him on these later rounds to just loosen up and throw some big turns. That's my prediction for this heat. I think we're going to see a Ramsey more loosen up and relaxed. As we have 19 minutes to go, Nicolas Paulet started off with a 4.67. The young Frenchman started off his campaign on this event really strong. He made a couple of rounds. He's on the quarters, man-on-man, with Ramsey Boukiam. As we see tides for today. Low was at 9:16 a.m. and high is at 3:30 p.m. So we are on our 2 hours and a half away from high. And we'll see how it gets with the high tide. Yesterday, we saw some meaty sections and some big scores. And we see blue again.
Paulet, big left, winds into it, smashes a turn, and it is wobbly there. That rip's chewing it up. That tide swelling up the bank. We're a couple of hours off the height, but it went a bit deep, that one, in a weird place, had a little rib through it, and it was enough to unseat Paulet, so no real damage done in terms of the score. Ramsey was just prowling with priority. He's been a little patient. I think at some point in the next couple of minutes, he'll be very keen to get himself a wave posted on the board, because he'll know how quick these heats can go, particularly with that tide coming in, and maybe get slightly extended lulls between the sets, Chico.
Well, yeah, I'm feeling what you're saying. There's bigger lulls now as we see the ocean. With the rip tide, with the current that creates small waves, even those small double ups, you can get something on the board. With the tide coming up, I think you need to really wait for those sets to come in. As we see out the back, the wind, really choppy out the back. That's, as we see, red.
Here he goes, Ramsey Boukiam uses priority. He's been patient. Vertical, first turn, a big re-entry, a swooping cutback snap, and then just a little muted hit down into the white water. So perhaps not quite what he was visualizing when he was waiting all of those 6 or 7 minutes for a set, but nevertheless, a reasonable way to kick things off, and as ever, looking pretty sharp.
Yeah, looked like a good double up to me. Nice vertical snap there, and a nice wrap here. So the first turn for me was the best and most technical turn he did on this wave, as we see the drone view. What a great work from our drone machine guy. And yeah, this wave was 3-turn combo. Congrats, Ruben, making it happen from the bird eye view since Caparica until now. Great footage, and Ramsey finishing it off that wave. 3.67, so under the 4.67 of Nicolas Paulet.
Yeah, he waited a little while for that wave, and I think it's just a little bit of a softer one than he wanted, and maybe a little readjust in his own mind now at the kind of waves he wants. Here's a meaty one. No one gets on it, though. It just slips under this pair. Might be a little bit straight. And there are those chunky ones out there, necessarily always having the best scores, and just as that wave breaks, it cleans out this lineup a little bit. And as a result of that, there's a little opportunity for Ramsey, which pretty much as soon as I start saying it, flicks off. But yeah, it's windy. That north wind whipping, kind of north-northwest. Pretty classic kind of springtime wind, that cold ocean. Sunny skies warming up the land and that air rushing in. Meanwhile, Ramsey on the inside. Going to get another opportunity. And again, that one will just kind of fold away from him. And he'll just ease himself off the back.
You can tell by his body language that he's relaxed, but a bit disappointed with the waves that have come in. He's looking at the beach a lot, so he might be asking his coach, am I going to change banks? Am I going to go to the left side of the beach? What do I do? So trying to understand what's the best strategy from now on, as he only has 15 minutes to go, so lots of time, but time is clicking.
Thinking about our panel of judges and what they're really looking for out here, which becomes ever more important as we go into finals day. There they are, our panel, with keeping very watchful sets of eyes on the ocean. They got best view in the house. They've also got access to replays. In terms of the criteria and the sort of stuff they're looking for, well, a lot of surfers like to throw out the speed, power, flow. That's like the 5th on our list. Commitment and degree of difficulty. Seen quite a lot of that at Santa Cruz. Innovation and progression, yeah, a bit of that too. Combos are important, Chico.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of all of these 5 criterias, but I think on this comp specific, we saw a lot of commitment and degree of difficulty, because the conditions were quite big yesterday, and the meaty sections were really hard.
Ramsey inside, prods one on a really steep, and does really well to get 2 turns there at pace on an always kind of pitching lip section. We'll wait for the score to come in. In the meantime, we'll go down here from the winner of the last heat. It's Gatien Delahaye.
Thanks, Paul. Congratulations, Gatien. How did that go?
Stoked, super stoked. Like, I came here to Santa Cruz with no pressure, telling myself just surf, have fun, enjoy, do what you do every day. That's it, and it's working and it's coming my way. I'm making heats, and now into the semifinal, I couldn't ask for more.
Well, you shouldn't feel any pressure because you're 3rd on the QS rankings. So, but to finish the season off with a win would feel pretty special.
Yeah, for sure. Like being 3rd right now in the ranking, it's like no pressure, but when it's contest, pressure comes back, you know. Like, we always want to do good, we always want to improve. I want to keep my 3rd spot right now. I don't want to go down. I would like to go further than that even, but yeah, it's always pressure when it's about contest.
One of your opponents is in the water right now. Anyone you're looking forward to going against?
Anyone. I'll go with Ramsey or Nicolas. I'm just watching at them right now, and they're fighting hard, so I don't really know. It's super close still, so we'll see.
It would make it easier if you went against Ramsey, because he's in 2nd and you're in 3rd, so that would clear up a few things.
I would love to go with Ramsey, actually, because we had a battle in the final in Israel, so I kind of want to have that rematch with him, you know. It's like pretty excited for me, and I really like Ramsey too. We've been struggling the last few years, and now we're back on top, so it feels pretty good.
Now, how are these conditions for the semifinals?
Looks great. Looks great. The wind's coming sideways, maybe some airs, maybe some big turns. We'll see. It's all fun.
We can't wait to see that. Congratulations and good luck in the next round.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Great stuff, Gatien Delahaye. So just as we were watching that interview on our split screen, we just see a mistake from Paul A, uncharacteristic. He goes down, he also surrenders priority as well. We also saw some of the slowest paddling you'll ever see. Ramsey just barely moving his arms. He looked like one of those wind, you know, on the wind farm, the electricity things, where it just starts to turn the blade like really slow. He's got big arms.
As you see the replay.
He's got big turns.
Yeah, big turn there, and this one was the money turn. I think the last turn really clicked for him. The first one it was quite early, and then was really throaty the wave, so it was just hard to deal with the change of rails and directions, and he did really well to actually come out of the first turn and be able to fit one more on the last section. So Ramsey there with a 5-5. Yeah, the scale is low now. I don't know if you're feeling that too. But yeah, the first few waves were really similar in terms of scoring opportunity and level of surfing. So can't wait to see what they bring to the table on the last 10, 11 minutes now.
Yeah, it feels like there's quite a bit of distance to travel between the opening kind of peak section and the inside bowl, and it does get a bit fat between the two. So if you can do a combo on the inside on that last little closeout, which is exactly what Ramsey just did, breakneck speed, lightning fast. That wave was basically just folding on pretty much dry sand, and he managed to tag it twice. If you could do that, it's going to pay off reasonable numbers, even on an inside wave, even on a smaller one with a bit less energy. 5-5 is decent for Ramsey, and it puts him with a little bit of control in this, and a missed opportunity to answer back from Paulet. And now Ramsey again will have the pick of waves that come through. Bearing in mind, of course, that the higher of his two scores came when he didn't have priority. So we just snaffled a little insider. And that could be a pattern we see throughout the afternoon as things go right onto the inside. As the tide fills in, we will get little drainers right on shore. There'll be the big kind of woollier ones out the back as well. And all of these surfers have had 5 days or so on this wave to get a read on it. But even with all of that and the experience of surfing heats, it's always a bit of a challenge from Santa Cruz, I feel, from the ocean. There's always just something. It's not super cooperative, Chico.
Yeah, I think it's really exposed to the weather, and it gets really chilly in the morning, especially. Then you get really warm between the day, and then it gets really chilly quickly in the afternoon. And then there's always a mix of texture. Sometimes when it's glassy, it's really warm, and you feel like summertime. And then once the north wind comes up, you just feel the temperature just dropping. And yeah, but the wave's still fun though. The wave's still fun. So I love this wind. You?
It's not my favorite.
This is my favorite wind.
Okay.
I'm
you
not
like
kidding.
a howling northerly, do you? Interesting.
No, I just love a rip ball left like they're surfing with this wind. A little bit more consistent like we had in the morning with the air section at the end. Fun.
All right, here goes Paulet on an inside number. What's he got here? Wide stance, bang, vertical snap. Down the line, prod and probing, little hit, and another. It's nice. Throws up a fan of spray, and another little clip. Might even get one more in the rip in here. She'll just park it on dry sand. Very nicely done. Good footwork from him. So putting everything into that, going all the way basically to dry sand.
Well, yeah, he did really well on this wave. Big first turn there, lots of spray. Another one here. I like this snap here. Boom. And he worked the wave until dry sand. But yeah, I think he's needing a 4.5. And yeah, I think it's going to be right on the money, because he had 3 solid turns out the back, and then he milked the wave through the inside section. So really well done by Nicolas Paulet. So yep, not enough, 4-1-0. So I knew it was going to be tight because the wave was small, but the surfing he had on the wave was really technical, because the wave wasn't that good, and he did such a good job to actually make of that wave a 4.1. So Nicolas Paulet with a lot of technique and attitude surfing, but he will need a bigger wave with a steeper section, I think, so he can improve that 4-1-0 and attack the first place from Ramsey Buchan. Ramsey has a small backup, a 3-6-7, so maybe we're gonna see anytime soon Ramsey changing that. I don't think we will see Ramsey ending a heat with a 3-6-7 as a backup, as we see Kauli Vast, the man himself, getting ready for the first semi-final. And what a heat. Two monsters, Kauli Vast, Lucas Silveira, monster scores, monster competitors, and it's going to be great to watch this battle.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this goes. And just look about, you know, we talk about motivation and in a fight. Kauli Vast needs to win this event. He needs to win this heat to get in the final. He needs to win the final. If he does that, he's going to the Challenger Series. Lucas Silveira's already going. He's done that. So he's just really suffering for prize money and for the fact that he loves making heats, as does that man who goes with a big vertical turn, which will be incomplete, and a little grimace from him as he resurfaces with 6 on the clock. And now Paulet will have priority. And he's only looking for a 4-5. This has been a really low scoring affair, this one. Not a classic. Not loads of waves really coming through. Let's get another look. What happened for Ramsey here?
Yeah, he got it really early and tight in there, and then with the explosion, it just fell. As we saw, he got beyond 12 o'clock there, and that little leap coming up.
The bounce coming up.
Coming up, got him. But the turn, wow.
It's pretty rad.
He just smashed the lip. So Ramsey, when he puts a strong backside turn on the lip, wow, you're going to see some spraying.
He was on his way to a big number there if he'd have made that, but he didn't, so that's all academic. The numbers stay the same. There's not a big spread. Look at those numbers on your screen. It's low, low numbers. There's not a lot of difference there. Just checking out the board. Seems to be undamaged. So signals back to the crew. Back on terra firma. Paulet with that prio, a 4-5-1. That is not a big requirement for that man. It sort of splits the 2 scores that he's got at the moment. He'll just have to be patient here, and this will test the nerve a little bit because he's within reach.
As we see there, Nicolas Paulet waiting for his opportunity. There's 4 minutes to go, so crunch time on this heat. Nicolas Paulet only needing a 4.51. Really low demand to get back the lead, so Ramsey might be looking at the watch and thinking, well, I need to change it 3.67 anytime soon. So I think we're going to see a flurry of action in the last 4 minutes of this heat. As we see them paddling towards the outside, there's something coming.
Yeah, it's tricky conditions out there right now. Just look at the scores that they've had. So their numbers are reasonably low for their scores, but outside of their actual waves in their top 2, neither of them have got above a 1. So they really don't have anything that they're throwing away of any real quality. It's been a wave-starved heat. However, making the best of the early running was Paulet with this.
Yeah, Nicolas Paulet started off strong. Big backside attack there. Ramsey came back with this wave. A big snap here and a carve. This was the 3-6-7. Right over. This was on the first 5 minutes of the heat. So he got a 5-5 on this one. Boom. And then a big turn to finish it off here. Really quick surfing from Ramsey. And yeah, we have the 4-1-0 from Nicolas Paulet. Big snap there, winds up again, quick off on the wave, snap, and he was milking the wave all the way through the inside. So really great surfing from Nicolas Paulet.
That's the story how this one's gone down. It has not been a classic at all. Really low numbers. Ramsey hanging on to a 3 at the moment. Paulet got a couple of 4s in his top 2. It's all about getting through to the semi to face, as we now know, will be Gatien Delahaye, one of these two. It will be a repeat of the final if it's this man that went down in Israel. Ramsey getting the better of it. What's he got here?
Yeah, nice first snap, a carve, and a finish. So he was looking to bet at 3-6-7.
Much better.
I think that can be, that is going to help his cause. As you see Nicolas Paulet with a snap there, winding up again. and floats that section. Let's see if he can fit one more. Yes, he did. But, well, I don't know if that wave from Nicola will beat the 4.51. And, yeah, I think Ramsey might improve, right?
A good chance of improving, so that requirement might go up. You think about this number, well, both numbers are going to come in, how crucial it's going to be to set things up. It's a good chance. If Nicola's score comes through as the number, it would be enough until Ramsey's dropped in. Let's just stick with this. Our judges will take their time. Final 2 minutes now. And it's a 6.23 for Ramsey, so decent improvement for him. So a real big requirement now put onto Nicolas Paulet. 7.06. I don't think we saw that with his last effort, so he's probably... We'll wait till it comes through. Good chance he might come up short with that. He's going to need another wave. He will have priority, though. It sets us up for the final 90 seconds. Still do have a number to come in. He cracked up a couple of nice turns, but comes in as a 3.67, so well short of even prior requirement, but certainly the one he needs now. 7.06. He's got a minute and 20 on the clock. How's he going to find himself a set wave, Chico?
Well, there's some lines approaching, so I think we will have a final opportunity as he's paddling towards the right side of the peak. I think he's just waiting for one of those bigger ones to really open up, and I think there's something coming, Paul.
A minute on the clock. There's a little motion out the back. Paulet needs some. He needs a wave. And he needs 7.06. He needs a pretty good one. He needs a couple of turns or one huge one. We've seen his skill set throughout the week here. Last week also in Caparica. He's a really sharp surfer, young up-and-comer in the French Basque Country. But right now, he's struggling. And in a heat race, never really got going. He's had not many opportunities. Couple of falls, but even on waves that maybe weren't offering the hugest of scores. And it all boils down really to now Ramsey turning the screw. That last wave that he got, getting a 6, just really putting that pressure on. And managing just to ramp up the quality and stay with it. And having a little word with Cowley Vast there, who's in the next heat. As they swap over to their allocated time spots. It's the last few seconds here for Paulet. Not sure if this wave will get him in time. If he does, he'll need to stand up on it. We're counting down. He's going to get the horn here, I think, before he gets to his feet. So Ramsey will actually be in position for this by paddling wide. And it's a pretty good wave. Launches himself with speed. Oof. Wow, carves down, reverses it from the lip. It will be incomplete. And here's Paulet, which I'm pretty sure is after the horn as he puts that one down anyway. And it'll be Ramsey Boukhiam who will face Gatien Delahaye in the second semi, which will be a repeat of our final from the Seyat Pro Netanya in Israel. A couple of weeks back. Well done, Boukhiam. Got himself out of a tricky heat. Paulet just struggled on that one. Just kind of ran out of momentum. Absolutely no disgrace, though, going all the way to the quarterfinals. So our semis are decided. There's just 4 surfers left. One of them, Cowley Vast, coming up in the next semi. Needs to win this event to go to the Challenger Series. Find out if that happens when we come back after the break.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the morning sun.
Welcome back to live coverage of finals day from the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. We're going to welcome Ben Mundy back into the studio. And how do you like the look of that bracket shaping up for the semis?
I tell you, there's not many heats left, is there, Paul? Just the 3. And yeah, I'm pretty reckon those have been the 4 best surfers. Well, funnily enough, that have gone through. Managing Ramsey, he's actually finding his form a bit more on the finals day. He hasn't been on fire the whole contest, but those other 3, vast, incredible. Silvera, the most consistent. Delahaye never looked like losing. So I'm pretty happy that probably got the 4 best surfers in Europe battling out for the points. Quick debrief with Ramsey. He's already qualified, so it was always a bit of luck trying to get his head in the game, and I think he sort of switched it around on finals day. Sort of, with the points and the prize money at stakes, I think he's finally fired up. And Kauli Vast, Lucas Silvera, this is probably the matchup I've most been looking forward to, Paul.
Yeah, really important heat this for a number of people. For Kauli, obviously. Also for the likes of surfers close to the bottom of the cutoff. The likes of Thomas De Bier, Justin Becret. Is an opening wave from Vast. Oof.
Yeah, spicy. And that's a massive opening wave for Kauli. He's been going in the forehand and been really impressive. Meanwhile, also Silvera, so he's aiming to drop some hammers. Oh, and there's a massive turn as well. Can he come out? And if he can, we've got an incredible start to this semi-final number 1. So both surfers just opening up. Silvera with a 6.83 and Vast with a 6.67. I love it when the tone gets set early, Paul.
I think someone might have told Lucas Silvera, misinformed about the rules, and I think someone's told him that he has to get at least a 6 on his first wave in every hit, because he's done that for 2 weeks. He's unbelievable. He's relentless. Hammer time from here. Massive backhand hanger as he sticks that one. He's so in tune with this wave and just belting it on his 3rd, and it will be a score for him.
His wave selection, doesn't matter if he's got priority or not. Last heat, he was all over the bank, all under Charlie Quivront, just getting the best waves, just reading the bank better than most. And yeah, Boomtown, 2 waves, 2 turns, and that's another big one. And all of a sudden, within the blink of 5 minutes, he's got a solid heat total, and Vast is going to have to match him.
How big's that wave, Ben?
That's, well, it was almost double overhead. Let's call it 5 foot, Paul, 5. I would go 6 foot because I like to, exaggerate things slightly. Probably a Hawaiian 3 foot, sort of a Aussie 5 foot and a Portuguese 6 foot.
Pretty solid section, all closing in on him. And he goes straight back up into the moor and bangs out a turn with that very sharp shooter of a surfboard. He's going to get a good number in here. He's already going to be on his way to a total. He loves it. And he gets a 7.33. So with barely 20 minutes gone when he rode the wave, already throwing up 14 points. Here's Vast now, finding himself an opportunity, pumping and driving. And something that went a little wrong as he was trying to launch there. And Silvera loves that. Paddles past, he watches them fall off, and he says, all right, priority, is it?
There was a little kick of the feet and sort of happiness, a little intense sort of 8 egg, what do they call it, the old egg beat drum kick when you're swimming, just to get out there, claim his position. And he's got priority, and he's got a solid lock on the heat, but with so much time left remaining, you just know Vast is going to come back. But in a really, if he was going to map out the way he would have liked this first 5 minutes or 7 minutes of the heat, I reckon he would have mapped it out just as it's occurred.
So already scintillating action in our first semi-final. And it is finals day here at the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz. It's also the thrilling climax of a long and eventful season on the qualifying series in Europe. Qualifying's gone regional, Ben. For the Championship Tour, you've got to dominate your region. You've got to get up there in the top 9 in the case of Europe. And then you go to the Challenger Series. Then what happens?
Well, then you surf 8 Challenger Series, and if you get into the top 10 of the Challenger Series, you get under the CT. And that's the top echelons of professional surfing.
And then what happens?
And then if you get in the top 5 of the CT, you go into the WSL finals, and that gives you the chance to win the world title. It's pretty easy. As we see, Vast making it look pretty easy, but just coming a cropper.
quick rotation for him.
It's your classic, basically, I think, the powers that WSL have gone. Have you ever played Snakes and Ladders? It's this really cool game called Snakes and Ladders, and they've kind of just replicated that. And it adds to the drama and adds to the excitement.
Big snake coming up after Margaret River, Ben. The mid-season cup.
Yeah, the ultimate snake.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel... I wasn't against it. We've always kind of said that this sport maybe needs a bit cutting to the chase. Some of these events can be a bit long-winded. A lot of action happens.
Too many heats that don't really matter.
A lot of heats that have no jeopardy. A lot of sort of gearing up to the important parts, and that means that you lose sometimes wave quality. So in terms of, I thought the WSL, the final sort of sorted that out a little bit, but the cutoff is another brutal cut. But I don't mind it. I can see how, you know, those surfers who have gone through this Snakes and Ladders game to get up there and then suddenly haven't had the opportunity. I get why they could be in disagreement. But in terms of there's last 4 events leading up to the finals having just the best 22 surfers there, bring it on.
Could bring a cut-off into the QS. But that's a suggestions box.
Yeah.
Midway through the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, how many are you letting through? 4?
I'd probably cut it in half, so just have 500 remaining.
Yeah.
The top 500.
Yeah. So say you start off at the round of 224.
What about a QS finals day to decide the top 9 to go to the Challengers?
They should, yeah, tomorrow, bring the top 10.
Here's Vast, all speed, all fury. Nice rail turn, rips it down through a little wobbly section, stings out a snap in the pocket, and then looking for more, and just saw that little bit of frustration. He wanted another turn in there. Nevertheless, it's better stuff from him. He does have that 6.67, which is similar to the low score of this man, Silvera, but he's also got a 7.3. He's also got a bit of speed on this left-hander. Bang, in the lip. Not the hardest turn we've seen him do. There's a little redirect setup, and he'll try and hang on to priority here. We like this. He'll be a solid paddle battle, Ben. Who do you fancy?
I'm going to go Vast. Silvera's gnarly. He's got the inside track. Look at Vast go, though.
Oh, I love it.
And I think that inside track is going to be pretty crucial for Silvera. Sometimes they like the surfer who got the second wave. You're putting him in. You're liking the straight line approach from Silvera. He's just cutting him off, and there you go. I think he may have got it. And they're going to make a claim on it. And it was exciting. The heart rating.
Inch given right there. It's those two. They're laughing. Vast gets it. So Cowley is awarded it. I think that's a slightly sort of wry smile there from Lucas Silvera, as he wanted that, and those two having a little bit of a giggle, which we like to see. Generally, you don't see loads of talking go down in heats, but those two, a little slightly light-hearted exchange there after basically paddling as fast as you could possibly paddle on a high-performance shortboard.
Oh, yeah, that would my heart would have exploded with that type of energy being released in the ocean. And yeah, the judges often in that situation when it's so close, it's kind of who got the last wave, and you know they both got a set, and I think it was kind of, you know, in a lineup, it would have been Carly's sort of turn. Yeah, this wave just not quite the explosiveness. Yeah, none of those big turns. So 4.17 won't count. This wave I really enjoyed. It just didn't have the ending, and you can just see how spicy. Even that is pretty savage. And just here you think, I was going to do 1 or 2 there. He did neither. And so a bit of a poor finish. And he gets a 4.17 for it. So improves his score somewhat, but he's going to need a much bigger 7-point ride to get up.
Couldn't do much for the end. It just went all wobbly here, didn't it? After this turn, just went really weird and buckled away from him, and saw that.
I think if he'd just driven off and finished off, he might have got a 5. I mean, it's, you know, half a point we're talking, not a whole lot, but
it still wouldn't have been anything like the score he needed.
Nah.
Still looking for 7.49 is Cowley Vast. 13 on the clock in this. Lucas Silvera, who's just looked unbelievable when we've watched him surf heats in a variety of conditions. Small waves, certainly no slouch. The juiced up conditions, he's matched the power. Let's see how he puts together a campaign on the Challenger Series. He had a couple of good events last year. What have you got, Ben?
Well, I was thinking about the qualifying series finals. That we get the 10 surfers and 6 women, but we don't tell them where they're going.
Where's the venue? Pantin?
Well, that
Pantin.
I think we get them all together. We blindfold them, get them in a chopper, and we just go, mate. Let's go to the Azores. I'm talking and we airdrop them in, like the old surf about style.
I'm not sure that feels QS-y enough. Final, so that's the iconic QS event.
Yeah. All right. It's the routes. It's got to be Zerouts in probably February, something like that, and make it happen. It would be exciting, but no, I think the surfers have been through enough. There's been too much drama, too much excitement, too much tension, and it's all filtered into place now. And pretty much Cowley is the only one that can shake things up. He has to win it. All the other 10 are locked and loaded, my mate Nico Loire says, so we might get a chance to get that. Would be a good look at, but it's only Cowley that can.
Therefore, the significance is surfers that are right now in the bottom of that position.
They're actively going against Cowley. They've actually joined Silvera's gang down on the beach, which was already pretty solid anyway, to be fair.
Crew.
Now he's got about 50. Yeah, exactly. So there's a couple right in the bubble. Well, there's one. And if Cowley can do that, it could upset the uppercut, but we'll see.
Silvera at the moment with a pretty decent lead in this one. Cowley Vast has shown us a couple of flashes of brilliance. Hasn't really found the waves so far. Still 11 on the clock. Find out who's going into the final. Our first finalist will be decided soon. We'll be right back.
Sing my song to the morning light, and when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the morning sun.
Welcome back to finals day. Tension out in the water. And this heat started with a bang, and nervous moments right now for Cowley Vast. Needs a win here in this event to qualify for Challenger Series. If he does that, it'll be bad news for Justin Becret, who at the moment, courtesy of his result finishing this morning on finals day, is sitting in 9th spot. So Justin Becret of France occupying the 9th spot, the last place to qualify. The only person that can leap over him, who's still alive in the event, is the man in the water right now in red, Cowley Vast. He will need a final in order to do that. I'll put him on 4,485 points if he were to win the final. Before he does that, Ben, he's got to get out of this semi, and he's looking for a 7.49, and the Ocean is doing this kind of prolonged quiet spells right now, which only adds to your tension when you're chasing down a score.
Yeah, when you've been boxed in by Silvera, and you need a big number in the Challenger Series, your next pretty much 7 months of your life is on the line, then yeah, it gets tense. He's got priority though, and he's going to have to remain calm. This is a man that rides 50-foot Chopu. He's got a resting heartbeat of about 3 beats per minute, so he'll be cool, he'll be casual, but he knows he's probably going to get 1, maybe 2 shots at this, and he has to make it count.
All right, here he goes. Cowley Vast, he'll use his priority here. A little double up to start the way, but he needs a big finish. What's he got? Going for speed. He drops in a layback, and he'll even go incomplete on it. Even if he'd made that, I'm not sure that was quite the 7 required. That wave, awkward. He's a long time underwater there, so just getting pinged in, and he'll have to go back and think again. It's not going to be the requirement. He's still going to be searching.
Yeah, it wasn't a very good wave. You could tell from the start. I mean, he was hoping the double up section may have created something. I thought he would have had to have gone to the air here. And it was a pretty crazy Larry layback, drop your wallet, whatever you want to call it, but yeah, it was never going to be enough. That wave wasn't big enough, really, or steep enough. Just kind of, that was his priority decision. Maybe now he'll just sit a bit wider. Oh, just lost 1 foot off the back, and that's why he couldn't regain and spring back up. Mickey Picon there, French legend, Quicksilver marketing guru, and in the Cali Vars camp. He knows that's not enough. Lucas will try and get a bit close to his opponent now, you'd imagine. A gnarly competitor. Just keeps doing this, doesn't he? Just keeps, well, I mean, he doesn't surprise you anymore because you're just used to it. Came off the end of this event, like, bit of free surfing action. I caught that massive wave at the bottom, just nearby here somewhere. Just shows you the range he's got, you know, from 2-3 foot QS groveling at Caparica to 15-foot slabs. That's why he'll be dangerous on that Challenger Series event. And right now he's just boxing his younger opponent and he just can't get underneath him, can't get away from him. Still needs a 7.49 to keep his Challenger Series hopes alive.
Carly's going to have a little look. And that's the tactic he's going to need to employ here. Is just look underneath the priority of Lucas, see if he can get an air, essentially. It's the only way really you would think on an inside wave you're going to get a 7. 7.49, so a pretty decent 7 is actually what he needs. Or he can try and sell something, see if he can get Lucas to go a wave, which doesn't pay off. He wouldn't bet against Lucas improving on his score if a wave comes through. He's been really precise.
He just always builds at the right time. So often you see with Lucas, he'll get one wave, it'd be a really good number, and then bang, the next one's just another 0.5 above. He just has that knack of just laying down a really foundation and then just slowly but surely building on it. And it can just grind your opponents down to the ground. It must be quite dispiriting just to see those numbers just ever increasing and your requirement going up.
How do you reckon Becrae's feeling right now with 5 to go?
Pretty happy. Nervous, but happy. He won't be happy with his performance. I thought he didn't surf to his potential, but he's still got a lifeline. The results that he's achieved stand on their own. And right now he's hoping that Kaoli, although he's good mates and they've spent a bit of time in the water actually at Chopu together, he'll be hoping that in this instance Silveira does him a solid one, as they say in the game, Paul.
4.5 on the clock here. Cowley trying to slip away, maybe a little wide swinger. Has piqued the interest of our surfer from Tahiti, who at the moment is on the wrong end of 7.5 points. That's the requirement to get past this dude, Lucas Silveira. And he will use Pryor on this wave. Has Cowley sold him something here? It's a nice little release. Let's see where that goes score-wise. 6.8 is low number. It was a reasonable wave. Not sure he improved there. Possibly a chance now for Cowley with 4 on the clock.
Back to Justin. I mean, he's already. What about a roller coaster he's been on? Went through the heat. Thought he had to get through the heat to get there. Lost the heat. All that emotion.
But crucially, got 3rd.
Got 3rd. Yes, just did enough.
Got ahead of Thomas de Bière with that 3rd.
And then thought he could have been out, but now he thought he's back in, but still has to go through this again, watching someone else do it. It's not even in your control. It's probably even a worse situation. But Vast, he's out there. You would not. He got 2 8s in his last in the quarterfinal. He's entirely capable of a massive score with one single turn. And so now he's got 3.5 minutes to really, really make this a dramatic and thrilling heat. He needs a wave.
Still wait for the number of Lucas. If he doesn't improve, that requirement will remain the same. It's just a 4.5 for Lucas. Cowley, he knows the size of the task now. He's got priority. He's got 3 minutes. Has he got a cooperative ocean? Let's see how this plays out in a nail-biting, dramatic first semi-final at the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz. It is essentially down to the last hour or so of our season, which began back last summer in Europe with a little bit of a swell restricted event in Anglet. And then we've gone all the way out to the mid-Atlantic in the Azores. Done some time in Spain, been over in Israel, been in Portugal for a couple of weeks. And it all really comes down to this last couple of minutes, certainly for the surfer in red right now. Vast has had a relatively unsuccessful campaign. He needs to win this event once again. That's his situation. If he wants to qualify for challenges, he'll need a win. At the moment, Silveira, who's dominated this one, he's got 1 foot in the final. Here goes Cowley Vast, uses priority, pumps for speed, great looking wave, hits it really hard. This turn's crucial. And he goes down, Ben Mundy.
Yeah, it wasn't the wave he needed. I mean, you absolutely understand why he had to swing. He had to have it a crack, but as soon as that wave just went a bit slopey, the first turn was strong, and then he was just a bit behind the section, so I think that wave was never going to get him the score. Hits the lip, and you can see it coming too quick at him. Gets rid of the fins. He had to try and do something big. He needs a massive number. And I really think in this sort of situation, it's going to be one turn. You can see the double up.
Wasn't far from it. I tell you what, if he'd have tagged that, 7 points, he was going really fast. The judges love those speedy combos. It's all academic anyway, but I tell you what, it wouldn't have been far away from the number. Now possibly with a couple of lines and 90 on the clock, maybe another opportunity. Is Silveira going to let him have any chance of a wave, though, with priority?
I wouldn't imagine that Lucas is going to give him any scraps, any chance whatsoever. If a good wave comes through, he'll catch it. If one doesn't come through, he'll block him. Their wave, smaller wave, though. And that's a big air, but it's an incomplete again. And every time he catches a wave that doesn't work out, his chances dip closer and closer to zero. And he's battling away. He's not giving up, but he's in a really, really dire situation with 45 seconds left to go.
Yeah, he's in all sorts here. Silveira will try and come and cover him, as you might expect. Lucas's long-time coach, Marco, who worked together when Lucas was a kid. They've teamed up recently. Seems to be working out pretty good, because he could well be on his way to yet another final. Good Lucas Silveira. And he looks to be taking this very much in its stride. Very composed and casual. Ice going through his veins.
Yeah, he's even afterwards, you can't see any. They're in range of emotion. It's pure work. It's pure. The job isn't done. I reckon if he wins, we might see that real outburst of Brazilian emotion.
I reckon Justin Becret's feeling pretty good right now, because according to our sums, he has just qualified for the Challenger Series. Cauli Vast needed to win this event. He's going to go out after a really valiant finals day effort at the semi-stage.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, what about Thomas Debier? I mean, a third place, not even getting through a heat, has been the difference, a cigarette paper between him and his dream. So yeah, he's stoked.
Congratulations, Lucas Silveira. He is our first finalist at the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz. He's made it into yet another final in Portugal. Really impressive from him. Hard luck to Cauli Vast, to be fair, has ripped today, but just ran out of luck really in that heat. Didn't do a lot wrong, but waves are becoming slightly slimmer pickings. Coming up with our second semi-final, and then it all comes down to the last heat of the event. The season's wrapping up in the next hour or so. We'll be right back after a break.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the
Welcome back live to Santa Cruz. We are into the semi-final number 2, the penultimate heat of what's been an incredible week of waves and good times on the shores of Santa Cruz in Portugal. My name's Ben Mundy. I am joined in the booth by Chico Alves. That man, Lucas Silveira, has just been pretty much unstoppable. Often getting back-to-back waves, logging 14-point heat totals at will. And He's just on a real roll right now. I've watched him surf since, well, probably a decade of watching Lucas since he won the World Junior title, and I can't remember a time where he's been in better form than he is right now. Chico.
Yeah, he's. I think he's putting a lot of time to surf this type of waves. I think Lucas has always. He always had the talent, but he always looked to catch swell, surf perfect waves, go after Nias and those clips that he loves to put on a show. But now I think he's been focused on surfing like hard waves in Brazil, lots of time, training a lot with Iago, and he's putting together some really good performances. I think he's training with back home. I think he did a couple of surfs with the father of Iago too. I think I think overall he has put in a good work in terms of surfing hard conditions, Key West conditions, and it's reflecting on his scores.
Absolutely. Putting in the time and getting the rewards. Ramsey Bukhayam, another man, first turn on his backhand, and just can't finish that off. Obviously, super powerful backhand. Groomed on the Moroccan points of his childhood, and where he goes back every chance he gets, especially during the winter months. So Ramsey just going to that on the first wave, but just an incomplete here, Chico.
Yeah, he was quite late to this last turn, and he couldn't get his body connected to the wave there, as we see an air for sure.
Gatien. And so we've been waiting a long time. That you've been asking for that for a long. You've been asking that since Caparica day one. I mean, that's been 10 days, just basically bothering him and hassling him. I reckon that's as much as your air as it is his air. That one.
Yeah, I think so.
You called it. You saw the air breeze, and you know he's got his locker, and that's the first time he's delivered it.
Because he has this air so unlocked that he can post 9 and 9.5s all day long doing that, and for him 9.33.
Yeah, so equal to the highest wave of the competition, and to do it in the first 3 minutes of a semi-final is huge. So Gatien Delahaye, hats off, incredible surfing, progression, and he's really stomped the marker there. Ramsey's got so much work to do now. Not a lot riding on this heat in terms of qualification. It's more of a just who can get that final, get some extra prize money, and get some extra sort of confidence going into the Challenger Series. Right now, it's Gatien Delahaye has got 1 foot firmly in this final. Early days, Ramsey will come back, but what a start.
Yeah, we need to remember that Ramsey, he has been posting some clips doing some big airs too. So if he starts to match the type of surfing that Gatien is doing, we would have a semi-final to watch. Look at this, Ramsey now up and riding.
Just goes down again.
Yeah, it just goes down. There's a really great air wind right now, and with the tide has come up, so great air wind, good kind of like landing spots because there's a lot of water. So I think we're going to see some more airs on this heat. I think with the confidence boost of a 9.33, Gatien can maybe do another one of those anytime soon.
Yeah, once you've landed one and your confidence is up, you just know that you're more likely to go for another one, more likely to pull it off as well. So Gatien, you know what, he's so smart, he'll just surf whatever the manoeuvre is best for that particular wave. See a replay of that particular backhand aerial actually. But yeah, what a start. Ramsey too, no slouch in terms of going for the punt. But right now, well, we've got Lucas Silveira. He's down on the beach with Joanna Garnell, the man of the moment.
Yeah, that's right. Our first finalist. How are you feeling? I mean, 2 finals in 2 weeks. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's going good so far. But still one really hard heat to go, and I'm not satisfied yet, but obviously super happy. And whoever makes that heat will be an amazing final. They're both really in form as well, and I'm just never had like back-to-back such good results like that. So what I talked about the last interview, the consistency. I think it's paying off all the hard work, and I'm feeling good and can't wait for that final. Try to find some more big sections.
Well, after this heat, we're going to have an expression session, so you're going to have some time to relax and watch, maybe feel a bit inspired by what you're going to see in the water.
Yes, for sure. It's nice to have some time to take a breath and yeah, drink some water, eat something light. I don't know. I see what my mom brought. She's always with the snacks ready. So yeah, and just go try to do the same. One more heat. I'm stoked.
Well, you go get ready, and good luck in the finals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Lucas. Yeah, look, he's still just got his eyes on the prize. One more heat, that's all it is. He's got his mum's snacks on board, and he's just so calm and relaxed. I wouldn't be even surprised if he goes in the expression session before the final. Just get a weekend at Noah's Surf House.
He's a frother, so yeah, he loves to surf. He's always in the water, so in Costa he surfed like 9 hours, as we see the replay of Ramsey. Quick snap there. You can tell by the body language that he's quite disappointed, but I would like to see Ramsey step it up to the occasion and go for the air too. I would love to see that. I think this is the right heat to do that. Semifinals, nothing to lose. Air wind, lefts, good waves to boost. And to match that 933 and come back at this heat with an 8 or a 9, if you can boost a big one, he's back at it. So,
yeah, absolutely. Gatien hasn't backed up his total, so if he can just get up, just need a 9, just needs a really high-scoring wave, an 8 or whatever, just to get back in the game, which he can well do. As Gatien goes to his forehand. Oh, no, he doesn't. That might have been a paddle. You might see Ramsey get that priority there, and he does. Sort of a fair bit off each other in any way, but this is a bit of a potential bit of good luck that came Ramsey's way. He wouldn't have been able to go to this wave. Oh, and he goes for the tube. He just can't make it, so doesn't capitalise on that minor priority mistake.
And under the lip takeoff, and he pulled in. Look at him. He's getting over. He tried to sneak under the wave, and the wave said, "No, Ramsey, you're mine. You're gonna go under it."
He grabbed him by the ankles, didn't he, and pulled him down.
Yeah, missed a wave. Just pulled Ramsey down.
Yeah, you're not going to win this one.
How's your confidence?
How's my confidence?
Yeah, I can tell Gatien's confidence is off the roof, but yours?
Yeah.
I would like to know yours on this
I'm
little
just
break.
taking it one hit at a time at the moment. Just trying to get to the final and hopefully put a performance in that my mum and my dad will be proud of. I've put in so much hard work over the last 2 weeks. I've been doing just heat by heat, putting a lot of time in the booth, and I'm feeling pretty confident. I think I can get the job done.
As you see Ramsey, and quick in and out. Yeah, over the last 2 weeks, I felt your confidence really boost up, and this is the second finals that you make, so you got to be happy with that.
Yep. I've made both finals on both events. It's been a pretty epic Portuguese working holiday, and I've been loving my time, loving the people, loving the guys and girls we work with, and loving this guy surfing. And he's going up here. What's he got? Nice little first turn. He's going to belt it again. Oh, and somehow hang on. And I tell you what, Ramsey is in a world of pain right now, because that's going to be a big, kind of solid score to back up his already huge 9.33. He drifted the fins there, Chico.
Yeah, he did, and with a lot of style. I think Gatien, he said it on the interview. I want to get Ramsey. I want revenge from Israel, and he's doing just that with turns like this one. Boom, fins out, makes it, love the claim. And this drone view makes it clear, fins out there, and he was able to make it. So really well served by Gatien. Look at this. Drift on the tail.
It's a two-turn combo. The first one was nice as well, and that one just a bit of progression. Ramsey needs to fight back and fight back quick. Here he goes. First turn. Oh, savage. Now he's got to finish it off. You just see him start to lose. Body language isn't great. Sort of in a bit of a hole. Can't get out. There's a frothy wave.
First snap was great. I thought he was going for like blow-tail reverse at the end there. Here, I thought he was going to go to do that blow-tail reverse, but he couldn't really gain the speed after the first turn. So 6-8-3 for Gatien, and now Ramsey needs a combo land.
Yeah, it needs a combination 16-point ride or 2 8-point rides. So huge numbers required from Ramsey. And with 11 minutes on the clock, it's going to be a very, very tall ask if he is to get anywhere near coming back to getting to the final. And absolutely well-deserved. Silvera, and if as it stands, Gatien Delahaye being the most consistent surfers throughout the whole week. I think their average heat totals would be the highest of the two surfers in the event, so it's not over yet. Anything can happen in surfing, but such a massive lead. Delahaye way out in front, and we're reaching the kind of climax that we wanted. The two best surfers, the two best informed surfers, duking it out. So that's going to come up. The final is at 3 o'clock. We've got a expression session to come after this. Hold the phone. As you see, Gatien, he might do it in his own expression session here. He's ramping up. He's going fast. What's he got for us, guys? He's got this. Boom! And just goes for the grab. Tries to tweak it out. And Alain Rao, he loves it. There's Gatien's partner. She's enjoying the show. And there's a lot to enjoy about this surfer. It was always coming, wasn't it, Chico?
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for the full roll, but he tried to change it up with the grab, indie grab, backside, stylish. It throws the, you see how he throws the tail to the wind, so you could get these feet stuck to the board and stuck the air. Unfortunately, he couldn't land that, but looked really great. Nice photo for our official WSL photographers. For sure, they have a moment there with Santa Cruz behind and Gatien Delahaye grabbing the rail on a big air in the meaty section. As we see, beach view of our scene here in Santa Cruz. As we see blue paddling on a good-looking left.
Yeah, drives hard. There's a nice slash from Ramsey. Can he get a finishing? And he can't. You can just see him. He gets one turn, but he can't get the second. And then the frustration kicks in. See his coach there just relaying that exact message. And they can see your disappointment. They all work so hard, but just can't get a by wave with the second section, or wave selection hasn't been as good as Gatien's, and he's in a whole lot of bother.
Yeah, Ramsey with a shocker of heat in terms of scores. From the level and the quality of the surfing he's been showing off, he's having a shocker. But yeah, I think Gatien is sitting a little bit more towards the right side of the beach, and Ramsey a little bit more to the left. And Gatien keeps swinging away on good ones, so why not maybe sit next to him?
Yeah.
If he's having the mojo of the scores, maybe just go sit next to him, and you'll have one of those that he's catching. As you see, they have quite some distance still in between them. So
yeah, absolutely. He's definitely getting the better waves on that section of the bank. And you know what, they would have obviously talked about their positioning. Now Gatien's going to go up actually and get involved and sit on his opponent, although he's got such a huge lead. Although you see something coming his way, and he's going to pounce on it. Here we go. You can just see him waiting, back foot down. And he's just getting pretty loose in the juice now, just trying to show a bit of variety. That wave is a pretty difficult section to just try that, almost like a reverse nose pick backside aerial, and doesn't land it clean, but it's kind of been a bit of a incredible surfing from Gatien, Chico, but a bit of a, you know, competition-wise, a bit of a dud heat, really, in terms of drama and excitement and scores. It's been a...
Well, I thought this last move from Gatien wasn't the best. I think he had priority there. There's 7 minutes to go. He could guard the priority and just wait for a good one to come. So he knows the next wave that comes, which was this one, was his. As we saw that Ramsey trying to mix it up a bit. Nice to see Ramsey trying his best to get some airs and, well, to try to get back on the heat. It has been really hard for him, and the waves haven't been helping Ramsey. So as we see the recap of this was Gatien with a full rotation, and he landed perfect on the sweet spot of the wave. So easy landing for Gatien, perfect rotation, 933, and Ramsey here with a big snap off the top there, winds up again. And as you see by the body language, he hasn't found a second section yet. And this was Gatien's backup 683 with a big belt on the top of the wave, and hard landing, but he managed to pull that off. So great surfing for both surfers, but Gatien getting the nod, and Ramsey trying to find himself still with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's not working out for Ramsey. Although right now it hasn't worked out for Carly Vass, but fair play. We've got Joanna Garnell down with him. He's going to give us his sort of take on proceedings right now.
Yeah, that's right. Kelly, you had a really great run this event. Unfortunately, you didn't make it past the semi-finals. What's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, I'm sad because it was close. I didn't find the good one. I had the prio and he got the. I think that was my mistake. I had the prio and he got the wave under. He got a good score on one turn, and then yeah, I was needing a 7 point, and then I didn't find the wave, and then yeah, fuck, it's hard to lose like just before the final. I couldn't make it into the final and get enough point maybe to qualify, but it was tight, it was hard, and then that's the competition.
Well, what are you going to do from now?
I don't know. I'm gonna go back to train, and then yeah, it was a hard season for me. I had like a couple mistakes on the first contest of the year, so I did many first round, and then yeah, happy to do the semi-final here. It's a good result for me for the end of this season, and yeah, I will come back stronger and then smarter too.
A lot to review and to think about, and I'm sure you're going to make a great comeback. Congratulations on the semi-final.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Carly. It's never easy to come up and have a few words when you've lost and your dreams have been shattered, but he's got a good point there, isn't he, Chico? He's got to come back. He's only 20, that man. He's so young and so talented, and he's going to make a big mark in surfing. Don't worry about that. Speaking of making a mark on surfing, Gatien Delahaye is just playing with this ocean at the moment. He's got confidence. He's absolutely blown the doors off this heat. Ramsey's nowhere to be seen, and looks like he's having fun now.
Yeah, he looks really relaxed after that wave. He was looking at the watch, seeing if he can, if he needs to pedal hard or not. And yeah, he's just like, I think he's just, I think he kind of knows he has 1 foot in the final, and he's kind of like trying to save his energy for the final moments of this competition. But with 3 minutes to go, I've seen a lot of stuff happening in surfing, and can Ramsey do it in 3 minutes? 2 airs?
No, is the answer to that. I mean, I don't want to bag him, but I just think he's just had one of those heats where he's kind of signed it off. Hasn't been able to get any sort of good waves. He's had flashes of his brilliance, which we know how good he is, but hasn't been able to back it up. And yeah, to try and get 2 8s in 3 minutes right now, borderline impossible. And it's just been one of those heats. He'll, you know, as we said, there was nothing riding on it. There was no points or qualification. He's done really well to get to the semi-final when he wasn't completely focused. And I'll tell you what, though, once he hits that Challenger Series, he's going to be dangerous. Here he goes, though, on his backhand, goes around the corner. Wow, big turn, falls off. Yeah, he'll be dangerous, especially at snapper on his backhand. If that thing is barreling behind the rock there,
well,
man, oh man, he'll be gnarly.
He'll be gnarly. He comes out, double up, and there's Ramsey backside like 3-4 times. I think we'll see some really great surfing from him out there.
Yeah, surf's pumping.
And then, again, it's competition. You need to find the waves there. So,
yeah, it's not easy. And there's a lot of great surfers. All the CT guys potentially will all sign up for that snapper event.
Do you know some already that want to go? Have you had a quick chat with a couple?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the guys, there's a clash for the guys going to now, the next event. But all the, I'm just assuming that all the cut-off guys, obviously, will just be, they'll be frothing for that. So it's going to be a really stacked field. But, it's just Ramsey is one of the best backhand barrel rollers in the world. Like, end of. I just think his backside tube riding is really, really, there's probably 5 or 10 people in the world as good as him at it. And at snapper rocks, if it's tubing, he'll be gnarly. But that's to come. Here goes Gatien. What can he finish off? He goes from, we can hear it. He thinks the expression session's already started. He doesn't want to break that board. But how much amplitude did he get there? And he was...
I just love the angle he did that. That looks so... Looked like really... We see a lot of that on the... Oh,
he goes goofy.
He's going to go goofy.
Nice.
We see a lot of that move on skating. That kind of air where they tweak a bit and they grab the front rail. And he's playing with that. Look at this. He's going to tweak it. Look, you saw there? The tweak on the tail. How stylish was that air? Oh, look, he tweaks at the end there, so he gets the right direction.
If he just got the landing on the foamy, on the soft part, I reckon he may have been able to cushion it, but he just landed a bit
further.
Not in the flats, but just on the non-soft landing. But either way, he's absolutely smashed that heat. Huge heat total. Ramsey, that's the end of his European surfing campaign, but he's either second or third, just seeing how Gatien goes. But he's done a great performance. He's won an event. He's got himself back in the Challenger Series, and he'll be one of Europe's best bets. And there's Gatien. He's waiting for Ramsey to come in and shake his hand. Also, just have a little think about what he's done and where he is and what he can do in the final. So, great surfing from Delahaye. And we've got the final. Well, we've gone through today. That's been those 4 quarterfinals. Kelly Vast, Silvera, and then Delahaye over Bukiam. And now it is the final. 1 more heat left. We've got an expression session coming up. All the surfers vying for the prize at the Noah Beach House. But we've got Silvera and Delahaye in that final. It's going to be an absolute cracker. The 2 best surfers, 2 best form surfers of the event going for it in some pretty fun, solid and powerful waves. But while we get ready for the expression session and the final, we're going to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Stay tuned, folks. We're getting to the nitty-gritty.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the morning sun.
Hey guys, and welcome back. I've got the winner of the last heat and into the final. Our last finalist. How are you feeling, Gatien?
I'm feeling great. I'm getting a little tired now. It's the third heat of the day. It was a lot. The pressure and everything coming together, it like sucks up your energy, I feel like, and couldn't ask for more. I know. Final again. Yeah, I'm just on top. Couldn't ask for more.
How is it going against someone like Ramsey?
Like I told you guys, I wanted the rematch with him. Israel was not enough, and I'm super glad I started like this with the 9. And it kind of took all the pressure off, and I was like, yeah, just enjoy and catch another wave, do a turn, and you'll be fine, I guess. But my main goal was to put him in a combo situation, which I did. And yeah, just on top of the world.
Lucas Silveira made a final just last week. Do you think you're going to have to step it up for this final?
Just gonna keep on doing what I'm doing, and I guess it could be enough if I'm on the right wave and I choose the right turns, make the right decisions and stuff. I can get him. But yeah, step by step. I'm gonna rest now, and hopefully we'll have a good final.
And you can watch the expression session that's happening behind you, get a little bit inspired. You've got 30 minutes to rest, and we'll see you there.
Thank you, guys. See you in the final.
Yeah, he's looking pretty cool, calm and collected. And so is Gatien. And yeah, he's just warming up. He's done well. He's been one of the form surfers of the event, and he's just a really likeable young chap. I'm joined by Paul Evans for the expression session. Half hour of high octane and entertainment. We've been told, Paul. And
I think we've got our part-time colleague Philip Jervis is actually out there in the expression session apparently. So he's neglected his commentating duties. He wants to surf. He wants to win a weekend at the Noah Surf House.
Yeah, interestingly, he didn't come in and say, "Hey boys, bit of a potential schedule sort of problem here. I want to go on the expression session. I want to go on the expression session, and I might not be able to make the the second semi, but he's out there, and we've got a surfing Wyatt, the big fella, with the one booty on. I like that. Well, or he may have an amputated leg, I've just been informed, so a prosthetic leg, still one booty. And it's great to see him out there surfing in this, getting involved, trying to get a weekend at Noah's. As we see someone having a crack there.
Well, what would you do to get a free weekend at Noah's there, Monday?
I'd enter the expression session, and I'd enter the expression session and try and win. Yeah, that's what I'd do, Paul. I'd go in. I mean, if I wasn't commentating, unlike Philippe Jarvis, I respect the schedule.
Used to be my mate.
Yeah, I know what I have to do. But yeah, I'd probably go in it, and then otherwise I would. I don't know, maybe do the cleaning for 6 months or something.
Would you walk 1,000 miles over broken glass?
Wait, shoes or bare feet?
Bare feet, mate. I think that's the popular. I think that's what popular expression goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, a weekend there.
Would you have a staring competition with the north wind at Santa Cruz? It's like whoever blinks first, the wind or Mandy?
I've just done that for a week, Paul. I can pretty safely say who's won that. It's like west, northwest wind that comes in at about 40 knots on average. And yeah, I'd do anything. It's a wicked place to stay. We were lucky enough to stay there last year. We had a great week up in the Fungalow.
Just in case you're tuning in, this isn't the men's final here. This is the expression session. We're basically doing all this just so Gatien Delahaye can have a little rest. Because apparently he can't surf for an hour, so he needs a little rest. No, fair enough. He's just surfed the semi. And he's just defeated Ramsey Bukium. And now he's going to drink some water. Might have a little banana or something like that, I reckon.
Okay, as we see, oh, big turn there. Just not quite sure. Haven't been given a list of actually who was in the expression session. That might be handy. And we see JJ there. I think that's JJ. He had a good surf. Good guy with the boat having a crack there. I want to get some of his. I want to get his story. That'd be interesting. Yeah. And yeah, the winner of this expression session, you get the weekend at the hotel. Plenty of things. Gatien having a rest. Let's talk about the final, I suppose. We've got a lot of time to talk about the final build-up here. Lucas Silveira versus Gatien Delahaye.
Well, just on the expression session, if you get last in the expression session, the punishment is also a weekend at the hotel house, but your key card doesn't work.
Right.
So just downstairs when you try and get in and there's that glass door,
yeah,
you basically spend a weekend in purgatory and you watch all the people going in having a fun old time.
Full Get Smart kind of
coming out with their sort of fat bikes and all their gear from the surf shop, and you just have to watch them from the outside looking in.
Yeah, been there. And
dinner time, that's sorry guys. No, can't fit you in.
Yeah, the Noah Surf House has backed this event for the last few years. Incredible support, incredible food, and now they're offering a good time for a weekend for some lucky expression session holder. I mean, we did have some highlights of the incredible week of surfing. We've got the Surf House expression session. I don't know. Where's Jarvis? I mean, he's out there, isn't he? Or is he, do you reckon he's just chucked a sickie?
I think, what's this?
Don't know.
I don't know. But
we don't know who any of these people are, which makes it quite challenging to commentate.
We know who we are.
We know where we're going.
Well, we know Philippe Jarvis is out there, but you'll recognise his surfing. You've surfed a lot with Jarvis over the years, Chico. Goofy footer.
Francisco Almeida, up and riding here. He's good at backside airs. I think he's going to land it. He did it. He fell. Quite chop up backside. And thanks for having me here for another week, Paul and Ben.
Anytime, mate. Anytime. It's been a big week. It's 2 weeks, close quarters. Spin your highlights. Caparica, Santa Cruz. Pick a single moment. What's been your highlight of the culmination of
the major maneuvers of the last 2 weeks?
Major maneuvers of the last 2 weeks.
Probably.
Jarvis in green.
Jarvis paddling for left. Look at him. He's focused. He's going to go for the air. Look at him.
Wait for it. Commentator going for it. He's looking at the section. Can't get it. Yeah, it's
Is he still spotted?
Huh?
Is he still spotted?
Still got the sticker on the front?
No.
Yeah.
Bit easy to talk about, isn't it, Philippe, than actually do it, it seems. Yeah. People in glass houses. Yeah, he can launch an air too, can't he? Good in the barrel, and he's good in the air.
He's good everywhere.
Yeah.
I just said it because it's a rhyme when you finish that sentence.
Yeah.
And yeah, great atmosphere.
Yeah. Oh, the crowd's gone wild. They just actually give the crowd a bit of a rest. They were pretty hyped up as well. So,
as you see, Red there paddling, almost got it.
Red.
Almost got it there, and he ended up falling over the falls. As you see, White getting under it, and great atmosphere. Do you know the time?
Time? Well, I know that the final's on at 3 o'clock, so we're about 2:30 now. We see there's Jarvis going for a little...
Who you boys like for the final? We've got Lucas Silveira, we've got Gatien Delahaye, Brazil versus France, a repeat of the 1998 World Cup final. Football. Ronaldo didn't want to play. They made him, or did they?
I'm going for Gatien. I think he's got too much flair. He's got that extra bit of spice. And I know Lucas is one of the hardest nuts to crack in surfing.
Chico, who do you like for the final, mate?
Mate, with this wind, in these conditions with the tide coming up. I think it's going low already, but I'm going to say Gatien.
Well, one thing we can guarantee is the wind.
Exactly.
That ain't going to change.
Exactly. No, but yeah, I think it's going to be really close. We know Lucas has the power, and the wave selection is always on point for Lucas. And Gatien, with the air wind, I've been asking him for 2 weeks now, just do a punt, please. He did it, 9.33. As we see the jet ski there, having fun, enjoying himself, having a salad. He's actually eating a salad on the jet ski, so great view there. Never saw a jet ski driver eating a salad. He's looking great. And we see Chiquinho Almeida. He's going to do a punt, and he landed. No.
Pretty hard to judge the winner of this so far. I don't think there's been any completed
Not
manoeuvres.
sure anyone particularly deserves the weekend at Noah Surf House right now.
Maybe us.
You should give it to perhaps like the sort of employee of the month. If you'd like to, over the course of the last sort of 2 weeks, there's been a lot of work put into these events, hasn't there, Paul?
Hardest working person on the QS?
Yeah. Who would you give that to? Who would you give the employee of the month and the weekend at Noah's if it was within your jurisdiction?
Can I vote for myself?
No, you can't, unfortunately.
I'd say Rob Gunny. I think he deserves.
Probably going to go for our beach marshal, Inez. She's put in some solid days.
Yeah.
You, Ben?
And some nights. She's been. Oh, you've said me. Oh, thanks, Chico.
I didn't say you.
Oh, that's really nice to hear.
I said you, Ben.
You said you, Ben. Yeah. Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah, no.
Yeah, Ben Mundy.
Hardest work. Oh, I'd always give it to Sammy Quello. Just thinks works behind the scene.
Yeah, he's
does
true.
a
She's
lot of work,
Yeah.
a lot of logistics, and never ever lets
true.
you down.
True. And she always works behind the scene. So you never give credit for, but she's always there making it happen. So
she's done a good job.
A big thanks.
Everyone does a pretty good job.
Everyone does an amazing job, mate.
As cameramen work pretty hard. They stare into that wind and that sun pretty endlessly, don't they? Down there getting the shots.
It would be hard to judge who deserves more. Really hard to judge. But yeah, the win for a week.
What about the judges?
And
what about them?
What do you think we should do with them? Start taking them somewhere up in the hills? Or just unfriend them?
Yeah, they have worked hard. I mean, to their credit, they have scored a lot of waves.
What do you think we should do to them?
What we should do to them? Yeah, I mean, it's
an abandoned warehouse out the back here
Yeah.
on a farm. No one will ever find them.
It's not going to be painless, put it that way. It's not going to be painless.
You know who deserves a lot too? How do you call Miala? He's handling the big camera all day on the beach, walking up and down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, doing...
RF cameraman.
Yeah, RF cameraman is doing all the posted interviews. And
with
all
the north wind.
Yeah.
Oh.
Often wears...
Manuel Miala.
Yeah, often wearing shorts, I might add. Which is even more to his credit.
He loves a short.
In the morning here, just
like that one kid in sort of middle school that punches through. There's always one kid, and he like 9.
Yeah.
All winter on
punches
shorts.
through whole winter. He gets to Christmas, and he's like, I'm halfway there now. Or she.
In the morning, I mean, it's often the sun doesn't sort of show its rays till about 9 o'clock here in Santa Cruz. Most mornings 9 or 10, and that dark stage, we hear it sometimes 7:30 in the morning. She's just above zero. He just sports those shorts. He just walks strong. It doesn't even look cold. Not a goosebump on him. Yeah, he's worked hard too. Yeah, he's right in the mix. You'd actually give him a room, an outside room. Just like, put the air conditioning on like full down to like 7 degrees Celsius for him.
Exactly.
Just so he's comfortable.
He's going to be good in the kitchen with the cold.
He can have anything he wants from the delicious breakfast buffet, but while he's eating, he just has to hold the camera. Just got with it with the left hand and hold that massive radio frequency camera on his shoulder. He can't digest properly without it.
Okay, that's a wind surfboard, we've been told. And the big fella, I'll tell you what, he doesn't have to do much here to get himself a weekend. You just have to maybe be a bit creative. You just got to stand up and be a bit creative, I reckon. You might get it. Oh. As we see.
The air section is coming. He's going to get it.
Is that Ryan Quello?
Looks like Ryan Quello, doesn't it?
He's got an air on him, that young kid. So he's out there. Jarvis has gone a bit quiet.
Which is not normal, because Jarvis is always like on the hand. He's really like a...
He's got a look about him that he might sort of just sneak up the inside a little bit, Jarvis.
Ruin a session.
He's got
a look about me, he could ruin a
He's
session.
got that little green-eyed glint that he's just going to slowly just sneak up. And that's the man there, isn't it? There he goes.
He has a girlfriend, so he might be really digging hard to win this express session and spend like a good weekend at the nose. Romantic one.
He's an employee. As an employee, you can't win the prize. It's basic rules for most of these competitions.
So you need to donate for the
employed
other
by the
employees.
organisation. You can't win a prize from the organisation. And
so you need
unfortunately,
you give the prize.
Yeah, he'd have to give it to the
who?
second. Well, to anyone else that. To someone on the beach.
Yeah. Just go like, oh, I just won
Splashed
this.
a bit of water there. He's rattled. He's happy with the score.
He's upset with the score.
He's rattled.
He's not happy with the priority judge.
He's a little bit rattled. Look at him.
Should we chat a little bit, Bells? Who are you liking for the win here? Men's and women's. We've decided our semi-finalists, so only 8 surfers left. Who are we liking?
Ethan Ewing.
Semis.
Ethan Ewing is my
Ethan
pick for the
Ewing.
win.
Yeah, me too. Thanks, Ben.
Oh, great chat.
Well, no, actually, I'm going to change that, Paul. I'm going to say...
Who do you think's going to be in the final? Who do you think's going to win?
I'm going to say the winner of the Ewing-Toledo semi-final, I think, is a very, very good chance of winning. That's not particularly new. Oh, he's giving a push, Jarvis. That's sportsmanship. You couldn't get him on. So close.
Okay, first, let's just
do the women's.
Yeah, first semi, Courtney against Tyler Wright. Who do you like for that?
I like Courtney. I picked her at the start.
Chico?
Tyler.
Boomtown.
I have her on my fantasy.
Yeah, I'm going to go Tyler as well. Carissa Brisa.
Carissa.
Brisa.
I'm going to go Brisa as well, actually.
I think Brisa's a good shot for a world title.
She's in the
I
yellow
think you guys
jersey.
are playing with the odds too much.
No, we watched her last year in the countdown series,
and you picked
then in the Challenger series, and she was on fire, and she was great in Hawaii. She hasn't got many weaknesses, and I just think she might want it more than some of those other ones.
What about the overall win then for the women?
Courtney.
So you're saying a Courtney Brisa final.
Courtney.
Okay.
Tyler.
So Tyler to beat Carissa in the final. I'm going to have Brisa to beat Courtney in the final. So beat Tyler in the final, excuse me.
Any sort of forecast? What are conditions just the same as they have been?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty similar, I think. There's a little kick. The swell's going to clean up a little bit, I think they were saying on the broadcast today.
And what about in the booth for the women's final? Shannon. Well, wait for it. Quello. Oh, don't wait for it. Okay, yeah, good. So we've all got 3. What about you, Paul? Have you put in your predictions?
Just told you that. So for the men...
I wasn't listening, really.
For the men, Ethan, Toledo, you're both going Ethan? No, she gets not going Ethan.
I'm going Ethan. I'm going
Ethan.
Oh, yeah, there he is, a man with one leg and that. We might just have our winner.
You won it. Give the man the prize.
There he is.
What a legend.
One birdie works.
Good skills, man.
Awesome skills to get up. The man who's been through, I'd imagine, more hardships than most of us, and he's got a good wave, and he got all the way to shore. What a legend.
What a legend.
He's about. Look at the fella. So that's a good story for all our chat. Well done, mate. He might have... Yeah, well, I don't know who the judge of this is. It hasn't been sort of decided.
Let's hope it's not us, because I'm not sure we've been paying quite as much attention as we probably should.
Okay, yeah, so the other side of the draw.
Second semi, Callum Robson. It's an all-Australian affair with Callum Robson and Jack Robinson. Robinson.
I'm going to go Robson.
Robinson.
Just go Robinson all the way.
You're saying Robson, you're saying Robson.
Yeah, I'm going to say Robson. CR, not JR.
Chico?
I'm going to go with Jack.
Cool.
You?
I'm going Callum.
You're going to go with Callum?
Yeah, for the win overall.
I have Callum on my fantasy team. And I have Jack, and I have Ethan, and I have Philip.
There's Lucas Silveira's squad getting psyched. So he's got the jacket on, he's staying warm, he's staying loose, he's dancing a little jig, and he's thinking about going out there and trying to ring Gatien Delahaye's bell. Oh, Jervis. What? Get up for the alley-oop. Was that Jervis? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. As you see, Chiquinho Almeida there. Getting a quick carve. And a jump out the back. I'm alone on the booth. Hi, everyone. Everyone left me. Cry me a river.
You're not alone, mate.
Oh, you came back, Paul. Sorry, I thought I was alone. Like, I saw one guy leaving, I saw you standing up, and I was like, I'm gonna be alone on the booth for the next 15 minutes. Yeah, just me, myself, and I, thinking about life and what I've seen the whole week in terms of combination of major maneuvers. And
okay, on a slightly more sort of serious topic, our surfers that we've qualified for Challenger Series.
You want to talk about that?
Who are you liking for CT qualification? You can have all 9, you can have 1, you can have none. Who's stepping up? Who's making it?
From what I've been, I want to see the rankings again. Can I check it again? Because they changed a couple of names.
Maxime, Ramsey, Gatien, Ador, Jorgan, Gaspard, Tristan, Timothée, and Justin.
I don't think Timothée is on that list. Right?
Yeah, he is.
Can I see?
Yeah, he finished the season 8.
So I think from what I'm seeing here, they all got a chance.
Garnell, who do you like for in the Challenger Series? Who do you like? Do you like Gatien? Got a really good chance. Obviously, Ramsey, Maxime won the whole thing. Who do you fancy for stepping up from the Challenger Series to get the potential CT qualification? I mean, you could say all 9 of them if you like. There are 10 qualifiers for the men, so they could all be Euros.
Can you just ask the question again?
Yeah,
which
of our surfers, we're qualifying surfers from Europe for the Challenger Series, we're sending 9. You got the list there.
Yeah.
Who do you think might go well on the Challenger Series and get the qualification for the World Tour?
Well, they all look really great. They've all been surfing amazing.
Yeah, you must have a favourite. Who's the nicest one to interview?
Oh, they're all so nice. I can't say any names.
Give me something.
I can't say who are the worst. No, I won't say. No, I mean, you've got really good names here. Oh, hi.
Hi, everyone back home. This is Joanna just looking at the rankings and deciding who's going to qualify. I'm going to go with Ramsey and Maxime Osuna.
Yeah,
same.
That's my prediction.
Same.
Solid picks.
Yeah,
but, I've got
safe picks, right?
I just love my mate Jorgen Cuisinier. I think he's so consistent. He got really close last year to qualify.
That's big place for a couple of years.
Yeah, and I think with Snapper and the comps we have for the rest of the season, I think he can probably qualify too. So I think we've got a list of stacked surfers, all with a lot of talent.
What about the women? I know you're going to say already.
Yolanda.
That's my pick.
Yeah, I think on the women's side, I'm going to go with Teresa Movalo, Mafalda Lopes, Yolanda Hopkins. I'm just kidding. All the Portuguese.
No, mate, you can pick them if you like. I mean, they are.
But they are like
they are
three.
qualifying top. Yeah, absolutely.
They are what, 6? They are 6 women.
7.
7, and 4 of them are Portuguese. So yeah. Oh,
wow, look at him.
Philip Jervis.
Philip Jervis getting a little nuts in the expression session. He fancies the weekend at Noah's.
Can we see the replay? Just to have a double check to see if it was. Give me that.
Here we go.
We have Philip Jervis up and riding, and he goes for the fin release and he gets it.
He's got that turn unlocked.
Nail
that guy.
Why has he been in the booth all this time? He should be out there.
He'll be 60 and he'll be doing this turn. I know him. He just loves this turn. He was rattled because he wasn't showing the best he has. And great to see him.
He needed a 3.77. Do you think he got it?
I think it wasn't enough.
Again, it could come in a little bit under. While we're having a bit of mirth while we're waiting for the final, a bit of serious game face there from Lucas Silveira.
The walk.
The machine.
Great walk from him. You can tell he's focused when he's walking like that. Like,
yeah, but if
he's treating sand like it's not sand.
If you just wave a hi, he'll just give the nicest smile to you. He's focused, but he's very aware.
I've tried that. He wasn't really smiley towards myself.
Yeah, well, no one really likes you, Shiku. Just kidding.
Lucas, as you see, red there, having a look on this one. Oh, this looks like a nice section. Oh, GG. He almost got it. Layback to air. GG. As you see, Ryan Coelho. Woo. So I think we have less than 15 minutes to finish.
Jervis.
Again.
Here he goes. Come on, mate. You could have hit that.
He's unstoppable. He had a really nice lunch there at Noah's. So he has his belly full, feeling all that energy. You can see, right?
He's going all right out here. He stomped that one.
Who's in first?
We don't know. We don't have the information. I think it's Paul. Paul is doing great. He's having a good... He's with a good chemise and a great style. So I would give it to you if you just dress like that for a weekend. Just because of the expression.
You really know how to express yourself. You do.
It's really nice of you, mate.
Yeah, thanks.
It means a lot.
You look really stylish.
I'm doing my best, you know.
I know you're doing.
So we're getting close to the final here. We will see Lucas Silveira taking on Gatien Delahaye. We're having a break, so Gatien can have a little rest. He served in the second semi. He's feeling a bit tired, so he's having a rest. He's having a break. He's probably drinking some water.
Well-deserved rest.
Might be having a little banana, stuff like that. And that was a creative-looking sort of stall there. What do we got on the inside? Yeah, maybe a little snack. Don't want to eat too much. Not great to serve for heat on a full stomach, is it? But a little bit, maybe a little energy bar. Something like that.
His girlfriend was having a snack when he was coming out of the water, so she probably gave him a little bite.
Who'd you like for the final, Joanna, between Lucas and Gatien?
Oh, well, Lucas has been ripping really hard.
Well, they both have.
Yeah, well, true. I was just going name by name, but yeah, if those lefts stay consistent, I mean, Gatien really has a big chance.
He has been deadly all week. What are we looking at here?
That section was huge.
Oh, is that Jervis? Was. Philip Jervis, our commentator, who's been giving us insights all week, breaking down some of the technical aspects of the surfing. He's now putting on a masterclass of aerial surfing.
I've listened to the beach commentator saying 1 minute remaining. So 1 minute remaining, and then we're going to have the final, the men's final, right?
Fingers crossed, mate.
As you see, White there, the man of the moment.
He's got the, I think he's got the best wave so far for me, all things considered. He's looking like a solid shout for the weekend at Noah's.
As you saw there, having a look, José Vidal, my brother, spent a week with him a couple months ago, traveling. And as you see him paddling again on the nice double up. Is he gonna get it? I think so. Oh, it landed.
Oh, what's gonna happen?
My God.
Oh.
Oh,
drama
What
at the
just
end
happened?
of the expression session.
Is he alive? Yes,
well, he is. He's running.
Look at him.
Alive and well. Oh.
Oh, and he lost his... Oh, this is the moments we live
Something
for.
happened. He's worried.
Nothing happened.
Let's get another look.
Is he winning with this one?
He should be.
Look at this.
Wow.
Boom. And now the moment of the truth. JJ, are you ready to hit the sand? Yes, I am.
Did well to flick the board up there and not get it in the face.
He's going back in. Going for a little swim. Oh, no.
He's helping Hugo to get out of the water. And he's doing a good job doing that. He got his board, and now he's running with his board.
Thanks for that, Chico.
and now he's stealing his board. No, I'm just like commentating what I see.
JJ,
actually.
run.
I'm just commentating what I see, and JJ is waiting for him now.
Oh, Jarvis.
Jarvis there posing for the photo, giving the Shaka bra, and his friend of Hugo giving his board back, and as you see.
Who do you guys think is going to win this?
We have already said.
Sorry, I wasn't here.
Yeah, we have already said it, and we have JJ.
Jarvis can't win, right? Because he's one of us.
He's one of us.
One of us.
Oh, he thought he was. Thought he was one of us until he left us in the lurch on commentary. Just put his wetsuit on and went surfing. I'll tell you what, we've had fun with the expression session. We've had a fun couple of weeks in Portugal. I've got some bad news right now. It's about to end. We're coming down to the final half hour of action at the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz. The final will feature Lucas Silveira, Gatien Delahaye. That's all coming up live right after the break.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to the morning sun.
Welcome back to the final. Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. It all comes down to one final 30-minute heat. The expression session's all wrapped up. Crowds filling in over an Easter weekend. It's sunny. Yeah, it's a little bit breezy. You get that at Santa Cruz. Plenty of surf and swell in the water as well. And we're just making our preparations for this final. Here's Lucas Silveira. A few words on Lucas's performance over the last couple of weeks, man.
Oh, I think he's like, as I said before, I think he might be a machine sent from the future to destroy the QS. He's just come in, he's been consistent, he's been powerful, he's never been rattled, and I think, as I said also before, in 10 years of sort of watching him surf, I think he might be the best sort of form I've seen him in. So he's been really, really impressive.
All right, this guy here, Gatien Delahaye, he's all right, he's pretty good. Chico, he's all right, isn't he?
Yeah, he's ripping. He's throwing out the airs now that I've been asking for 2 weeks, and can't wait to see what he does in the final. He's got such a good repertoire. Silvera's got, in my opinion, better wave selection, so I think it's going to be a close battle. They've been on fire over the last 2 weeks. Got Delahaye making the semis last week, and Silvera made the final last week. So both of them with really good performances over the last 2 weeks, and now both in the final. So I can't wait to see this matchup of the big dogs that we have been waiting for quite some time now. We saw the expression session there, and that was fun. But now let's play the big game, the final of the QS.
Yeah, that was a bit of light entertainment, wasn't it? And all the crew there. There's a co-commentator in green, skipping out of his work duties to have some fun. And yeah, a great sort of scene, but this is the serious business. This is Gatien Delahaye in the final. Alain Rio, good man to have in your corner. No one reads.
Ça casse au large ou pas? En général, ça casse au large ou c'est une série?
Au large là-bas?
Ouais.
Pas trop. Hein.
Ça annonce un peu.
Ça frise un peu, mais ça casse pas. Quoi.
We're just asking if it's breaking out the back. And Alan Reed says, no, not really.
Hasn't done all week. Hasn't been a wave ridden out the back since Tuesday. Good to check though. He's pumped. He's been another surfer that just in terms of consistency, he's never really been under the pump, never looked like losing, never needed to score in the dying minutes. And so the two form surfers of the event meeting the final as it should be, Paul.
Yeah, these two have been unbelievable throughout. It's got a handful of surfers, really, who all would have been very worthy finalists. Sometimes interesting to see the surfers that do make those late charges towards the end of a week. But you've got to say, these two, pretty much it's the first time I saw them surf. No one's really put them on the ropes. Silvera making the two finals. Unbelievable form to bring it over here. And just to sort of clear up that chat about qualification and Europe, and he's surfing over here as a Brazilian. He's going to be in the Challenger Series. He's actually replacing a CT surfer that isn't taking their allocation. So Silvera's going anyway. He can't go through his ranking in Europe, but he's going to be in the Challenger Series anyway. Do you know, it wasn't far away last year, was he, if I recall?
He got in at the very end. He was the last Brazilian qualifier last year to make the Challenger Series.
He wasn't far away from the...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he got a quarter final at the Vans US Open, and then I think he finished like 18th or something.
He missed by like 3 or 4 spots.
Yeah, 3 or 4 spots. So that's how close he was to the CT last year, and there's no reason why to suggest he won't go better this year, given the form he's in and the new mindset I think he's got. And if the waves get good. But even that's a bit of a misnomer, I would say, these days. He's not just good, he's good in anything. He's good in small waves. In Caparica, he was deadly. It was tiny down there. So he's just got it all. And he's going to be dangerous in those first few events.
If he does get on the CT, Bonsai Pipeline to kick things off?
Well, Bonsai and then Sunset. I mean, he spent every 3 or 4, every winter in Hawaii since he was like 14. He's just at home there. He loves it there. He's got friends and family there. And yeah, you give him a start at Pipe and also at Sunset especially, he'd be gnarly for sure.
Super 2 boss, event number 3, knows that joint pretty well.
Yeah, spent a lot of time there.
What his win percentage is in Portugal, actually, Lucas Silvera. His Portuguese win percentage would be right up there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, it's where he made his name, won the World Junior title way back in the day here. So
down in Estrella?
Yeah, since the start of his competitive career, Portugal's been a place that has always been, a winning place for him. So Charlie Martin there, looking the French Caribbean crew back in there, man. And it's going to be a pretty exciting final. I'd love to see Gatien too on that CT. He's another one. Maybe not, not as well known maybe at Pipe or Sunset, but just in terms of bringing some flair, bringing some aerial game, I think he's definitely CT ready as well.
All right, we're straight down to it. Our first wave of the final. Silveira smashes one off the top. A half-hour final, 30 minutes on the clock. And we kick off with Silveira in typical style. Gets a big banger of a turn on his first wave. Not the combos that he's been posting quite often, first waves, but one big hit for him. And we're underway here. Guys, once again, who are you liking for the final? Who do you fancy from these two? Very quickly, Ben.
I think Delahaye's just got a little bit too much flair.
I think Delahaye with this air win, he's gonna look great. I think it's gonna be a close matchup.
Mind you, I would say that this is Silveira. That was caught within 4 seconds of the hooter blowing. So in terms of like getting off to a start and showing what you're made of, this is what he does to his opponents. He just puts the pressure on the squeeze of them, and then he tends to build. So you'll get a good number for this, and then you watch. You'll just use that as a platform, and he'll just keep on applying the pressure. Gatien will respond, but that's why he's so lethal.
The back foot pressure there from Silveira at the end of that turn to just smash that lip. It looked beautiful in slow motion as we appreciate an angle of that wave that opened up our final, and it is our final heat of an entire season. We've been basically trying to qualify surface for the Challenger Series. That's the point in these regional QSs. We've done that. I think we're all wrapped up with that. We'll revisit that topic. For now, we'll stick with live surfing. Gatien Delahaye with a kind of a weird rotation as he blows the fins out backhand, and then won't get a completion. So won't get many points on the board there. So we check out his support crew watching from up above. Here's Gatien once again.
I'd be almost inclined to keep that almost in your locker. He's got that rotator so well, and the judges would love to see it, but I think they just have to use it at the right time and the right sparingly almost. I know it's hard to do. That was a section that probably could have worked for that, but I think if Gatien sticks to his guns and those big turns and then uses that aerial just at the right time, it might be a better strategy. Chico, you've been wanting to see him do those all the time, so you might have a different point of view. You're loving him having a crack at those airs. I just don't know whether it's the right move at the right time.
Well, I thought that section wasn't asking for an air, but yeah, I think for a blowtail reverse, he did a good job. He just at the end of the turn he kind of fell off on his back, but other than that, the wave wasn't asking for big moves and wasn't a huge score anyways. So flat 6 for Lucas to start off.
Yeah, flat 6, and as we see, Gatien getting over the top there, and we see him there just getting a turn in, getting a score in, and we've got not only have we got some movement in the ocean. So we'll see. The crowd liked it. Got a replay here as we see Gatien just go over the top here, comes around the corner, and then just clicks it off the top. So a 2-turn combo as opposed to Lucas Silveira's one. And great surfing from Delahaye.
Yep. So he'll finish off down on an inside here with a number to drop in. We got that 6 in for Lucas Silveira. We're going to wait on this for Delahaye. And in the meantime, it's time right now to welcome into the studio our European champion. The man has won the QS over the season. He's heading to the Challenger Series in Australia with a ton of momentum. Welcome and congratulations, Maxime Houstonneau.
Yeah, hello everyone. It's cool to be here with you guys.
Just been up for a quick surf, have you, mate?
Yeah. I went to Super Tube. It's pretty firing.
Get barreled?
Yeah, got barreled. It was pretty crowded Easter weekend, but
first tube as a European champion?
Yeah. Not bad. I got some yesterday already.
Were you surfing with the trophy, Max? Or
it's too heavy, huh?
left it in the car.
It's too heavy.
How'd you like this final matchup, dude? What do you think of these two?
Yeah, they are in form. Like you can see, even Ramsey was in the semis again, so I kind of quit on this contest, but it feels like we were the 4 top guys on every contest. We make pretty much quarters and semis, finals, all the events. So.
Here's live action, Lucas going really fast. There's the combos. He's so quick in the transitions and he's accurate. Bangs out a final turn. Silveira already with the 6 locked in. Let's see where this goes for him.
And speaking of finals, you've got to feel for poor old Chico Alves. He's made his first final, and after 5 minutes, we've had to swap him out for the European champion. But that's what happens on the big jobs. And
sorry, Chico.
It's tough at the top. Yeah. We're not sorry, mate. We're not sorry. We're stoked.
It's a brutal sport, and you've got to play it. But yeah, there's Maxim.
Didn't make the cut.
He didn't make the mid-final cut.
No, and there's a trophy there, the European champion on the table. And yeah, Max.
Everyone
surfed so well throughout the year. Anything? What sort of changed? What clicked this year, Max? Anything in particular that's brought on this form?
Yeah.
Anything you could put your finger on?
Yeah, like obviously my boards have been doing really well the last 2-3 years, and my surfing also. I developed a lot better on the right, which was a bit my weakness. And this year the big change was more the strategy. I kind of find a rhythm with some strategy, and it seems to be working. Like, it feels like every time I'm losing, it's because I don't stick to my strategy. So, and on the other side, when I stick to it, I'm winning it. So I don't know if it's the winning strategy or not, but it's helped me to surf better.
And coming into challenges, we've got a couple. Are you heading to Australia fairly soon, I reckon?
Yeah, I'm off to Tahiti tomorrow. So I had this on plane to go there on my honeymoon with my wife, so that's pretty cool.
Can't get out that one, mate. That is locked in.
And my best friend is there, and also I wanted to surf a little bit of Chopo. This is a good time of the year to surf there and practice. So.
Whoa. Hold the phone there, Max. You're going on your honeymoon with a mate of yours, and you're going to surf Chopo.
Yeah, well, not bad, huh?
How's your life? Nails Super Tubes, comes in for the final, kicks Chico out, and then goes to Haiti tomorrow for the final.
Feels like I did enough of QS for the moment.
Absolutely. You've earned it, mate. You've earned it. And here's Silvera just doing that tail blast, Max.
Yeah.
He's so powerful,
good.
Isn't he?
He's so good on his backhand. Yeah, also Gatien. They're both really deadly on the backhand, so won't be surprised who's going to take it, but he's looking really good, Lucas, and I can't wait for Gatien to go on the air and give some action back.
Thinking about that Challenger Series season, it's 8 events. It's quite a long season if we push it all the way out to Haleiwa in December. I mean, that's almost like another whole season in itself, but you're ready, right? You're prepared.
Yeah, it's a brand new contest series, and it's completely different location. It's really long. It's starting from May, finishing in December with a lot of different events. So.
Will you get the chance to come back home in between, or is you pretty much on the road? Or?
So right now I'm going to Tahiti and then straight to Australia from there. It's a lot closer. And then I will go a little bit in Reunion before South Africa. Get ready there and probably go early there. Maybe JB or Bali to Australia. I don't know yet. I haven't planned it. But
Silvera, nice whip in the pocket. And then he'll get some speed to it inside. He'll go nice and vertical, just get a little stuck, and then he'll complete that, and he likes it. And that's what he'll keep doing. He's just deadly with the consistency, finding the good ways. And so far, he's putting a bit of a number on Gatien Delahaye, who's yet to really fight back.
Yeah, Lucas just got that wave in the first 3 or 4 seconds. And then he just starts to build a house. And once he gets on a roll, it's really hard to beat. I might get Max to talk through this wave. It was pretty strong, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a pretty big wave. Used his priority wisely, and just that finish turn, he got a little bit stuck, but still pushing hard. So it seems to be a bit hard to surf on the high tide. The wave got a bit softer.
You feel like the judges are penalising surfers for these, like on the end, those little details like that? Will that cost you?
I mean, sometimes they enjoy when you kick out the tail and kind of go a little bit more like sideways than you used to. That it's a little bit less traditional than just a normal turn. But if you get stuck a little bit, sometimes they feel like, oh, you lose the momentum, you lose the speed. So
yeah, it feels like maybe on a softer wave you lose speed a bit. And it looks on a steeper wave, it actually looks more radical. You kind of add that airdrop to it. I mean, you were doing that in Caparica, right?
Yeah,
that was a real money turn for you. We saw that a lot, and it got a lot of big scores.
Yeah, it's true. I was going in very with the tail going to the back, but never lose speed. Like always come up really quick. So
yeah, I would say on that wave, like he never looked. You always knew he was going to make it. I think the judges penalise it when you think there's a bit of doubt whether they're going to come out or not. With that one, he kind of, even though he got hung up, his body language showed that there was never any doubt. So it's going to be a...
They want to push us to our limits.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you make 6 really good, then for them it looks too easy.
Yeah.
So you need to push that 100, like the 10% more, so it looks a little bit more like you give it all.
Yeah, and he got a 5.17 for that, so not going to be any scorer. So maybe it was slightly penalised.
Yeah.
From Gatien's point of view, no real numbers on the board yet. Just that 3.83 is his high score. He's got a reasonably cool head on his shoulder, though. He's a good competitor. He's pretty experienced now. I think a number of years he's been around, and he's been on that cusp of like a breakthrough result.
Yeah, he's been here for four years now, maybe 5, and definitely his backing is his strengths, but this year he started to show a little bit on the right too, a little bit using more his air game. It feels like he's on a good mindset this year, so can't wait to see him on different waves on the Challenger Tour.
And a pretty strong French crew on the Challengers, right? Over half of those 9 servings. It's 5 of you.
Yeah, it's true. Here we go, Gatien.
It goes Delahaye, big
Nice
first
one.
snap, and then bang, flicks it pretty hard with speed.
Yeah.
His crew like that.
French crew. Yeah, we are a couple there, so Lucas answering.
Meanwhile, Silveira with a quick hit. He'll whip it around. He'll probably also head back to collect the prio. So I think Gatien Delahaye is all the way down on the inside. Let's get another look at this exchange.
Just that first big turn, and that's his trademark. We just couldn't get a second one in, and just kicks out, trying to get priority back. But this one's all about this second turn. Hey, Max.
Yeah, it was a bit more choppy, the wave, because it's the first wave of the set. But you can see it was like having that finish turn where Lucas just got one hit and the wave dies. So it feels like the high tide is kind of switching, and Gatien get 2 great turns here. That second one was really good because the timing with the chop on the lip was really hard to do. It did it perfectly. So that's going to put him back in the final.
So here we go, Gatien Delahaye right back in this, 6-7-3 for him, and we're game on here, 17 minutes and 40 on the clock. And he's put himself back in contention with the high score, actually. So far in this one, he's still in second position, but a modest number required to go to first, 4-9. There's a spread from the panel.
Yeah, we needed that. Well, the heat needed it, the final needed it. It was just drifting away a little bit from Gatien, and he's just roared back into contention. A big number, the biggest number of the final. And these two are going to go battle out, you'd hope, wave for wave in the last 17 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because it feels like Lucas kept the same strategy that he had with me in the final in Caparica. He started really quick with 2 6s. And I was kind of like, whoa, like surprised, like he's going for 6s in the final. And then I got that big score, and it completely switched the momentum of the heat. So let's see how this final goes. But it feels like for now it's going on the same thing. So.
Little less energy out in the ocean. The swell's dropped pretty quick. It picked up really fast yesterday morning. Throughout that mid-morning towards lunch, jumped up around about 4 feet or something at least. But right now it's dialing back a bit. The tide will have a big influence in that as well. We're pretty much bang on the high right now. 3:27 local time. It's a big high tide of 3.5 meters. Yeah. We've got to say we're pretty lucky with this beach that it works. We've gone all the way from high to low on this beach on a 3 meters of tide on the change as well. So
it's huge.
Santa Cruz providing for us throughout the tides here.
Yeah, it's anything from 12 foot to 2 foot. This shore he's kind of been delivering, and there's not many banks in the world that can do that, I tell you. Yeah. So, and that's with a howling, cross shore. Let's call it onshore breeze.
Yeah.
Or let's call it a wind. Let's call it a gale force wind. So to handle all that and still be so competitive, and it offers real power, doesn't it? Like some of the scores have been huge. So yeah, it's a great place to go surfing. It offers a lot, especially competitive wise, because there's always a chance for something big to come up.
Yeah, there's big section left and right, so we can always find something out there.
Okay, opportunities standing up now for our finalists. Silveira with the lead right now. Gatien Delahaye, though, with the momentum, really. Also with the high score. Priority is with the Brazilian. He'll use it here. Good-looking wave. He's in. A couple of pumps off the bottom. Just sort of tag a close out. Not really sure he'll threaten his scores with that. It's relatively kind of safe surfing. So judges not paying huge numbers for that kind of thing, so doesn't capitalize on that priority. Now Gatien Delahaye, what can he do next? His next move, his next score, what he wants to do is jump to first, but not by that requirement of 4.9. He won't be surfing to that. He'll basically be trying to go all the way through the scale. Let's have another look at this from Lucas.
Just a bit fluffy at the top there, and wasn't really a lip he could hit. He did manage to kick his fins out, but still not quite enough.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Feels like he should have kept his priority.
Yeah, a bit of a rare mistake, really.
Yeah.
And see if Gatien can make him pay.
Here he goes, live action from Delahaye. And he'll tag a first section. He'll get a bit crumbly and awkward. He'll do well to fit a turn in. We've seen him do that a lot. Use those long legs to kind of uncoil. The squad like it. 4.9 the requirement to get a first.
Yeah,
get it.
I always find those squads are a little bit biased in terms of their some of their cheering on, and not a really good gauge in terms of the score. But I'll ask Max, 2 turns, a little bit caught in that first one, but he's reckon he's done enough to get the lead.
I think it's right there. It's right there. Probably we gotta compare this wave probably to the 5.17 of Lucas, where he got stuck a little bit on the lip. Is that better or not? You know. And
it's a bigger wave, wasn't it?
Tougher section. Degree of difficulty was really hard. It comes in though, not quite enough.
Just under.
4.8, so just under.
2 judges put it the score, 5 and 5.3. 3 judges didn't.
So
it's right there.
Still super close, but not quite enough for what he wanted. And he's going to have to go back again. And Silveira will have priority for a bit now. 13.5 to go. Once again, this is the final of the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surfhouse. We're joined in the studio by the European champion, the man who won the QS in Europe, Maxime Houssaneau. He'll be heading along with 8 other surfers from the men from Europe to the Challenger Series when it kicks off in Australia next month. But for the meantime, we're really enjoying this final with 13 still to go. And I've got to say, this is anyone's still.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
so close. And I mean, look, there's literally 0.1 of a point difference between the two. And I think even Gatien, I think he could have even possibly left some points on that wave. I think there was at least a 5 point in there. You'd think they were 12 minutes to go. We're both going to need a 6 or 7 to win this final.
Well, we're beyond midway point in this final. It is Lucas Silveira, who lost the final last week to the man in the studio right now. In the ascendancy at the moment, Gatien Delahaye has got a bit of time to come back at him. Doesn't need a huge number. It's a really exciting final. It's a thrilling conclusion to a season of QS in Europe. We're going to get a quick commercial break. Join us for the final, the presentation, the post-show, all of that good stuff right after this.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light. And when the time has come, I'll sing my song to
Finals day in Portugal, and our men's final is just under 11 remaining in it. Let's remind you, Lucas Silveira in the water against Gatien Delahaye. It's Brazil versus France in this clash. Both of these two are going to the challengers. It's all about taking out this last event, getting the prize money. And also a prize from Estrella Galicia, which is drinkable, which is beer. That's available as well for the winner. It's part of their activation of stepping up into surfing. Also, the Forest of Champions, where Max, you planted a tree along with Teresa down in Caparica last week.
It was really cool.
Also, a nice gesture from Estrella Galicia.
Yeah, absolutely. And if only, Paul, we knew a mate of ours that was in close proximity that just had an endless supply of beer. Wouldn't that be? That'd be fantastic if you could come across a close personal friend who may have won a European Championship that might have an endless supply of beer. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it, Max?
I would take it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Wouldn't be bad.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a reposition from these two. Silveira still with this lead. You get to those sort of nervy stages now. Final 10 minutes, Max. Take us where your head's at. Have you maybe set a plan out for the final? Obviously to go out and get a couple of good scores early on, but we'll just revisit that as we stick with live right now. Lucas Silveira on a small inside wave. But I'm just thinking, for example, if you're Gatien and you kind of visualising, after 20 odd minutes or so of the final, how do you kind of just keep that cool head and just kind of maintain the focus on what you need to do? Is that tricky to do?
Well, it depends on the situation. At this stage right now, Gatien is in good position because there's 9 minutes left, which is a lot. He has priority, so he can just focus on make sure the waves he picks is going to be the score, but also a score that will put a bit Lucas in difficulty. And it's almost like the later he does it, the harder it's going to be for Lucas. But you are in a situation also, like if the opportunity comes, you have to take it. So that's where you need to really focus and make sure you make the right decision.
Do you break the heat down into chunks of time? Do you have, say, like a 10-minute, the first 10 minutes, middle 10 minutes, and last 10 minutes? Is that part of the kind of strategy?
Well, I used to have that kind of strategy, and I don't know, it feels like it was working some days, and some days you would never walk. So I don't know. It's sometimes it feels like you just need to be more in the rhythm with the ocean than with the time.
I was going to say the problem with setting strategies is this: riptides, currents, waves, and the ocean.
And the ocean. So sometimes you have to also strengthen your instinct and react and just go for it. Like, and sometimes it feels like you make a bad decision, but it puts you on the position completely different on the lineup, and then you end up finding a wave that you didn't see, and that happened. Like Kelly used to do it all the time. Like he's losing priority, doing a bad wave, and you're like, what is he doing? And then the next wave is getting a barrel, and you're like, whoa, what's going on? Like it feels like sometimes the rhythm is not always sitting, and sometimes you need to do it. So it completely depends on all the time we adapt.
Well, some action coming now. So he's waited. Looks like Lucas staying busy.
Yeah, once again, his coach Marco looked really nervous when we had that little shot of him on the beach then. Just thinking that'll be a 6, but he's ridden, that'll be now 6 waves without improving his score. So
yeah,
he's speculating. It's not really paying off right now. It's not really costing him any kind of position. He's not really missed any other opportunities. I think he can tell when he takes his wave, there's nothing really coming behind. Meanwhile, what have we got out the back?
Yeah, some lines approaching. This high tide maybe slowing it up, dead height coming our way, but Gatien just patrolling that bank. He's been sitting on these lefts predominantly throughout the course of the event, which started way back on Tuesday, and he doesn't need a big score. That's my other question, Max. Is he surf to the 4.9 that he needs, or does he surf to the wave? That's another decision he's going to have to make.
Yeah, but like right now, 6 minutes, I would surf for scores, not for the 5. But under 5 minutes, you start to think of, should I go or not? And Gatien have this advantage, like he can still pop an air and get that score. So he knows like 1 minute left, he can look for a different wave that he's been looking now. But you know, you have to, like, I mean, I feel like right now it's too early for him to go for the air and lose this priority. It's more like he should just stay to what he makes, like the 6.73, the best score of the heat. So try to stick to that and make sure he get that 5.
Very active coaching, isn't there? Real heavy participatory.
Yeah.
You know, you got some of the coaches that sit back and just write in their little notebook or just stay quiet. Not Lucas's coach, Marco. He's really experienced. He's, you know, grew up surfing 7 in the 80s, and he's a very experienced coach. He's still got the passion for it, and he's patrolling like a, well, he's tense. It's the recap, and this was caught in the first 4 seconds of the heat or the final. And Silveira, as he's want to do, off to a strong start, got a 6. Gatien just started chipping away, Didn't get a strong start, waited a while for that, but that was, I think, the 6.73 that got him right back into the action. And we see Silveira again, just belting those turns. That's what he does. So he backed up his 6 with the 5.63, and it's been so tight. There's literally 1/10 of a point between these two surfers. This is the way that we thought for Gatien. Oh, this is his best wave, 6.73. Thank lucky Max is here. And
yeah, the one before was a 3 something.
So with that wave, he's got close, but not in front. He's got priority, but he's got to get a score.
We're under 5 minutes now, and we're at around about 11 or 12 when he needed a 4, and he still does, and time's draining away here, and there's not loads of motion out the back either.
Yeah, you have to, in this situation, you have to know, like, it's 4 high, and it could go quiet, so maybe we'll need to go looking for an error or looking for that 5.
Super close final right now. Silveira at the moment with the advantage. It's a narrow one. 0.1 of a point separating these two right now. Crucially priority with Gatien Delahaye. The next wave is his. I'm not sure we'll see loads and loads in the next 4 minutes. So anything that comes through could be crucial. He doesn't like the look of this one. So Silveira will go it. And he's got a right-hander here, which doesn't have a lot of opportunity. The wave just kind of stopped. Then the rest of it unloaded. Meanwhile, Gatien, he's having a look. And he's going to go here. 4.9 the requirement. Delahaye on a right-hander. Tags it hard. And he's got a lot of spring in those legs. It's one turn. It's pretty dynamic. Slight muted a pause there. I've seen more emphatic kind of claims from Cruz on the beach, boys.
Yeah.
Does he get it?
Well, look, the European champion sitting right next to me, mate. That's his call.
Yeah, it's a pretty big wave. Good section.
The kind of ricochet that he rode over, but is it a 5?
Yeah, it feels like he hit it a bit late. Like, couldn't really push to the turns, but still managed. Like, it was a hard section to do it. So
there's a flash of the
he
fins
gets the number in. Crucially, it's a good one. 6-1. He gets it with over a point to spare, and his crew will be smiling more broadly now.
Golf claps on the 6.10.
He goes to the lead. Gatien Delahaye is winning the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz. Now Silveira, his requirement, 6.83, and he's under 3 minutes to do it.
I would say the judge has been rewarding single turns, both in Caparica and this event. Max, you've been a recipient of those. So when in hindsight, you look at that, a big section, one big turn.
Yeah, the wave was big. That's what I said.
Just compare that with the very first wave you saw of Lucas Silveira for the 6.
It was very similar.
That had more release. It was a bit cleaner. But I think Gatien's wave was a bit bigger.
The section was way harder to hit. That's feels like from where they are, the judges looking at the ocean, they look at probably the waves, and it's also an impression when you watch it from live, like, okay, that was like, wow, that wave looked solid.
Well, it's locked in now, and Silveira, as you said, Paulie, 6.83, 2 minutes on the clock. He's going.
What do we got here? He's going to use the priority. Silveira on a left now, pumps for speed. He'll go into the lip, danger here, and he'll make that. So a 1 turn. How's that going to compare? 6.83 is quite a big number.
Yeah, he wasn't that pumped about it himself, which is a bit of a sign. It was a big section, but yeah, then now, once you get up towards the 7-point range, you got to do something pretty mind-blowing to get the score.
Like a 6-point on a big turn, it's normal. Going for further, it's much harder.
And he belted it, and he sort of got a bit of release, but he tweaked it. Did he tweak it enough? Probably not, you'd think. It's
crucial score to come in. Get towards the final minute. They always look good in slow-mo.
Yeah, the section are all big, huh? They all look big sections.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. Charlie's given it an under, but again, unreliable narrator alert. But he thinks Gatien's still got it.
Final minute now. Crucial number coming from our panel. 6.83, the requirement, the vibe in the studio at least is it's going to come in under, but we don't really know. We'll just have to wait and see. Gatien will throw away a reverse attempt out of the lip, so he won't add. Silveira must be back in the lineup somewhere with a glimmer of a hope for a final opportunity. Is he back? Yeah, he's out there. So let's see. He's going to need to go something here. Before that score comes in, he will try and go a wave, and this could be the last wave ridden in the final. Lucas Silveira still chasing numbers. Just puts up a quick flick. There's nothing significant there. I certainly didn't see a high 6 on that. So it's all going to come down to previous.
I like how he just makes the turn. He doesn't go for the Hail Mary. He sticks to his surfing. He sticks to the process. And he knows it's about that wave before.
Yeah. Still going to come down on the beach, I think. These two are going to be, well, certainly Lucas going to be on the beach.
A bit like Bells, except one of the surfers isn't in a Portaloo, which I think is one of the great sort of judging reveals.
So nervous moments for that man. He won't know exactly what Lucas's turn was like. He would have seen from out the back. Max, he would have seen the spray, would have seen the speed.
Yeah, but it's hard because it's kind of
under turns before as well, hasn't he?
The fact that it's taken a while as well would lead us to believe it's at least close. If it was a 3, it would have just locked in and would all be done, but must be really nervy moments, particularly for Gatien, also for Lucas Silveira, who's in his second final in 7 days.
At this point, is it the best wave of the heat or not? Because 6-8-3 has to be the best wave of the heat.
Didn't feel like the best wave of the heat.
It didn't feel like, to me, it doesn't feel like, because that 6-7-3 of Gatien was 2 turns, but
scores are coming in.
Section is big.
Looks like
crazy.
We didn't think it was the best way. I tell you what, 3 of our judges do, because they're giving it to him. We've got 2 more to come in. 6-9-3, and he just gets it. He restores the lead to 1/10 of a point. And Lucas Silveira is the champion right at the death. And look at these scenes on the beach here. Your Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. Heartbreak for Gatien Delahaye. Jubilation for your champion, Lucas Silveira.
Yeah, we haven't seen the emotion from him. He's been composed. It's been heat by heat. And we said it might blow when the volcano goes. Well, it's just burst now. And he's won. It was a last-minute wave. I don't think he even thought he got the score, to be honest.
Yeah, no one feels that.
He believes it now.
Crazy.
And he is the Estrella Galicia Pro Santa Cruz. So he is the winner. I'm going to let Paul Evans go down to the presentation booth and weave his magic on the stage. Maxime Husseneau, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on board, mate.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad I'm not a judge.
Yeah, you're glad I'm not a judge, mate. Stick to the surfing.
Stick to surf, just surf. Don't think about this.
Surfing's working out quite well, mate. So I wouldn't change that plan A at the moment. I think they dropped him there. Yeah. But enjoy your time. Enjoy your honeymoon with your mate in Chopu.
Yeah.
All the best to Mrs. Husseneau.
Thank you.
Have a great time. Good luck in Slapper Rocks. And good luck on the rest of the rest of the whole Challenger Series, mate. The CT's coming your way. I can feel it.
Thank you, guys.
Don't forget to take your trophy with you, please.
I won't.
Yeah, I'll take that and I'll sell it.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for the support this season, and can't wait now for the Challenger. It's going to be epic.
Thanks, Maxie. What a pleasure. We're going down to the beach right now. Joanna Garnell is with the winner, Lucas Silveira.
Yeah, Lucas. 2 finals in just under a week, and you finally got the win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, now I'm feeling good. Wow, it was a weird final. I think we were both expecting like the other guy to have some high scores, but the tide was super high at the end, and we didn't have a lot of like good opportunities. But it was a good battle to the end. He got the score, and then I ended up finding a good turn and got the score again. And I know that's surf. You know, it's a game. Someone got to win. Sometimes doesn't matter. You know, there's always one that's gonna win and one that's gonna lose. So I'm glad it was me winning today.
It was a pretty dramatic final there, those final seconds to know the scores. What does this mean to you?
It means the hard work is working out, it's starting to pay off. And for sure a lot of confidence and a lot of good rhythm for Australia. It's gonna be soon. A lot of like man-on-man heat practice as well. So, and I don't know, and some money to buy some diapers as well, and to help with the cost of the trip. And I don't know, just super happy. Shout out to Gatien too. He's been ripping really hard. We've had so many good battles in our young career, and I'm sure there'll be many more. So.
How are you going to manage the new role in being a father and a surfer in the Challenger Series? It's going to be pretty hard.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. I think the dates are kind of helped me, so I don't think I'll have to miss any event, and I'm sure my wife will be really helpful as well, and she will understand the situation. And if I win a couple more events, I'm sure she'll be fine with that.
Well, congratulations! You're our winner of the event. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. So, incredible performance from Lucas. He's dad-to-be. He's the winner of this event, and he's surfed incredibly well, and he won it at the death under intense pressure. So, we got Gatien. That's the flip side of the coin. That's how much it means to Gatien. He wants to win. He was so close. His partner's giving him a bit of words of advice, saying, look, what you've done is incredible. What you've achieved is important, but, mate, winning's winning and losing's losing. I'll tell you what's better. That's winning. And so Silvera, all smiles. Gatien, well, all tears. And it's been a tough thing. We're going to have a short, watch this highlight package. Go to a short break and come back with more live action after this. We've got the presentation, we've got the post-show, we've got the Estrella Galicia wave of the day. Stay with us, folks. There's emotion, there's waves, and there's action coming your way after this.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Okay, we are back to the live scenes in the aftermath of what has been an incredible week of waves at Santa Cruz, Portugal. And fittingly, it went all the way to the death. I'm joined for the post-show by Chico Alves and Philippe Jarvis, who, although he didn't neglect his duties in the booth, we'll have a word about that afterwards, he has gone on and had an expression session. There's Gatien Delahaye and Chico. He's obviously upset, and you say, you know, he's already qualified, it doesn't mean a lot. Well, clearly it does, right?
Yeah, I think when you make a final, you always want to win it. I understand it might be hard to just lose it on the last few seconds. You might be really disappointed.
And those finals, they just don't come around that often. That's the thing about these, you know, being a professional surfer, unless you're at the very, very top of the game, you get maybe a handful if you're lucky, even half a dozen, 5 finals. And so to lose out one, it just hurts.
Oh, it hurts real bad. You could see how frustrated he was, how sad he was. Because, yeah, that's what Francisco said. It's like losing on the last seconds, and it hurts a lot more. Yeah, it's going to be devastated.
Yeah, he's devastated. What a way to go. But on the flip side, that man there is pretty happy with his performance, and so well-deserved. He just, you know, he's been so consistent. And then when it all mattered, when it all had to put on the line, Chico, he delivered an incredible performance from Lucas Silvera.
Yeah, that last turn got him the score. Yeah, overall, both of them have been really consistent throughout the week. And Lucas getting the nod here. But as we said before this final started, it can go both ways. They are reaping. And congratulations to both, because both ripped all week.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 probably most consistent performers. Put on an epic battle for the final. But that's a wrap on a pretty epic Easter Sunday. The waves delivered throughout the event. We had a few tricky moments to navigate. We did that well. And then we got some epic waves, some big numbers, and we got a really worthy winner. The qualifying series is a wrap. We know the Challenger Series, what's gone down there. And it's been a really big shake-up of that. And we've got some big news here. So, I mean, the Expression session, you know, okay, Jarvis, you didn't do, you skipped out of your job.
Yeah, I did.
You know, you didn't apply to the roster. We'll talk about it later, but the good news is you've won the Expression session.
Yeah.
And you get a weekend at the Noah's Beach House with your lovely partner. No wonder she's going to be quite happy with your surfing performance. Or you could take maybe some of the commentary team who helped you give you a leg up. It's up to you. You know, it's your decision about who you take on that weekend. But congratulations, Philippe. Well done, mate.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was nice to be back on the water after watching so much surfing. I just get super hammed up and to go out, and it was actually pretty fun. The tide was kind of high. It was not easy to find those air sections, but I ended up getting a few turns done, and it was actually pretty fun.
Okay, well, even better news, you get to skip out on more of your work because you've got to go down to the presentation and pick up your trophy. So, unfortunately, mate, you missed out on the post-show, but you need to go down to the presentation and we'll see you on the stage and collect your things. So, it's all right for some people, isn't it, Chico? Some people just doing all the heavy lifting. I mean, I'm just holding up this whole facade, but there's Lucas Silveira.
He needs to run because he's going to get his trophy just now.
Yeah, he's going to get the trophy.
We're going to see him on TV.
Yeah, getting on TV.
In 2 seconds. And great day for Philippe.
He surfs hard. He commentates hard. And I'll tell you what, he's had a better end to the event than I have. He's got a free weekend at a crazy hotel. Beautiful. And
are we going to see him running just there?
Yeah,
on the
I
view.
hope so the crowd's gathering around for the presentation. As we see
Philippe running on the back there.
Running the back of the white shirt, trying to get his up for the presentation, which Paul Evans will be running. And it's going to be a pretty emotional. I think hopefully Gatien Delahaye can just regroup, come up. I think you'll look back and what's been a pretty epic couple of weeks of surfing in Portugal. He's obviously devastated about the loss, but in hindsight, that'll dissipate. But right now, I'm going to hand it over to Paul Evans down on the beach. It's all yours, Paolo.
Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the presentation for the Estrella Galicia Santa Cruz Pro 2022. Once again, another brilliant chapter in the books from the qualifying series here in Portugal, specifically in Santa Cruz. And once again, the waves didn't let us down, always delivers this beach, super consistent. And our first thank you of the day is to the local community, all the surfers that lent us their spot, their wave. So our first round of applause for today for the local community here in Santa Cruz, please. Let's make some noise. Woo woo! I'd also like to thank everyone that's tuned in online to the broadcast, and specifically our surfers who have battled through all sorts of tough conditions to make it all the way here to the final. I'd like to invite onto the stage from Torres Vedras City Council, Laura Rodrigues. I'd also like to welcome from Estrella Galicia, Jaime Ayuso, and from the Noah Surf House, Gonzalo Alves. Special thanks to our other event partners, along with Torres Vedras City Council, Estrella Galicia, Visit Portugal, Portuguese Waves, Tourism Centro Portugal, Noah Surf House, Mayo, Torres Vedras, Millennium, BCP, and Hertz. And once again, a very big thank you to the local surf community. We ran the Noah Surf House Expression session just before the final. I'd also like to welcome onto the stage Hugo Rocha. Hugo Rocha, come to the stage. Big round of applause for that man. And Philip Jervis, if he's around, he's been working on the broadcast this week. Putting in a pretty solid performance, I might say, in the studio. He's done really well. He's also surfed in the Expression session. That's actually our first order of business. Just before we get into the presentation for the final, it will be for the Expression session. And I'd like to, I believe you've got an award here, Laura, for Hugo. Let's have a massive round of applause for Hugo. And winning a weekend at the Noah Surf House, stomped an air rotate. He's been commentating on surfing all week, and then he went out there, he's talked about it, he went out and did it. Stomped an air reverse. Philip Jervis, ladies and gentlemen, a weekend at the Noah Surf House. Okay, well, first of all, we'll get to our runner-up, and to award the trophy will be Jaime Ayuso from Estrella Galicia. Let's welcome a man to the stage who's put in a mental performance all week. He's shown us power surfing, crazy commitment into the lip. He's gone above the lip with big airs as well. He came really close in the tight final. Let's make some noise, please, for Gatien Delahaye, your runner-up. Let's get a quick word, Gatien, mate. Obviously, disappointed to lose a really close final, but, mate, what a season you've had, first of all, and obviously feeling good about finishing into the challenges with a lot of momentum.
Feeling great, feeling great. This weekend in Santa Cruz was amazing again. Caparica was amazing. Israel was pretty sick, too. I'm super happy, super happy. Thanks, everyone, for coming here. Thanks for supporting, and hope to see you guys next year.
Thanks, Gatien. Ladies and gentlemen, massive round of applause for our runner-up, Gatien Delahaye. All right, well, that just leaves one man, really, and this feels a little bit familiar. We had this guy on the podium last week, down in Costa de Caparica, made the final down there. He made another final here in Santa Cruz. It was a really close final. He was outstanding all week. Some unbelievable serving, some massive scores, and an unbelievably dramatic finish to a great final. Please make some noise for your champion, Lucas Silveira. Let's grab a quick word, Lucas. Mate, what a tight final that was. I mean, it was tough out there with conditions, but you started off strong, finished pretty strong too.
Yeah, just a quick shout out to Gatien. He's been ripping all week, and we've had a lot of really close, good battles recently, and I'm sure we'll have a lot more. And agora português aí para obrigado a todos aí por comparecerem. Tá vento frio, mas vocês estão todos acostumados, eu tenho certeza. E muito feliz, contente com a performance. Duas finais seguidas, nunca tinha feito isso antes. E mal posso esperar para a próxima. Em breve já tem mais, já vamos todos para a Austrália. E muito feliz, espero ver vocês todos em breve. Obrigado.
All right, Laura Rodriguez to present the trophy, please. Yeah, careful with that. All right, once again, here he is. Lucas Silveira, your champion. Make some noise. Well, just one more order of business, as has become customary with Estrella Galicia's involvement with surfing here with the World Surf League. We've got a little extra prize for our winner, Lucas. We're going to actually ask you to step on to the scale if possible, mate, because you're gonna win your own weight in beer. So we're getting a litre per kilo for the non-scientists out there. And Lucas Silveira is about to get some refreshment. 88 litres of beer going that man's way. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for all your participation. A massive round of applause for all of our surfers, particularly these two. It's been another great event. Yew!
Okay, and I think we have the boys on the stage about to spray the customer. Okay. Okay, so we have the boys. They've got the Estrella Galicia. They've got the beer. Lucas has got a lot of beer. He's got the entire body weight in beer, and his trophy's been slightly doused. But we're going to go now straight to the post show. My name's Ben Mundy. As we see Lucas and Gatien just wrapping up their final placings. We might go to a short commercial break. We're going to come back with the highlight heat of the day, the Australia Galicia wave of the day, the road to the final and the highlights, and of course Chico Alves to talk you through it all. So stay tuned, folks. Plenty of a great little package to wrap up a great event coming to you right after this short commercial break.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
And welcome back to the shores of Santa Cruz for the post-show. We've wrapped up an incredible, not only day of professional surfing here in Portugal, but the whole European qualifying series. And here with me is Chico Alves and Paul Evans to talk you through what's been another incredible day of high-octane surfing. Straight up, let's go into it, Paul. Highlight heat of the day, Lucas Silveira and Cowley Vast. And straight off these two, unsurprisingly, Lucas Silveira is involved with the heat of the day because he's the winner. And this was a pretty action-packed final. There was a lot on the line. If Cowley had won this, he was going to get on to the Challenger Series potentially.
Yeah, massive permutations in this one, not only for Cowley, but also for the surfer who was vulnerable, who was Justin Becret, another Frenchman. Would have been leapfrogged if Cowley could have won this whole event. He had a lot of work to do to win. He had a lot of work to do to get through a semi against a really in-final Lucas Silveira. Surfed really well, Cowley. Just kind of ran out of luck a little bit.
Yeah, he was just up against this guy, hey, Chico. It just never stops delivering on those big sections.
Yeah, with turns like this, big layback snaps. Lucas was unstoppable. Last week he did the same thing and not stopping anytime soon. This man is on fire with so much spray.
Yeah, absolutely on fire. And the Vast, he fought back, Paulie, but he just couldn't quite get the big air or the big section he needed.
He was looking for it. He was in the hunt the whole time. He was looking for this section. It just wouldn't deliver for him. And we almost watched the sort of tide rise on his chances of qualifying for the Challenger Series. Unlucky Cowley Vast, but I think we'll see a lot more of him in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will just go through the Challenger Series qualifiers. After all, that's a wrap. As we said, Cowley Vast did make it. We've got Maxime Husseneau, Gatien Delahaye moved up into second, Ramsey Buchaim, Adura Matrayan, Jorgen Cousinet, Gaspard Larsenar, Tristan Gilbert, Timothy Bissot, and the last in Justin Becret. 7 Frenchies of the 9, 7 French surfers of the top 9 making it, and they are on the Challenger Series. So after all the permutations, after all the heats all over Europe over the last 6 months, that's where we're at. So yeah, good luck to those boys hitting Snapper Rocks in, what, 3 weeks, 2 weeks. Now, though, the Estrella Galicia wave of the day. It was always going to be a pretty big one. There was some huge hammers dropping, and they dropped early in the quarterfinal. And it's that man, Cardiovas. Let's talk us through this, Chico. You're the technician here, mate. Let's go through the Australia Galicia wave of the day.
Yeah, this wave was amazing. An amazing full rotation. Really high. He looked over his shoulder. He stomped it. Looked at the judges. Well deserved. Wave of the day. Look, the way he looked over his shoulder is insane. And that's what makes him stomp those airs. And that technique is lethal.
Yeah, so Gatien Delahaye, he did have a couple of massive scores. That was in the first probably minute of that semi-final, and he just absolutely stomped it. Too good, too high. And at that stage, you thought he could go all the way, Paul, but he was very disappointed. You saw him on the stage, but he looked pretty devoed.
Doesn't come any closer than that, does it? I mean, really down to that last minute. We were calling that in the studio. We weren't sure Lucas had the score. That's how close it was. None of us were really thinking he's necessarily going to get there, but got it then a really close one. You probably got to say, though, maybe just on balance, just watching that final, the way it went down, maybe Lucas's first wave, just being the first wave of a final. Sometimes the judges are a little bit careful with the score, don't want to go wild with it, and maybe he was a little under with that, so maybe things even themselves out. Either way, you could pick a winner from those two, and neither of them would have been undeserved. As it went, it was Lucas Silveira that got it.
Yeah, well, let's look at that road to the final. Both surfers had an incredible surfing competition. They were always on fire. The two most consistent, most dynamic and most powerful surfers. So we'll teed up a little highlight package of their individual path to the final of this incredible event. So Silveira, well, he was just doesn't fall off, does he, Chico? He just puts it always on the line, always powerful. And there was very rare stages where he looked to be in trouble until the very last minute of the final, and then he delivered.
Yeah, again, Lucas has been really consistent. He has been putting into a lot of time working on his comp mode, composure, and he's just focused and relaxed. You can tell by his body language, every turn he does, he's confident, and these turns like this smell confidence. And Lucas was on fire the whole week, and well, he got the nod, and well deserved, because this man has been on fire over the last 2 weeks of events.
Yeah, really positive surfing, big sections, and just was so in control. Forehand or backhand, we talked about him working on both sides of the nose, flash of the fins, and then when it mattered at the very end, he delivered with a massive closeout. But it didn't matter where he was on the bank, he was picking the right waves, and he was delivering high octane, powerful surfing. Surfing to the criteria, just looked really positive. And I can't wait to see him on the Challenger Series, Paul. He's going to be dangerous. But he was last year.
Absolutely lethal, and we touched on it earlier in live as well, but no real kind of condition that favours him. He is good in everything. The juice, when it's small, for quite a big, powerful lad, he can get that body around super fast. Look at these scenes, though. The disappointment from Gatien Delahaye to the pure elation of the winner there. That's sport. That's what it comes down to. And it's small margins. There can only be one winner. Turned out to be Lucas.
Yeah, and a well-deserved one. And that's a wrap for not only this event, which has been an epic week in Santa Cruz, but also the whole European qualifying series. I'd like to thank you, Chico Alves. We've given you a bouquet as the Portuguese Commentator Employer of the Month for your hard work.
We'd like to see, mate, we're thinking of you, we'd like to see you eat a little bit more greens, a little bit more veg.
If you want to make that CT, that jump, it's all about the diet, it's all about staying focused. But now you've been an absolute pleasure to work with. And thanks for insights, Paul Evans. Well, always a pleasure, never a chore. Enjoyed the time on the booth. We're going to see you, hopefully, coming up at the end of next year. The qualifying series kicks off again. For now, we're going to say goodbye. We've got the highlights packages coming your way. For all the surf fans out there, thanks for your patience. Thanks for your time. And we'll see you again soon. Bye for now.
left with power. Gets the 6 there. Winds up again. Oh.
But check this out, huge full rotation, but the only fast. Perfectly, look at this. Oh my God, that's a really, really nice turn.
When you see Lucas surfing like this, you see why.
Yeah, it's totally so.
Here's Bast, all speed, all fury. Now, a little wobbly.
First turn, oh, savage.
Gatien with a full rotation. 933.
The second one was really good because the timing with the chop on the lip was really hard to do.
See Silveira again.
A jubilation for your champion, Lucas Silveira.
Yeah, we haven't seen the emotion from him. He's been composed, he's been heat by heat, and we said it might blow when the volcano goes well.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.